Chapter 24 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 24. Death and Love. Thomas Crich died slowly. Terribly slowly. It seemed impossible to everybody that the thread of life could be drawn out so thin and yet not break. The sick man lay unutterably weak and spent, kept alive by morphia and by drinks, which he sipped slowly. He was only half conscious, a thin strand of consciousness linking the darkness of death with the light of day. Yet his will was unbroken. He was integral, complete. Only he must have perfect stillness about him. Any presence but that of the nurses was a strain and an effort to him now. Every morning Gerald went into the room, hoping to find his father passed away at last. Yet always he saw the same transparent face, the same dread dark hair on the waxen forehead, and the awful inchoate dark eyes, which seemed to be decomposing into formless darkness, having only a tiny grain of vision within them. And always, as the dark inchoate eyes turned to him, there passed through Gerald's bowels a burning stroke of revolt that seemed to resound through his whole being, threatening to break his mind with its clangor, and making him mad. Every morning the sun stood there, erect and taut with life, gleaming in his blondness. The gleaming blondness of his strange, immanent being put the father into a fever of fretful irritation. He could not bear to meet the uncanny, downward look of Gerald's blue eyes. But it was only for a moment. Each on the brink of departure, the father and son looked at each other, then parted. For a long time Gerald preserved a perfect sang-froid. He remained quite collected. But at last fear undermined him. He was afraid of some horrible collapse in himself. He had to stay and see this thing through. Some perverse will made him watch his father drawn over the borders of life. And yet now, every day, the great red-hot stroke of horrified fear through the bowels of the son struck a further inflammation. Gerald went about all day with a tendency to cringe, as if there were the point of a sword of Damocles pricking the nape of his neck. There was no escape. He was bound up with his father. He had to see him through. And the father's will never relaxed or yielded to death. It would have to snap when death at last snapped it, if it did not persist after a physical death. In the same way, the will of the son never yielded. He stood firm and immune. He was outside this death and this dying. It was a trial by ordeal. Could he stand and see his father slowly dissolve and disappear in death, without once yielding his will, without once relenting before the omnipotence of death? Like a Red Indian undergoing torture, Gerald would experience the whole process of slow death without wincing or flinching. He even triumphed in it. He somehow wanted this death, even forced it. It was as if he himself were dealing the death, even when he most recoiled in horror. Still, he would deal it, he would triumph through death. But in the stress of this ordeal, Gerald too lost his hold on the outer daily life. That which was much to him came to mean nothing. Work, pleasure, it was all left behind. He went on more or less mechanically with his business, but this activity was all extraneous. The real activity was this ghastly wrestling for death in his own soul, and his own will should triumph. Come what might, he would not bow down, or submit, or acknowledge a master. He had no master in death. But as the fight went on, and all that he had been and was continued to be destroyed, so that life was a hollow shell all round him, roaring and clattering like the sound of the sea, a noise in which he participated externally. And inside this hollow shell was all the darkness and fearful space of death. He knew he would have to find reinforcements, otherwise he would collapse inwards upon the great dark void which circled at the centre of his soul. His will held his outer life, his outer mind, his outer being, unbroken and unchanged. But the pressure was too great. He would have to find something to make good the equilibrium. Something must come with him into the hollow void of death in his soul, fill it up, and so equalise the pressure within to the pressure without. For day by day he felt more and more like a bubble filled with darkness, round which whirled the iridescence of his consciousness, and upon which the pressure of the outer world, the outer life, roared vastly. In this extremity his instinct led him to Gudrun. He threw away everything now. He only wanted the relation established with her. He would follow her to the studio, to be near her, to talk to her. He would stand about the room, aimlessly picking up the implements, the lumps of clay, the little figures she had cast, they were whimsical and grotesque, looking at them without perceiving them. And she felt him following her, dogging her heels like a doom. She held away from him, and yet she knew he drew always a little nearer, a little nearer. "I say," he said to her one evening, in an odd, unthinking, uncertain way, "won't you stay to dinner tonight? I wish you would." She started slightly. He spoke to her like a man making a request of another man. "They'll be expecting me at home," she said. "Oh, they won't mind, will they?" he said. "I should be awfully glad if you'd stay." Her long silence gave consent at last. "I'll tell Thomas, shall I?" he said. "I must go almost immediately after dinner," she said. It was a dark, cold evening. There was no fire in the drawing room. They sat in the library. He was mostly silent, absent, and Winifred talked a little. But when Gerald did rouse himself, he smiled, and was pleasant and ordinary with her. Then there came over him again the long blanks, of which he was not aware. She was very much attracted by him. He looked so preoccupied, and his strange blank silences, which she could not read, moved her, and made her wonder over him, made her feel reverential towards him. But he was very kind. He gave her the best things at the table. He had a bottle of slightly sweet, delicious golden wine brought out for dinner, knowing she would prefer it to the Burgundy. She felt herself esteemed, needed almost. As they took coffee in the library, there was a soft, very soft knocking at the door. He started and called, "Come in." The timbre of his voice, like something vibrating at high pitch, unnerved Gudrun. A nurse in white entered, half hovering in the doorway like a shadow. She was very good-looking, but strangely enough, shy and self-mistrusting. "The doctor would like to speak to you, Mr Crich," she said, in her low, discreet voice. "The doctor?" he said, starting up. "Where is he?" "He is in the dining room." "Tell him I'm coming." He drank up his coffee and followed the nurse, who had dissolved like a shadow. "Which nurse was that?" asked Gudrun.
"Miss Inglis. I like her best," replied Winifred.
After a while Gerald came back, looking absorbed by his own thoughts, and having some of that tension and abstraction which is seen in a slightly drunken man. He did not say what the doctor had wanted him for, but stood before the fire, with his hands behind his back, and his face open, and as if rapt. Not that he was really thinking. He was only arrested in pure suspense inside himself, and thoughts wafted through his mind without order.
"I must go now and see Mamma," said Winifred, "and see Dada before he goes to sleep."
She bade them both good night. Gudrun also rose to take her leave.
"You needn't go yet, need you?"
said Gerald, glancing quickly at the clock.
"It is early yet. I'll walk down with you when you go. Sit down. Don't hurry away."
Gudrun sat down, as if, absent as he was, his will had power over her. She felt almost mesmerised. He was strange to her, something unknown. What was he thinking? What was he feeling, as he stood there so rapt, saying nothing? He kept her, she could feel that. He would not let her go. She watched him in humble submissiveness. "Had the doctor anything new to tell you?" she asked softly, at length, with that gentle, timid sympathy which touched a keen fibre in his heart. He lifted his eyebrows with a negligent, indifferent expression. "No, nothing new," he replied, as if the question were quite casual, trivial. "He says the pulse is very weak indeed, very intermittent, but that doesn't necessarily mean much, you know." He looked down at her. Her eyes were dark and soft and unfolded, with a stricken look that roused him. "No," she murmured at length. "I don't understand anything about these things."
"Just as well not," he said. "I say, won't you have a cigarette? Do."
He quickly fetched the box and held her a light. Then he stood before her on the hearth again.
"No," he said. "We've never had much illness in the house either, not till father."
He seemed to meditate a while. Then, looking down at her, with strangely communicative blue eyes that filled her with dread, he continued:
"It's something you don't reckon with, you know, till it is there. And then you realise that it was there all the time. It was always there. You understand what I mean? The possibility of this incurable illness, this slow death."
He moved his feet uneasily on the marble hearth, and put his cigarette to his mouth, looking up at the ceiling. "I know," murmured Gudrun. "It is dreadful." He smoked without knowing. Then he took the cigarette from his lips, bared his teeth, and putting the tip of his tongue between his teeth, spat off a grain of tobacco, turning slightly aside, like a man who is alone, or who is lost in thought.
"I don't know what the effect actually is on one," he said.
And again he looked down at her. Her eyes were dark and stricken with knowledge, looking into his. He saw her submerged, and he turned aside his face.
"But I absolutely am not the same. There's nothing left, if you understand what I mean. You seem to be clutching at the void, and at the same time you avoid yourself. And so you don't know what to do. "No," she murmured. A heavy thrill ran down her nerves, heavy, almost pleasure, almost pain. "What can be done?" she added. He turned and flipped the ash from his cigarette onto the great marble hearthstones that lay bare in the room, without fender or bar. "I don't know, I'm sure," he replied. "But I do think you've got to find some way of resolving the situation. Not because you want to, but because you've got to, otherwise you're done. The whole of everything, and yourself included, is just on the point of caving in, and you're just holding it up with your hands. Well, it's a situation that obviously can't continue. You can't stand holding the roof up with your hands forever. You know that sooner or later you'll have to let go. Do you understand what I mean? And so something's got to be done, or there's a universal collapse, as far as you yourself are concerned." He shifted slightly on the hearth, crunching a cinder under his heel. He looked down at it. Gudrun was aware of the beautiful old marble panels of the fireplace, swelling, softly carved, round him and above him. She felt as if she were caught at last by fate, imprisoned in some horrible and fatal trap. "But what can be done?" she murmured humbly. "You must use me if I can be of any help at all. But how can I? I don't see how I can help you." He looked down at her critically. "I don't want you to help," he said, slightly irritated, "because there's nothing to be done. I only want sympathy, do you see? I want somebody I can talk to sympathetically. That eases the strain. And there is nobody to talk to sympathetically. That's the curious thing. There is nobody. There's Rupert Birkin, but then he isn't sympathetic. He wants to dictate. And that is no use whatsoever." She was caught in a strange snare. She looked down at her hands. Then there was the sound of the door softly opening. Gerald started. He was chagrined. It was his starting that really startled Gudrun. Then he went forward with quick, graceful, intentional courtesy. "Oh, mother," he said. "How nice of you to come down. How are you?" The elderly woman, loosely and bulkily wrapped in a purple gown, came forward silently, slightly hulked as usual. Her son was at her side. He pushed her up a chair, saying, "You know Miss Brangwen, don't you?" The mother glanced at Gudrun indifferently. "Yes," she said. Then she turned her wonderful forget-me-not blue eyes up to her son, as she slowly sat down in the chair he had brought her. "I came to ask you about your father," she said, in her rapid, scarcely audible voice. "I didn't know you had company." "No? Didn't Winifred tell you? Miss Brangwen stayed to dinner, to make us a little more lively." Mrs Crich turned slowly round to Gudrun, and looked at her, but with unseeing eyes. "I'm afraid it would be no treat to her." Then she turned again to her son. "Winifred tells me the doctor had something to say about your father. What is it?" "Only that the pulse is very weak. Misses altogether a good many times, so that he might not last the night out," Gerald replied. Mrs Crich sat perfectly impassive, as if she had not heard. Her bulk seemed hunched in the chair, her fair hair hung slack over her ears. But her skin was clear and fine, her hands, as she sat with them forgotten and folded, were quite beautiful, full of potential energy. A great mass of energy seemed decaying up in that silent, hulking form. She looked up at her son as he stood keen and soldierly near to her. Her eyes were most wonderfully blue, bluer than forget-me-nots. She seemed to have a certain confidence in Gerald, and to feel a certain motherly mistrust of him. "How are you?" she muttered in her strangely quiet voice, as if nobody should hear but him.
"You're not getting into a state, are you? You're not letting it make you hysterical?"
The curious challenge in the last words startled Gudrun.
"I don't think so, mother,"
he answered, rather coldly cheery.
"Somebody's got to see it through, you know."
"Have they? Have they?"
answered his mother rapidly.
"Why should you take it on yourself? What have you got to do seeing it through? It will see itself through. You're not needed."
"No, I don't suppose I can do any good," he answered. "It's just how it affects us, you see."
"You like to be affected, don't you? It's quite nuts for you. You would have to be important. You have no need to stop at home. Why don't you go away?"
These sentences, evidently the ripened grain of many dark hours, took Gerald by surprise.
"I don't think it's any good going away now, mother, at the last minute," he said coldly.
"You take care," replied his mother. "You mind yourself. That's your business. You take too much on yourself. You mind yourself, or you'll find yourself in Queer Street. That's what will happen to you. You're hysterical, always were."
"I'm all right, mother," he said. "There's no need to worry about me, I assure you."
"Let the dead bury their dead. Don't go and bury yourself along with them. That's what I tell you. I know you well enough."
He did not answer this, not knowing what to say. The mother sat bunched up in silence, her beautiful white hands, that had no rings whatsoever, clasping the pommels of her armchair.
"You can't do it,"
she said almost bitterly.
"You haven't the nerve. You're as weak as a cat, really, always were. Is this young woman staying here?"
"No," said Gerald. "She is going home tonight."
"Then she'd better have the dog-cart. Does she go far?"
"Only to Beldover."
"Ah."
The elderly woman never looked at Gudrun, yet she seemed to take knowledge of her presence.
"You are inclined to take too much on yourself, Gerald,"
said the mother, pulling herself to her feet with a little difficulty.
"Will you go, mother?"
he asked politely.
"Yes, I'll go up again,"
she replied. Turning to Gudrun, she bade her
"Good night."
Then she went slowly to the door, as if she were unaccustomed to walking. At the door, she lifted her face to him implicitly. He kissed her.
"Don't come any further with me,"
she said in her barely audible voice.
"I don't want you any further."
He bade her good night, watched her across to the stairs and mount slowly. Then he closed the door and came back to Gudrun. Gudrun rose also, to go.
"A queer being, my mother," he said.
"Yes," replied Gudrun.
"She has her own thoughts."
"Yes," said Gudrun. Then they were silent.
"You want to go?" he asked. "Half a minute, I'll just have a horse put in."
"No," said Gudrun, "I want to walk." He had promised to walk with her down the long lonely mile of drive, and she wanted this.
"You might just as well drive," he said.
"I'd much rather walk," she asserted with emphasis.
"You would? Then I will come along with you. You know where your things are? I'll put boots on."
He put on a cap and an overcoat over his evening dress. They went out into the night.
"Let us light a cigarette," he said,
stopping in a sheltered angle of the porch.
"You have one too."
So, with the scent of tobacco on the night air, they set off down the dark drive that ran between close-cut hedges through sloping meadows. He wanted to put his arm around her. If he could put his arm round her and draw her against him as they walked, he would equilibriate himself. For now he felt like a pair of scales, the half of which tips down and down into an indefinite void. He must recover some sort of balance. And here was the hope and the perfect recovery. Blind to her, thinking only of himself, he slipped his arm softly round her waist and drew her to him. Her heart fainted, feeling herself taken. But then his arm was so strong, she quailed under its powerful, close grasp. She died a little death, and was drawn against him as they walked down the stormy darkness. He seemed to balance her perfectly in opposition to himself, in their dual motion of walking. So suddenly he was liberated and perfect, strong, heroic. He put his hand to his mouth and threw his cigarette away, a gleaming point, into the unseen hedge. Then he was quite free to balance her. "That's better," he said with exultancy. The exultation in his voice was like a sweetish, poisonous drug to her. Did she then mean so much to him? She sipped the poison. "Are you happier?" she asked wistfully. "Much better," he said, in the same exultant voice. "And I was rather far gone." She nestled against him. He felt her all soft and warm. She was the rich, lovely substance of his being. The warmth and motion of her walk suffused through him wonderfully. "I'm so glad if I help you," she said. "Yes," he answered. "There's nobody else could do it, if you wouldn't." "That is true," she said to herself, with a thrill of strange, fatal elation. As they walked, he seemed to lift her nearer and nearer to himself, till she moved upon the firm vehicle of his body. He was so strong, so sustaining, and he could not be opposed. She drifted along in a wonderful interfusion of physical motion down the dark, blowy hillside. Far across shone the little yellow lights of Beldover, many of them, spread in a thick patch on another dark hill. But he and she were walking in perfect, isolated darkness, outside the world. "But how much do you care for me?" came her voice, almost querulous. "You see, I don't know, I don't understand." "How much?" His voice rang with a painful elation. "I don't know either, but everything." He was startled by his own declaration. It was true. So he stripped himself of every safeguard in making this admission to her. He cared everything for her. She was everything. "But I can't believe it," said her low voice, amazed, trembling. She was trembling with doubt and exultance. This was the thing she wanted to hear, only this. Yet now she heard it, heard the strange clapping vibration of truth in his voice as he said it. She could not believe. She could not believe. She did not believe. Yet she believed, triumphantly, with fatal exultance. "Why not?" he said. "Why don't you believe it? It's true. It is true as we stand at this moment." He stood still with her in the wind. "I care for nothing on earth or in heaven outside this spot where we are. And it isn't my own presence I care about, it is all yours. I'd sell my soul 100 times, but I couldn't bear not to have you here. I couldn't bear to be alone.
My brain would burst. It is true."
He drew her closer to him with definite movement. "No," she murmured, afraid. Yet this was what she wanted. Why did she so lose courage? They resumed their strange walk. They were such strangers, and yet they were so frightfully, unthinkably near. It was like a madness. Yet it was what she wanted. It was what she wanted. They had descended the hill, and now they were coming to the square arch where the road passed under the colliery railway. The arch, Gudrun knew, had walls of squared stone, mossy on one side, with water that trickled down, dry on the other side. She had stood under it to hear the train rumble thundering over the logs overhead. And she knew that under this dark and lonely bridge, the young colliers stood in the darkness with their sweethearts in rainy weather. And so she wanted to stand under the bridge with her sweetheart, and be kissed under the bridge in the invisible darkness. Her steps dragged as she drew near. So, under the bridge, they came to a standstill, and he lifted her upon his breast. His body vibrated, taut and powerful, as he closed upon her, and crushed her, breathless and dazed and destroyed, crushed her upon his breast. Oh, it was terrible and perfect. Under this bridge, the colliers pressed their lovers to their breast, and now, under the bridge, the master of them all pressed her to himself. And how much more powerful and terrible was his embrace than theirs, how much more concentrated and supreme his love was than theirs in the same sort. She felt she would swoon, die, under the vibrating, inhuman tension of his arms and his body. She would pass away. Then the unthinkable high vibration slackened and became more undulating. He slackened and drew her with him to stand with his back to the wall. She was almost unconscious. So the colliers' lovers would stand with their backs to the walls, holding their sweethearts and kissing them as she was being kissed. Ah, but would their kisses be fine and powerful as the kisses of the firm-mouthed master? Even the keen, short-cut moustache, the colliers would not have that. And the colliers' sweethearts would, like herself, hang their heads back, limp over their shoulder, and look out from the dark archway at the close patch of yellow lights on the unseen hill in the distance, or at the vague form of trees, and at the buildings of the colliery woodyard in the other direction. His arms were fast around her. He seemed to be gathering her into himself, her warmth, her softness, her adorable weight, drinking in the suffusion of her physical being, avidly. He lifted her and seemed to pour her into himself, like wine into a cup.
"This is worth everything,"
he said, in a strange, penetrating voice. So she relaxed, and seemed to melt, to flow into him, as if she were some infinitely warm and precious suffusion filling into his veins, like an intoxicant. Her arms were round his neck. He kissed her and held her perfectly suspended. She was all slack and flowing into him, and he was the firm, strong cup that receives the wine of her life. So she lay cast upon him, stranded, lifted up against him, melting and melting under his kisses, melting into his limbs and bones, as if he were soft iron becoming surcharged with her electric life, till she seemed to swoon
Gradually her mind went, and she passed away, everything in her was melted down and fluid, and she lay still, become contained by him, sleeping in him as lightning sleeps in a pure soft stone. So she was passed away and gone in him, and he was perfected. When she opened her eyes again, and saw the patch of lights in the distance, it seemed to her strange that the world still existed, that she was standing under the bridge resting her head on Gerald's breast. Gerald, who was he? He was the exquisite adventure, the desirable unknown to her. She looked up, and in the darkness saw his face above her, his shapely male face. There seemed a faint white light emitted from him, a white aura, as if he were visitor from the unseen. She reached up, like Eve reaching to the apples on the tree of knowledge, and she kissed him, though her passion was a transcendent fear of the thing he was, touching his face with her infinitely delicate, encroaching, wondering fingers. Her fingers went over the mould of his face, over his features. How perfect and foreign he was. Ah, how dangerous. Her soul thrilled with complete knowledge. This was the glistening, forbidden apple, this face of a man. She kissed him, putting her fingers over his face, his eyes, his nostrils, over his brows and his ears, to his neck, to know him, to gather him in by touch. He was so firm and shapely, with such satisfying, inconceivable shapeliness, strange yet unutterably clear. He was such an unutterable enemy, yet glistening with uncanny white fire. She wanted to touch him and touch him and touch him, till she had him all in her hands, till she had strained him into her knowledge. Ah, if she could have the precious knowledge of him, she would be filled, and nothing could deprive her of this. For he was so unsure, so risky in the common world of day. "You are so beautiful," she murmured in her throat. He wondered, and was suspended, but she felt him quiver, and she came down involuntarily nearer upon him. He could not help himself. Her fingers had him under their power. The fathomless, fathomless desire they could evoke in him was deeper than death, where he had no choice. But she knew now, and it was enough. For the time, her soul was destroyed with the exquisite shock of his invisible fluid lightning. She knew. And this knowledge was a death from which she must recover. How much more of him was there to know? Ah, much, much, many days harvesting for her large yet perfectly subtle and intelligent hands upon the field of his living, radioactive body. Oh, her hands were eager, greedy for knowledge. But for the present it was enough, enough, as much as her soul could bear. Too much and she would shatter herself, she would fill the fine vial of her soul too quickly, and it would break. Enough now, enough for the time being. There were all the after days when her hands, like birds, could feed upon the fields of his mystical plastic form. Till then, enough. And even he was glad to be checked, rebuked, held back. For to desire is better than to possess. The finality of the end was dreaded as deeply as it was desired. They walked on towards the town, towards where the lamps threaded singly, at long intervals, down the dark high road of the valley. They came at length to the gate of the drive. "Don't come any further," she said.
"You'd rather I didn't?"
he asked, relieved. He did not want to go up the public streets with her, his soul all naked and alight as it was. "Much rather. Good night." She held out her hand. He grasped it, then touched the perilous, potent fingers with his lips. "Good night," he said. "Tomorrow." And they parted. He went home full of the strength and the power of living desire. But the next day she did not come. She sent a note that she was kept indoors by a cold. Here was a torment. But he possessed his soul in some sort of patience, writing a brief answer, telling her how sorry he was not to see her. The day after this he stayed at home. It seemed so futile to go down to the office. His father could not live the week out, and he wanted to be at home, suspended. Gerald sat on a chair by the window in his father's room. The landscape outside was black and winter-sodden. His father lay grey and ashen on the bed. A nurse moved silently in her white dress, neat and elegant, even beautiful. There was a scent of eau de cologne in the room. The nurse went out of the room. Gerald was alone with death, facing the winter-black landscape. "Is there much more water in Denley?" came the faint voice, determined and querulous, from the bed. The dying man was asking about a leakage from Willey Water into one of the pits. "Some more. We shall have to run off the lake," said Gerald. "Will you?" The faint voice filtered to extinction. There was dead stillness. The grey-faced, sick man lay with eyes closed, more dead than death. Gerald looked away. He felt his heart was seared. It would perish if this went on much longer. Suddenly he heard a strange noise. Turning round, he saw his father's eyes wide open, strained and rolling in a frenzy of inhuman struggling. Gerald started to his feet and stood transfixed in horror. Came a horrible, choking rattle from his father's throat, the fearful, frenzied eye, rolling awfully in its wild, fruitless search for help, passed blindly over Gerald, then up came the dark blood and mess, pumping over the face of the agonised being. The tense body relaxed. The head fell aside down the pillow. Gerald stood transfixed, his soul echoing in horror. He would move, but he could not. He could not move his limbs. His brain seemed to re-echo like a pulse. The nurse in white softly entered. She glanced at Gerald, then at the bed. "Oh!" came her soft, whimpering cry, and she hurried forward to the dead man. "Oh!" came the slight sound of her agitated distress, as she stood bending over the bedside. Then she recovered, turned, and came for towel and sponge. She was wiping the dead face carefully, and murmuring, almost whimpering, very softly, "Poor Mr. Crich, poor Mr. Crich, poor Mr. Crich." "Is he dead?" clanged Gerald's sharp voice. "Oh yes, he's gone," replied the soft, moaning voice of the nurse, as she looked up at Gerald's face. She was young and beautiful and quivering. A strange sort of grin went over Gerald's face, over the horror, and he walked out of the room. He was going to tell his mother. On the landing he met his brother Basil. "He's gone, Basil," he said, scarcely able to subdue his voice, not to let an unconscious, frightening exultation sound through. "What?" cried Basil, going pale. Gerald nodded. Then he went on to his mother's room. She was sitting in her purple gown, sewing, very slowly sewing, putting in a stitch, then another stitch. She looked up at Gerald with her blue, undaunted eyes. "Father's gone," he said.
"He's dead? Who says so?"
"Oh, you know, mother, if you see him." She put her sewing down and slowly rose. "Are you going to see him?" he asked.
"Yes," she said.
By the bedside the children already stood in a weeping group.
"Oh, mother!"
cried the daughters, almost in hysterics, weeping loudly. But the mother went forward. The dead man lay in repose, as if gently asleep, so gently, so peacefully, like a young man sleeping in purity. He was still warm. She stood looking at him in gloomy, heavy silence for some time. "Ay," she said bitterly at length, speaking as if to the unseen witnesses of the air.
"You're dead."
She stood for some minutes in silence, looking down.
"Beautiful," she asserted. "Beautiful as if life had never touched you. Never touched you. God send I look different. I hope I shall look my years when I am dead. Beautiful, beautiful," she crooned over him. "You can see him in his teens, with his first beard on his face. A beautiful soul. Beautiful." Then there was a tearing in her voice as she cried, "None of you look like this when you are dead. Don't let it happen again."
It was a strange, wild command from out of the unknown. Her children moved unconsciously together, in a nearer group, at the dreadful command in her voice. The colour was flushed bright in her cheek. She looked awful and wonderful.
Blame me if you like, that he lies there like a lad in his teens, with his first beard on his face. Blame me if you like, but you none of you know."
She was silent, in intense silence. Then there came, in a low, tense voice,
"If I thought that the children I bore would lie looking like that in death, I'd strangle them when they were infants, yes."
"No, mother," came the strange clarion voice of Gerald from the background. "We are different. We don't blame you." She turned and looked full in his eyes. Then she lifted her hands in a strange half gesture of mad despair.
"Pray," she said strongly. "Pray for yourselves to God, for there's no help for you from your parents."
"Oh, mother!" cried her daughters wildly. But she had turned and gone, and they all went quickly away from each other. End of the first part of chapter 24.
Recording by Ruth Golding.
Part 2 of Chapter 24 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of Chapter 24, Death and Love. When Gudrun heard that Mr. Crich was dead, she felt rebuked. She had stayed away lest Gerald should think her too easy of winning, and now he was in the midst of trouble, whilst she was cold. The following day she went up as usual to Winifred, who was glad to see her, glad to get away into the studio. The girl had wept, and then, too frightened, had turned aside to avoid any more tragic eventuality. She and Gudrun resumed work as usual in the isolation of the studio, and this seemed an immeasurable happiness, a pure world of freedom after the aimlessness and misery of the house. Gudrun stayed on till evening. She and Winifred had dinner brought up to the studio, where they ate in freedom, away from all the people in the house. After dinner Gerald came up. The great high studio was full of shadow and a fragrance of coffee. Gudrun and Winifred had a little table near the fire at the far end, with a white lamp whose light did not travel far. They were a tiny world to themselves, the two girls surrounded by lovely shadows, the beams and rafters shadowy overhead, the benches and implements shadowy down the studio.
"You're cosy enough here,"
said Gerald, going up to them. There was a low brick fireplace full of fire, an old blue Turkish rug, the little oak table with the lamp and the white and blue cloth and the dessert, and Gudrun making coffee in an odd brass coffee maker, and Winifred scalding a little milk in a tiny saucepan. "Have you had coffee?" said Gudrun.
"I have, but I'll have some more with you," he replied.
"Then you must have it in a glass. There are only 2 cups," said Winifred.
"It's the same to me," he said,
taking a chair and coming into the charmed circle of the girls. How happy they were, how cosy and glamorous it was with them in a world of lofty shadows. The outside world, in which he had been transacting funeral business all the day, was completely wiped out. In an instant he snuffed glamour and magic. They had all their things very dainty, 2 odd and lovely little cups, scarlet and solid gilt, and a little black jug with scarlet discs, and the curious coffee machine whose spirit flame flowed steadily, almost invisibly. There was the effect of rather sinister richness, in which Gerald at once escaped himself. They all sat down, and Gudrun carefully poured out the coffee. "Will you have milk?" she asked calmly, yet nervously poising the little black jug with its big red dots. She was always so completely controlled, yet so bitterly nervous.
"No, I won't," he replied.
So, with a curious humility, she placed him the little cup of coffee, and herself took the awkward tumbler. She seemed to want to serve him.
"Why don't you give me the glass? It's so clumsy for you," he said.
He would much rather have had it, and seen her daintily served, but she was silent, pleased with the disparity, with her self-abasement.
"You're quite en ménage," he said.
"Yes, we aren't really at home to visitors," said Winifred.
"You're not? Then I'm an intruder."
For once he felt his conventional dress was out of place. He was an outsider. Gudrun was very quiet. She did not feel drawn to talk to him. At this stage silence was best, or mere light words. It was best to leave serious things aside. So they talked gaily and lightly, till they heard the man below lead out the horse, and call it to back, back, into the dog-cart that was to take Gudrun home. So she put on her things, and shook hands with Gerald, without once meeting his eyes, and she was gone. The funeral was detestable. Afterwards, at the tea-table, the daughters kept saying, "He was a good father to us, the best father in the world." Or else, "We shan't easily find another man as good as father was." Gerald acquiesced in all this. It was the right conventional attitude, and as far as the world went, he believed in the conventions. He took it as a matter of course. But Winifred hated everything, and hid in the studio and cried her heart out, and wished Gudrun would come. Luckily everybody was going away. The Criches never stayed long at home. By dinner-time Gerald was left quite alone. Even Winifred was carried off to London for a few days with her sister Laura. But when Gerald was really left alone, he could not bear it. One day passed by, and another, and all the time he was like a man hung in chains over the edge of an abyss. Struggle as he might, he could not turn himself to the solid earth. He could not get footing. He was suspended on the edge of a void, writhing. Whatever he thought of was the abyss. Whether it were friends or strangers or work or play, it all showed him only the same bottomless void, in which his heart swung perishing. There was no escape. There was nothing to grasp hold of. He must writhe on the edge of the chasm, suspended in chains of invisible physical life. At first he was quiet. He kept still, expecting the extremity to pass away, expecting to find himself released into the world of the living, after this extremity of penance. But it did not pass, and a crisis gained upon him. As the evening of the third day came on, his heart rang with fear. He could not bear another night. Another night was coming on. For another night he was to be suspended in chain of physical life over the bottomless pit of nothingness. And he could not bear it. He could not bear it. He was frightened deeply and coldly, frightened in his soul. He did not believe in his own strength any more. He could not fall into this infinite void and rise again. If he fell, he would be gone for ever. He must withdraw, he must seek reinforcements. He did not believe in his own single self any further than this. After dinner, faced with the ultimate experience of his own nothingness, he turned aside. He pulled on his boots, put on his coat, and set out to walk in the night. It was dark and misty. He went through the wood, stumbling and feeling his way to the mill. Birkin was away. Good. He was half glad. He turned up the hill, and stumbled blindly over the wild slopes, having lost the path in the complete darkness. It was boring. Where was he going? No matter. He stumbled on, till he came to a path again. Then he went on through another wood. His mind became dark. He went on automatically. Without thought or sensation, he stumbled unevenly on, out into the open again, fumbling for stiles, losing the path, and going along the hedges of the fields till he came to the outlet. And at last he came to the high road. It had distracted him to struggle blindly through the maze of darkness. But now he must take a direction, and he did not even know where he was. But he must take a direction now. Nothing would be resolved by merely walking away. He had to take a direction. He stood still on the road, that was high in the utterly dark night, and he did not know where he was. It was a strange sensation, his heart beating and ringed round with the utterly unknown darkness. So he stood for some time. Then he heard footsteps, and saw a small swinging light. He immediately went towards this. It was a miner.
"Can you tell me," he said, "where this road goes?"
"Road? Ay, goes to Whatmore."
"Whatmore? Oh, thank you, that's right. I thought I was wrong. Good night."
"Good night," replied the broad voice of the miner.
Gerald guessed where he was. At least, when he came to Whatmore he would know. He was glad to be on a high road. He walked forward, as in a sleep of decision. That was Whatmore village. Yes, the King's Head, and there the Hall gates. He descended the steep hill, almost running. Winding through the hollow, he passed the grammar school, and came to Willey Green Church. The churchyard! He halted. Then, in another moment, he had clambered up the wall, and was going among the graves. Even in this darkness he could see the heaped pallor of old white flowers at his feet. This, then, was the grave. He stooped down. The flowers were cold and clammy. There was a raw scent of chrysanthemums and tuberoses, deadened. He felt the clay beneath, and shrank. It was so horribly cold and sticky. He stood away in revulsion. Here was one centre, then. Here in the complete darkness, beside the unseen raw grave. But there was nothing for him here. No, he had nothing to stay here for. He felt as if some of the clay were sticking cold and unclean on his heart. No, enough of this. Where then? Home? Never. It was no use going there. That was less than no use. It could not be done. There was somewhere else to go. Where? A dangerous resolve formed in his heart, like a fixed idea. There was Gudrun. She would be safe in her home. But he could get at her. He would get at her. He would not go back tonight, till he had come to her, if it cost him his life. He staked his all on this throw. He set off, walking straight across the fields towards Beldover. It was so dark, nobody could ever see him. His feet were wet and cold, heavy with clay. But he went on, persistently, like a wind, straight forward, as if to his fate. There were great gaps in his consciousness. He was conscious that he was at Winthorpe Hamlet, but quite unconscious how he had got there. And then, as in a dream, he was in the long street of Beldover, with its street lamps. There was a noise of voices, and of a door shutting loudly, and being barred, and of men talking in the night. The Lord Nelson had just closed, and the drinkers were going home. He had better ask one of these where she lived, for he did not know the side streets at all.
"Can you tell me where Somerset Drive is?" he asked of one of the uneven men.
"Where what?" replied the tipsy miner's voice.
"Somerset Drive."
"Somerset Drive. I've heard of such a place, but I couldn't for my life say where it is. Who might you be wanting?"
"Mr. Brangwen, William Brangwen."
"William Brangwen."
"Who teaches at the grammar school, at Willey Green. His daughter teaches there too."
"Oh, Brangwen. Now I've got you. Of course, William Brangwen. Yes, yes, he's got two lasses as teachers, aside hisself.
"Ay, that's him, that's him. Why, certainly I know where he lives. Back your life I do. What place they call it? Somerset Drive, repeated Gerald patiently. He knew his own colliers fairly well. Somerset Drive, for certain, said the collier, swinging his arm as if catching something up. Somerset Drive, yeah. I couldn't for my life lay hold of the locality of the place. Yes, I know the place, to be sure I do. He turned unsteadily on his feet and pointed up the dark, nigh deserted road. You go up there and you take the first turning on your left, on that side, past Withams's Tuffy shop. I know, said Gerald. Aye. You go down a bit past where the waterman lives, and then Somerset Drive, as they call it, branches off to right-hand side, and there's nowt but 3 houses in it, no more than 3, I believe, and I'm almost certain there's the last of the 3. See? Thank you very much, said Gerald. Good night. And he started off, leaving the tipsy man there, standing rooted. Gerald went past the dark shops and houses, most of them sleeping now, and twisted round to the little blind road that ended on a field of darkness. He slowed down as he neared his goal, not knowing how he should proceed. What if the house were closed in darkness? But it was not. He saw a big lighted window, and heard voices. Then a gate banged. His quick ears caught the sound of Birkin's voice. His keen eyes made out Birkin, with Ursula standing in a pale dress on the step of the garden path. Then Ursula stepped down, and came along the road, holding Birkin's arm. Gerald went across into the darkness, and they dawdled past him, talking happily, Birkin's voice low, Ursula's high and distinct. Gerald went quickly to the house. The blinds were drawn before the big lighted window of the dining room. Looking up the path at the side, he could see the door left open, shedding a soft coloured light from the hall lamp. He went quickly and silently up the path, and looked up into the hall. There were pictures on the walls, and the antlers of a stag, and the stairs going up on one side, and just near the foot of the stairs, the half-opened door of the dining room. With heart drawn fine, Gerald stepped into the hall, whose floor was of coloured tiles, went quickly and looked into the large, pleasant room. In a chair by the fire, the father sat asleep, his head tilted back against the side of the big oak chimney-piece, his ruddy face seen foreshortened, the nostrils open, the mouth fallen a little. It would take the merest sound to wake him. Gerald stood a second, suspended. He glanced down the passage behind him. It was all dark. Again he was suspended. Then he went swiftly upstairs. His senses were so finely, almost supernaturally keen, that he seemed to cast his own will over the half-unconscious house. He came to the first landing. There he stood, scarcely breathing. Again, corresponding to the door below, there was a door again. That would be the mother's room. He could hear her moving about in the candlelight. She would be expecting her husband to come up. He looked along the dark landing. Then, silently, on infinitely careful feet, he went along the passage, feeling the wall with the extreme tips of his fingers. There was a door. He stood and listened. He could hear 2 people's breathing. It was not that. He went stealthily forward. There was another door, slightly open. The room was in darkness, empty. Then there was the bathroom, he could smell the soap and the heat. Then at the end another bedroom, one soft breathing. This was she. With an almost occult carefulness he turned the door handle and opened the door an inch. It creaked slightly. Then he opened it another inch, then another. His heart did not beat. He seemed to create a silence about himself, an obliviousness. He was in the room. Still the sleeper breathed softly. It was very dark. He felt his way forward inch by inch, with his feet and hands. He touched the bed. He could hear the sleeper. He drew nearer, bending close, as if his eyes would disclose whatever there was. And then, very near to his face, to his fear, he saw the round, dark head of a boy. He recovered, turned round, saw the door ajar, a faint light revealed. And he retreated swiftly, drew the door to without fastening it, and passed rapidly down the passage. At the head of the stairs he hesitated. There was still time to flee. But it was unthinkable. He would maintain his will. He turned past the door of the parental bedroom like a shadow, and was climbing the second flight of stairs. They creaked under his weight. It was exasperating. Ah, what disaster if the mother's door opened just beneath him, and she saw him! It would have to be, if it were so. He held the control still. He was not quite up these stairs when he heard a quick running of feet below. The outer door was closed and locked. He heard Ursula's voice, then the father's sleepy exclamation. He pressed on swiftly to the upper landing. Again a door was ajar. A room was empty. Feeling his way forward with the tips of his fingers, travelling rapidly like a blind man, anxious lest Ursula should come upstairs, he found another door. There, with his preternaturally fine sense alert, he listened. He heard someone moving in bed. This would be she. Softly now, like one who has only one sense, the tactile sense, he turned the latch. It clicked. He held still. The bedclothes rustled. His heart did not beat. Then again he drew the latch back, and very gently pushed the door. It made a sticking noise as it gave. "Ursula?" said Gudrun's voice, frightened. He quickly opened the door and pushed it behind him. "Is it you, Ursula?" came Gudrun's frightened voice. He heard her sitting up in bed. In another moment she would scream. "No, it's me," he said, feeling his way towards her. "It is I, Gerald." She sat motionless in her bed, in sheer astonishment. She was too astonished, too much taken by surprise, even to be afraid. "Gerald!" she echoed, in blank amazement. He had found his way to the bed, and his outstretched hand touched her warm breast blindly. She shrank away. "Let me make a light," she said, springing out. He stood perfectly motionless. He heard her touch the matchbox. He heard her fingers in their movement. Then he saw her, in the light of a match, which she held to the candle. The light rose in the room, then sank to a small dimness as the flame sank down on the candle, before it mounted again. She looked at him, as he stood near the other side of the bed. His cap was pulled low over his brow, his black overcoat was buttoned close up to his chin. His face was strange and luminous. He was inevitable as a supernatural being. When she had seen him, she knew. She knew there was something fatal in the situation, and she must accept it. Yet she must challenge him. "How did you come up?" she asked.
"I walked up the stairs. The door was open." She looked at him. "I haven't closed this door either," he said. She walked swiftly across the room and closed her door softly, and locked it. Then she came back. She was wonderful, with startled eyes and flushed cheeks, and her plait of hair rather short and thick down her back, and her long, fine white nightdress falling to her feet. She saw that his boots were all clayey, even his trousers were plastered with clay, and she wondered if he had made footprints all the way up. He was a very strange figure, standing in her bedroom near the tossed bed. "Why have you come?" she asked, almost querulous. "I wanted to," he replied. And this she could see from his face. It was fate. "You are so muddy," she said, in distaste, but gently. He looked down at his feet. "I was walking in the dark," he replied. But he felt vividly elated. There was a pause. He stood on one side of the tumbled bed, she on the other. He did not even take his cap from his brows. "And what do you want of me?" she challenged. He looked aside and did not answer. Save for the extreme beauty and mystic attractiveness of this distinct, strange face, she would have sent him away. But his face was too wonderful and undiscovered to her. It fascinated her with the fascination of pure beauty, cast a spell on her, like nostalgia, an ache. "What do you want of me?" she repeated, in an estranged voice. He pulled off his cap in a movement of dream liberation, and went across to her. But he could not touch her, because she stood barefoot in her nightdress, and he was muddy and damp. Her eyes, wide and large and wondering, watched him, and asked him the ultimate question. "I came because I must," he said. "Why do you ask?" She looked at him in doubt and wonder. "I must ask," she said. He shook his head slightly. "There is no answer," he replied, with strange vacancy. There was about him a curious and almost godlike air of simplicity and naïve directness. He reminded her of an apparition, the young Hermes. "But why did you come to me?" she persisted. "Because it has to be so. If there weren't you in the world, then I shouldn't be in the world either." She stood looking at him with large, wide, wondering, stricken eyes. His eyes were looking steadily into hers all the time, and he seemed fixed in an odd supernatural steadfastness. She sighed. She was lost now. She had no choice. "Won't you take off your boots?" she said. "They must be wet." He dropped his cap on a chair, unbuttoned his overcoat, lifting up his chin to unfasten the throat buttons. His short, keen hair was ruffled. He was so beautifully blonde, like wheat. He pulled off his overcoat. Quickly he pulled off his jacket, pulled loose his black tie, and was unfastening his studs, which were headed each with a pearl. She listened, watching, hoping no one would hear the starched linen crackle. It seemed to snap like pistol shots. He had come for vindication. She let him hold her in his arms, clasp her close against him. He found in her an infinite relief. Into her he poured all his pent-up,
darkness and corrosive death, and he was whole again. It was wonderful, marvellous. It was a miracle. This was the ever-recurrent miracle of his life, at the knowledge of which he was lost in an ecstasy of relief and wonder. And she, subject, received him as a vessel filled with his bitter potion of death. She had no power at this crisis to resist. The terrible frictional violence of death filled her, and she received it in an ecstasy of subjection, in throes of acute violent sensation. As he drew nearer to her, he plunged deeper into her enveloping soft warmth, a wonderful creative heat that penetrated his veins and gave him life again. He felt himself dissolving and sinking to rest in the bath of her living strength. It seemed as if her heart in her breast were a second unconquerable sun, into the glow and creative strength of which he plunged further and further. All his veins that were murdered and lacerated healed softly as life came pulsing in, stealing invisibly into him, as if it were the all-powerful effluence of the sun. His blood, which seemed to have been drawn back into death, came ebbing on the return, surely, beautifully, powerfully. She felt his limbs growing fuller and flexible with life. His body gained an unknown strength. He was a man again, strong and rounded. And he was a child, so soothed and restored, and full of gratitude. And she was the great bath of life. He worshipped her. Mother and substance of all life she was. And he, child and man, received of her and was made whole. His pure body was almost killed, but the miraculous soft effluence of her breast suffused over him, over his seared, damaged brain, like a healing lymph, like a soft, soothing flow of life itself, perfect, as if he were bathed in the womb again. His brain was hurt, seared, the tissue was as if destroyed. He had not known how hurt he was, how his tissue, the very tissue of his brain, was damaged by the corrosive flood of death. Now, as the healing lymph of her effluence flowed through him, he knew how destroyed he was, like a plant whose tissue is burst from inwards by a frost. He buried his small, hard head between her breasts, and pressed her breasts against him with his hands. And she, with quivering hands, pressed his head against her, as he lay suffused out, and she lay fully conscious. The lovely creative warmth flooded through him like a sleep of fecundity within the womb. Oh, if only she would grant him the flow of this living effluence, he would be restored, he would be complete again. He was afraid she would deny him before it was finished. Like a child at the breast, he cleaved intensely to her, and she could not put him away. And his seared, ruined membrane relaxed, softened. That which was seared and stiff and blasted yielded again, became soft and flexible, palpitating with new life. He was infinitely grateful, as to God, or as an infant is at its mother's breast. He was glad and grateful like a delirium, as he felt his own wholeness come over him again, as he felt the full, unutterable sleep coming over him,
the sleep of complete exhaustion and restoration. But Gudrun lay wide awake, destroyed into perfect consciousness. She lay motionless, with wide eyes, staring motionless into the darkness, whilst he was sunk away in sleep, his arms round her. She seemed to be hearing waves break on a hidden shore, long, slow, gloomy waves, breaking with the rhythm of fate, so monotonously that it seemed eternal. This endless breaking of slow, sullen waves of fate held her life a possession, whilst she lay with dark, wide eyes looking into the darkness. She could see so far as eternity, yet she saw nothing. She was suspended in perfect consciousness, and of what was she conscious? This mood of extremity, when she lay staring into eternity, utterly suspended, and conscious of everything to the last limits, passed and left her uneasy. She had lain so long motionless, she moved, she became self-conscious. She wanted to look at him, to see him. But she dared not make a light, because she knew he would wake, and she did not want to break his perfect sleep, that she knew he had got of her. She disengaged herself softly, and rose up a little to look at him. There was a faint light, it seemed to her, in the room. She could just distinguish his features as he slept the perfect sleep. In this darkness she seemed to see him so distinctly. But he was far off, in another world. Ah, she could shriek with torment. He was so far off and perfected, in another world. She seemed to look at him as at a pebble, far away, under clear dark water. And here was she, left with all the anguish of consciousness, whilst he was sunk deep into the other element of mindless, remote, living shadow gleam. He was beautiful, far off and perfected. They would never be together. Ah, this awful, inhuman distance which would always be interposed between her and the other being. There was nothing to do but to lie still and endure. She felt an overwhelming tenderness for him, and a dark understirring of jealous hatred, that he should lie so perfect and immune in an other world, whilst she was tormented with violent wakefulness, cast out in the outer darkness. She lay in intense and vivid consciousness, an exhausting super-consciousness. The church clock struck the hours, it seemed to her, in quick succession. She heard them distinctly in the tension of her vivid consciousness. And he slept as if time were one moment, unchanging and unmoving. She was exhausted, wearied. Yet she must continue in this state of violent, active super-consciousness. She was conscious of everything, her childhood, her girlhood, all the forgotten incidents, all the unrealised influences, and all the happenings she had not understood, pertaining to herself, to her family, to her friends, her lovers, her acquaintances, everybody. It was as if she drew a glittering rope of knowledge out of the sea of darkness, drew and drew and drew it out of the fathomless depths of the past, and still it did not come to an end. There was no end to it. She must haul and haul at the rope of glittering consciousness, pull it out phosphorescent from the endless depths of the unconsciousness, till she was weary, aching, exhausted and fit to break, and yet she had not done. Ah, if only she might wake him! She turned uneasily. When could she rouse him and send him away? When could she disturb him? And she relapsed into her activity of automatic consciousness that would never end. But the time was drawing near when she could wake him. It was like a release. The clock had struck 4, outside in the night. Thank God the night had passed almost away. At 5 he must go, and she would be released. Then she could relax and fill her own place. Now she was driven up against his perfect sleeping motion, like a knife white hot on a grindstone. There was something monstrous about him, about his juxtaposition against her. The last hour was the longest. And yet at last it passed. Her heart leapt with relief. Yes, there was the slow, strong stroke of the church clock. At last, after this night of eternity. She waited to catch each slow, fatal reverberation. 3, 4, 5. There! It was finished. A weight rolled off her. She raised herself, leaned over him tenderly and kissed him. She was sad to wake him. After a few moments she kissed him again, but he did not stir. The darling, he was so deep in sleep. What a shame to take him out of it. She let him lie a little longer, but he must go. He must really go. With full over-tenderness she took his face between her hands and kissed his eyes. The eyes opened. He remained motionless, looking at her. Her heart stood still. To hide her face from his dreadful opened eyes in the darkness, she bent down and kissed him, whispering, "You must go, my love." But she was sick with terror, sick. He put his arms round her. Her heart sank. "But you must go, my love, it's late." "What time is it?" he said. Strange, his man's voice. She quivered. It was an intolerable oppression to her. "Past 5 o'clock," she said. But he only closed his arms round her again. Her heart cried within her in torture. She disengaged herself firmly. "You really must go," she said. "Not for a minute," he said. She lay still, nestling against him, but unyielding. "Not for a minute," he repeated, clasping her closer. "Yes," she said, unyielding. "I'm afraid if you stay any longer." There was a certain coldness in her voice that made him release her, and she broke away, rose and lit the candle. That then was the end. He got up. He was warm and full of life and desire, yet he felt a little bit ashamed, humiliated, putting on his clothes before her in the candle light. For he felt revealed, exposed to her at a time when she was in some way against him. It was all very difficult to understand. He dressed himself quickly, without collar or tie. Still he felt full and complete, perfected. She thought it humiliating to see a man dressing, the ridiculous shirt, the ridiculous trousers and braces. But again an idea saved her. "It is like a workman getting up to go to work," thought Gudrun, "and I am like a workman's wife." But an ache like nausea was upon her, a nausea of him. He pushed his collar and tie into his overcoat pocket. Then he sat down and pulled on his boots. They were sodden, as were his socks and trouser bottoms, but he himself was quick and warm. "Perhaps you ought to have put your boots on downstairs," she said. At once, without answering, he pulled them off again, and stood holding them in his hand. She had thrust her feet into slippers, and flung a loose robe round her. She was ready. She looked at him as he stood waiting, his black coat buttoned to the chin, his cap pulled down, his boots in his hand. And the passionate, almost hateful fascination revived in her for a moment. It was not exhausted. His face was so warm-looking, wide-eyed, and full of newness, so perfect. She felt old, old. She went to him heavily to be kissed. He kissed her quickly. She wished his warm, expressionless beauty did not so fatally put a spell on her, compel her, and subjugate her. It was a burden upon her that she resented but could not escape. Yet when she looked at his straight man's brows, and at his rather small, well-shaped nose, and at his blue, indifferent eyes, she knew her passion for him was not yet satisfied. Perhaps never could be satisfied, only now she was weary, with an ache like nausea. She wanted him gone. They went downstairs quickly. It seemed they made a prodigious noise. He followed her as, wrapped in her vivid green wrap, she preceded him with the light. She suffered badly with fear lest her people should be roused. He hardly cared. He did not care now, who knew? And she hated this in him. One must be cautious. One must preserve oneself. She led the way to the kitchen. It was neat and tidy as the woman had left it. He looked up at the clock. 20 minutes past 5. Then he sat down on a chair to put on his boots. She waited, watching his every movement. She wanted it to be over. It was a great nervous strain on her. He stood up. She unbolted the back door and looked out. A cold, raw night, not yet dawn, with a piece of a moon in the vague sky. She was glad she need not go out. "Good-bye, then," he murmured. "I'll come to the gate," she said. And again she hurried on in front, to warn him of the steps. And at the gate, once more she stood on the step, whilst he stood below her. "Good-bye," she whispered. He kissed her dutifully, and turned away. She suffered torments, hearing his firm tread going so distinctly down the road. Ah, the insensitiveness of that firm tread. She closed the gate, and crept quickly and noiselessly back to bed. When she was in her room and the door closed, and all safe, she breathed freely, and a great weight fell off her. She nestled down in bed, in the groove his body had made, in the warmth he had left. And excited, worn out, yet still satisfied, she fell soon into a deep, heavy sleep. Gerald walked quickly through the raw darkness of the coming dawn. He met nobody. His mind was beautifully still and thoughtless, like a still pool, and his body full and warm and rich. He went quickly along towards Shortlands, in a grateful self-sufficiency. End of chapter 24. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 25 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 25. Marriage or Not. The Brangwen family was going to move from Beldover. It was necessary now for the father to be in town. Birkin had taken out a marriage licence, yet Ursula deferred from day to day. She would not fix any definite time. She still wavered. Her month's notice to leave the grammar school was in its 3rd week. Christmas was not far off. Gerald waited for the Ursula-Birkin marriage. It was something crucial to him.
"Shall we make it a double-barrelled affair?"
he said to Birkin one day. "Who for the second shot?" asked Birkin.
"Gudrun and me,"
said Gerald, the venturesome twinkle in his eyes. Birkin looked at him steadily, as if somewhat taken aback. "Serious or joking?" he asked.
"Oh, serious. Shall I? Shall Gudrun and I rush in along with you?"
"Do by all means," said Birkin. "I didn't know you'd got that length."
"What length?"
said Gerald, looking at the other man and laughing.
"Oh yes, we've gone all the lengths."
"There remains to put it on a broad social basis, and to achieve a high moral purpose," said Birkin.
"Something like that. The length and breadth and height of it," replied Gerald, smiling.
"Oh well," said Birkin, "it's a very admirable step to take, I should say." Gerald looked at him closely.
"Why aren't you enthusiastic?" he asked. "I thought you were such dead nuts on marriage."
Birkin lifted his shoulders. "One might as well be dead nuts on noses. There are all sorts of noses, snub and otherwise." Gerald laughed.
"And all sorts of marriage, also snub and otherwise," he said.
"That's it."
"And you think if I marry it will be snub?"
asked Gerald quizzically, his head a little on one side. Birkin laughed quickly. "How do I know what it will be?" he said. "Don't lambaste me with my own parallels." Gerald pondered a while.
"But I should like to know your opinion exactly," he said.
"On your marriage, or marrying? Why should you want my opinion? I've got no opinions. I'm not interested in legal marriage, one way or another. It's a mere question of convenience." Still Gerald watched him closely.
"More than that, I think," he said seriously. "However you may be bored by the ethics of marriage, yet really to marry in one's own personal case is something critical, final."
"You mean there is something final in going to the registrar with a woman?"
"If you're coming back with her, I do," said Gerald. "It is in some way irrevocable."
"Yes, I agree," said Birkin.
"No matter how one regards legal marriage, yet to enter into the married state, in one's own personal instance, is final."
"I believe it is," said Birkin, "somewhere."
"The question remains then, should one do it?" said Gerald.
Birkin watched him narrowly, with amused eyes. "You are like Lord Bacon, Gerald," he said. "You argue it like a lawyer, or like Hamlet's to be or not to be. If I were you, I would not marry. But ask Gudrun, not me. You're not marrying me, are you?" Gerald did not heed the latter part of this speech.
"Yes," he said, "one must consider it coldly. It is something critical. One comes to the point where one must take a step in one direction or another, and marriage is one direction."
"And what is the other?" asked Birkin quickly. Gerald looked up at him with hot, strangely conscious eyes that the other man could not understand.
"I can't say," he replied. "If I knew that—"
He moved uneasily on his feet, and did not finish. "You mean if you knew the alternative?" asked Birkin. "And since you don't know it, marriage is a pis-aller." Gerald looked up at Birkin with the same hot, constrained eyes. "One does have the feeling that marriage is a pis-aller," he admitted. "Then don't do it," said Birkin. "I tell you," he went on, "the same as I've said before. Marriage in the old sense seems to me repulsive. Égoïsme à deux is nothing to it. It's a sort of tacit hunting in couples, the world all in couples, each couple in its own little house, watching its own little interests and stewing in its own little privacy. It's the most repulsive thing on earth." "I quite agree," said Gerald. "There's something inferior about it. But as I say, what's the alternative?" "One should avoid this home instinct. It's not an instinct, it's a habit of cowardliness. One should never have a home." "I agree, really," said Gerald. "But there's no alternative." "We've got to find one. I do believe in a permanent union between a man and a woman. Chopping about is merely an exhaustive process. But a permanent relation between a man and a woman isn't the last word. It certainly isn't." "Quite," said Gerald. "In fact," said Birkin, "because the relation between man and woman is made the supreme and exclusive relationship, that's where all the tightness and meanness and insufficiency comes in." "Yes, I believe you," said Gerald. "You've got to take down the love and marriage ideal from its pedestal. We want something broader. I believe in the additional perfect relationship between man and man, additional to marriage." "I can never see how they can be the same," said Gerald. "Not the same, but equally important, equally creative, equally sacred, if you like." "I know," said Gerald, "you believe something like that. Only I can't feel it, you see." He put his hand on Birkin's arm, with a sort of deprecating affection, and he smiled as if triumphantly. He was ready to be doomed. Marriage was like a doom to him. He was willing to condemn himself in marriage, to become like a convict, condemned to the mines of the underworld, living no life in the sun, but having a dreadful subterranean activity. He was willing to accept this. And marriage was the seal of his condemnation. He was willing to be sealed thus in the underworld, like a soul damned, but living for ever in damnation. But he would not make any pure relationship with any other soul. He could not. Marriage was not the committing of himself into a relationship with Gudrun. It was a committing of himself in acceptance of the established world. He would accept the established order, in which he did not livingly believe, and then he would retreat to the underworld for his life. This he would do. The other way was to accept Rupert's offer of alliance, to enter into the bond of pure trust and love with the other man, and then subsequently with the woman. If he pledged himself with the man, he would later be able to pledge himself with the woman, not merely in legal marriage, but in absolute mystic marriage. Yet he could not accept the offer. There was a numbness upon him, a numbness either of unborn, absent volition, or of atrophy. Perhaps it was the absence of volition. For he was strangely elated at Rupert's offer. Yet he was still more glad to reject it, not to be committed. End of chapter 25. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 26 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 26. A Chair. There was a jumble market every Monday afternoon in the old market-place in town. Ursula and Birkin strayed down there one afternoon. They had been talking of furniture, and they wanted to see if there was any fragment they would like to buy amid the heaps of rubbish collected on the cobblestones. The old market square was not very large, a mere bare patch of granite setts, usually with a few fruit stalls under a wall. It was in a poor quarter of the town. Meagre houses stood down one side. There was a hosiery factory, a great blank with myriad oblong windows, at the end, a street of little shops with flagstone pavement down the other side, and, for a crowning monument, the public baths, of new red brick with a clock tower. The people who moved about seemed stumpy and sordid. The air seemed to smell rather dirty. There was a sense of many mean streets ramifying off into warrens of meanness. Now and again a great chocolate and yellow tram-car ground round a difficult bend under the hosiery factory. Ursula was superficially thrilled when she found herself out among the common people, in the jumbled place piled with old bedding, heaps of old iron, shabby crockery in pale lots, muffled lots of unthinkable clothing. She and Birkin went unwillingly down the narrow aisle between the rusty wares. He was looking at the goods, she at the people. She excitedly watched a young woman who was going to have a baby, and who was turning over a mattress and making a young man, down at heel and dejected, feel it also. So secretive and active and anxious the young woman seemed, so reluctant, slinking the young man. He was going to marry her because she was having a child. When they had felt the mattress, the young woman asked the old man seated on a stool among his wares how much it was. He told her, and she turned to the young man. The latter was ashamed and self-conscious. He turned his face away, though he left his body standing there, and muttered aside. And again the woman anxiously and actively fingered the mattress, and added up in her mind, and bargained with the old, unclean man. All the while the young man stood by, shamefaced and down at heel, submitting. "Look," said Birkin, "there is a pretty chair."
"Charming!" cried Ursula. "Oh, charming!"
It was an arm-chair of simple wood, probably birch, but of such fine delicacy of grace, standing there on the sordid stones, it almost brought tears to the eyes. It was square in shape, of the purest slender lines, and 4 short lines of wood in the back that reminded Ursula of harp-strings. "It was once," said Birkin, "gilded, and it had a cane seat. Somebody has nailed this wooden seat in. Look, here is a trifle of the red that underlay the gilt. The rest is all black, except where the wood is worn pure and glossy. It is the fine unity of the lines that is so attractive. Look, how they run and meet and counteract. But of course the wooden seat is wrong. It destroys the perfect lightness and unity in tension the cane gave. I like it, though."
"Ah, yes," said Ursula, "so do I."
"How much is it?" Birkin asked the man.
10 shillings.
"And you will send it?" It was bought. "So beautiful," "So pure," Birkin said. "It almost breaks my heart." They walked along between the heaps of rubbish. My beloved country! It had something to express, even when it made that chair. "And hasn't it now?" asked Ursula. She was always angry when he took this tone. "No, it hasn't. When I see that clear, beautiful chair, and I think of England, even Jane Austen's England, it had living thoughts to unfold even then, and pure happiness in unfolding them. And now we can only fish among the rubbish heaps for the remnants of their old expression. There is no production in us now, only sordid and foul mechanicalness."
"It isn't true," cried Ursula. "Why must you always praise the past at the expense of the present? Really, I don't think so much of Jane Austen's England. It was materialistic enough, if you like."
"It could afford to be materialistic," said Birkin, "because it had the power to be something other, which we haven't. We are materialistic because we haven't got the power to be anything else. Try as we may, we can't bring off anything but materialism. Mechanism, the very soul of materialism." Ursula was subdued into angry silence. She did not heed what he said. She was rebelling against something else.
"And I hate your past. I'm sick of it," she cried. "I believe I even hate that old chair, though it is beautiful. It isn't my sort of beauty. I wish it had been smashed up when its day was over, not left to preach the beloved past to us. I'm sick of the beloved past."
"Not so sick as I am of the accursed present," he said.
"Yes, just the same. I hate the present, but I don't want the past to take its place. I don't want that old chair."
He was rather angry for a moment. Then he looked at the sky shining beyond the tower of the public baths, and he seemed to get over it all. He laughed. "All right," he said, "then let us not have it. I'm sick of it all too. At any rate, one can't go on living on the old bones of beauty."
"One can't," she cried. "I don't want old things."
"The truth is, we don't want things at all," he replied. "The thought of a house and furniture of my own is hateful to me." This startled her for a moment. Then she replied:
"So it is to me. But one must live somewhere."
"Not somewhere, anywhere," he said. "One should just live anywhere, not have a definite place. I don't want a definite place. As soon as you get a room, and it is complete, you want to run from it. Now my rooms at the mill are quite complete, I want them at the bottom of the sea. It is a horrible tyranny of a fixed milieu, where each piece of furniture is a commandment stone." She clung to his arm as they walked away from the market.
"But what are we going to do?" she said. "We must live somehow. And I do want some beauty in my surroundings. I want a sort of natural grandeur even, splendour."
"You'll never get it in houses and furniture, or even clothes. Houses and furniture and clothes, they're all terms of an old base world, a detestable society of man. And if you have a Tudor house and old beautiful furniture, it is only the past perpetuated on top of you. Horrible. And if you have a perfect modern house done for you by Poiret, it is something else perpetuated on top of you. It is all horrible. It is all possessions, possessions, bullying you and turning you into a generalisation. You have to be like Rodin, Michelangelo, and leave a piece of raw rock unfinished to your figure. You must leave your surroundings sketchy, unfinished, so that you are never contained, never confined, never dominated from the outside. She stood in the street, contemplating.
"And we are never to have a complete place of our own? Never a home?" she said.
"Pray God, in this world, no," he answered.
"But there's only this world," she objected.
He spread out his hands with a gesture of indifference. "Meanwhile, then, we'll avoid having things of our own," he said.
"But you've just bought a chair," she said.
"I can tell the man I don't want it," he replied. She pondered again. Then a queer little movement twitched her face.
"No," she said, "we don't want it. I'm sick of old things."
"New ones as well," he said. They retraced their steps. There, in front of some furniture, stood the young couple, the woman who was going to have a baby, and the narrow-faced youth. She was fair, rather short, stout. He was of medium height, attractively built. His dark hair fell sideways over his brow from under his cap. He stood strangely aloof, like one of the damned.
"Let us give it to them," whispered Ursula. "Look, they are getting a home together."
"I won't aid abet them in it," he said petulantly, instantly sympathising with the aloof, furtive youth against the active, procreant female.
"Oh yes," cried Ursula. "It's right for them. There's nothing else for them."
"Very well," said Birkin. "You offer it to them. I'll watch." Ursula went rather nervously to the young couple, who were discussing an iron washstand, or rather, the man was glancing furtively and wonderingly, like a prisoner, at the abominable article, whilst the woman was arguing.
"We bought a chair," said Ursula, "and we don't want it. Would you have it? We should be glad if you would."
The young couple looked round at her, not believing that she could be addressing them.
"Would you care for it?" repeated Ursula. "It's really very pretty, but—"
She smiled rather dazzlingly. The young couple only stared at her, and looked significantly at each other, to know what to do. And the man curiously obliterated himself, as if he could make himself invisible, as a rat can.
"We wanted to give it to you,"
explained Ursula, now overcome with confusion and dread of them. She was attracted by the young man. He was a still, mindless creature, hardly a man at all, a creature that the towns have produced, strangely pure bred and fine in one sense, furtive, quick, subtle. His lashes were dark and long and fine over his eyes, that had no mind in them, only a dreadful kind of subject, inward consciousness, glazed and dark. His dark brows and all his lines were finely drawn. He would be a dreadful but wonderful lover to a woman, so marvellously contributed. His legs would be marvellously subtle and alive under the shapeless trousers. He had some of the fineness and stillness and silkiness of a dark-eyed, silent rat. Ursula had apprehended him with a fine frisson of attraction. The full-built woman was staring offensively. Again Ursula forgot him.
"Won't you have the chair?" she said.
The man looked at her with a sideways look of appreciation, yet far off, almost insolent. The woman drew herself up. There was a certain costermonger richness about her. She did not know what Ursula was after. She was on her guard, hostile. Birkin approached, smiling wickedly at seeing Ursula so nonplussed and frightened. "What's the matter?" he said, smiling. His eyelids had dropped slightly. There was about him the same suggestive, mocking secrecy that was in the bearing of the two city creatures. The man jerked his head a little on one side, indicating Ursula, and said, with curious, amiable, jeering warmth, "What she want, eh?" An odd smile writhed his lips. Birkin looked at him from under his slack, ironical eyelids. "To give you a chair, that, with the label on it," he said, pointing. The man looked at the object indicated. There was a curious hostility in male, outlawed understanding between the two men. "Whash you want to give it us for, guv'nor?" he replied, in a tone of free intimacy that insulted Ursula. "Thought you'd like it. It's a pretty chair. We bought it and don't want it. No need for you to have it, don't be frightened," said Birkin, with a wry smile. The man glanced up at him, half inimical, half recognising. "Why don't you want it for yourselves, if you just bought it?" asked the woman coolly. "'Tain't good enough for you, now you've had a look at it? Frightened it's got something in it, eh?" She was looking at Ursula admiringly, but with some resentment. "I'd never thought of that," said Birkin. "But no, the wood's too thin everywhere." "You see," said Ursula, her face luminous and pleased, "we are just going to get married, and we thought we'd buy things. Then we decided just now that we wouldn't have furniture, we'd go abroad." The full-built, slightly blousy city girl looked at the fine face of the other woman with appreciation. They appreciated each other. The youth stood aside, his face expressionless and timeless, the thin line of the black moustache drawn strangely suggestive over his rather wide, closed mouth. He was impassive, abstract, like some dark, suggestive presence, a gutter presence. "It's all right to be some folks," said the city girl, turning to her own young man. He did not look at her, but he smiled with the lower part of his face, putting his head aside in an odd gesture of assent. His eyes were unchanging, glazed with darkness. "Cost something to change your mind," he said, in an incredibly low accent. "Only 10 shillings this time," said Birkin. The man looked up at him with a grimace of a smile, furtive, unsure. "Cheap at 1/2 a quid, guv'nor," he said. "Not like getting divorced." "We're not married yet," said Birkin. "No, no more aren't we," said the young woman loudly. "But we shall be a-Saturday." Again she looked at the young man with a determined, protective look, at once overbearing and very gentle. He grinned, sicklily, turning away his head. She had got his manhood, but Lord, what did he care? He had a strange furtive pride and slinking singleness. "Good luck to you," said Birkin. "Same to you," said the young woman. Then, rather tentatively, "When's yours coming off, then?" Birkin looked round at Ursula. "It's for the lady to say," he replied. "We go to the registrar the moment she's ready." Ursula laughed, covered with confusion and bewilderment. "No hurry," said the young man, grinning suggestive. "Oh, don't break your neck to get there," said the young woman. "It's like when you're dead, you're long time married." The young man turned aside as if this hit him. "The longer the better, let us hope," said Birkin. "That's it, guv'nor," said the young man admiringly. "Enjoy it while it lasts. Niver whip a dead donkey." "Only when he's shamming dead," said the young woman, looking at her young man with caressive tenderness of authority. "Oh, there's a difference," he said satirically. "What about the chair?" said Birkin. "Yes, all right," said the woman. They trailed off to the dealer, the handsome but abject young fellow hanging a little aside. "That's it," said Birkin. "Will you take it with you, or have the address altered?" "Oh, Fred can carry it. Make him do what he can for the dear old home." "Make use of him," said Fred, grimly humorous, as he took the chair from the dealer. His movements were graceful, yet curiously abject, slinking. "Here's mother's cosy chair," he said. "Wants a cushion." And he stood it down on the market stones. "Don't you think it's pretty?" laughed Ursula. "Oh, I do," said the young woman. "Have a sit in it. You'll wish you'd kept it," said the young man. Ursula promptly sat down in the middle of the market-place. "Awfully comfortable," she said, "but rather hard. You try it." She invited the young man to a seat, but he turned uncouthly, awkwardly aside, glancing up at her with quick, bright eyes, oddly suggestive, like a quick, live rat. "Don't spoil him," said the young woman. "He's not used to armchairs, he isn't." The young man turned away and said with averted grin, "Only wants legs on his." The four parted. The young woman thanked them. "Thank you for the chair. It'll last till it gives way."
"Keep it for an ornament," said the young man.
"Good afternoon."
"Good afternoon," said Ursula and Birkin. "Good luck to you," said the young man, glancing and avoiding Birkin's eyes as he turned aside his head. The two couples went asunder, Ursula clinging to Birkin's arm. When they had gone some distance, she glanced back and saw the young man going beside the full, easy young woman. His trousers sank over his heels. He moved with a sort of slinking evasion, more crushed with odd self-consciousness, now he had the slim old armchair to carry, his arm over the back, the four fine, square, tapering legs swaying perilously near the granite setts of the pavement. And yet he was somewhere indomitable and separate, like a quick, vital rat. He had a queer subterranean beauty, repulsive too. "How strange they are," said Ursula. "Children of men," he said. "They remind me of Jesus, the meek shall inherit the earth."
"But they aren't the meek," said Ursula.
"Yes, I don't know why, but they are," he replied. They waited for the tram-car. Ursula sat on top and looked out on the town. The dusk was just dimming the hollows of crowded houses.
"And are they going to inherit the earth?" she said.
"Yes, they."
"Then what are we going to do?" she asked. "We're not like them, are we? We're not the meek."
"No, we've got to live in the chinks they leave us."
"How horrible!" cried Ursula. "I don't want to live in chinks."
"Don't worry," he said. "They are the children of men. They like market-places and street corners best. That leaves plenty of chinks."
"All the world," she said.
"Ah no, but some room." The tram-car mounted slowly up the hill, where the ugly winter-grey masses of houses looked like a vision of hell that is cold and angular. They sat and looked. Away in the distance was an angry redness of sunset. It was all cold, somehow small, crowded, and like the end of the world.
"I don't mind it even then," said Ursula, looking at the repulsiveness of it all. "It doesn't concern me."
"No more it does," he replied, holding her hand. "One needn't see. One goes one's way. In my world it is sunny and spacious."
"It is, my love, isn't it?" she cried, hugging near to him on the top of the tram-car, so that the other passengers stared at them.
"And we will wander about on the face of the earth," he said, "and we'll look at the world beyond just this bit." There was a long silence. Her face was radiant like gold as she sat thinking.
"I don't want to inherit the earth," she said. "I don't want to inherit anything."
He closed his hand over hers. "Neither do I. I want to be disinherited." She clasped his fingers closely.
"We won't care about anything," she said.
He sat still and laughed.
"And we'll be married and have done with them," she added.
Again he laughed.
"It's one way of getting rid of everything," she said, "to get married."
"And one way of accepting the whole world," he added.
"A whole other world, yes,"
she said happily. "Perhaps there's Gerald and Gudrun," he said.
"If there is, there is, you see," she said. "It's no good our worrying. We can't really alter them, can we?"
"No," he said. "One has no right to try, not with the best intentions in the world."
"Do you try to force them?" she asked.
"Perhaps," he said. "Why should I want him to be free, if it isn't his business?" She paused for a time.
"We can't make him happy, anyhow," she said. "He'd have to be it, of himself."
"I know," he said. "But we want other people with us, don't we?"
"Why should we?" she asked.
"I don't know," he said uneasily. "One has a hankering after a sort of further fellowship."
"But why?" she insisted. "Why should you hanker after other people? Why should you need them?"
This hit him right on the quick. His brows knitted. "Does it end with just our two selves?" he asked, tense.
"Yes. What more do you want? If anybody likes to come along, let them. But why must you run after them?"
His face was tense and unsatisfied. "You see," he said, "I always imagine our being really happy with some few other people, a little freedom with people." She pondered for a moment.
"Yes, one does want that. But it must happen. You can't do anything for it with your will. You always seem to think you can force the flowers to come out. People must love us because they love us. You can't make them."
"I know," he said. "But must one take no steps at all? Must one just go as if one were alone in the world, the only creature in the world?"
"You've got me," she said. "Why should you need others? Why must you force people to agree with you? Why can't you be single by yourself, as you are always saying? You try to bully Gerald, as you tried to bully Hermione. You must learn to be alone. And it's so horrid of you. You've got me, and yet you want to force other people to love you as well. You do try to bully them to love you, and even then you don't want their love."
His face was full of real perplexity. "Don't I?" he said. "It's the problem I can't solve. I know I want a perfect and complete relationship with you, and we've nearly got it, we really have. But beyond that, do I want a real, ultimate relationship with Gerald? Do I want a final, almost extra-human relationship with him? A relationship in the ultimate of me and him? Or don't I?" She looked at him for a long time, with strange bright eyes. But she did not answer. End of chapter 26. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 27 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 27. Flitting. That evening Ursula returned home very bright-eyed and wondrous, which irritated her people. Her father came home at supper time, tired after the evening class and the long journey home. Gudrun was reading, the mother sat in silence. Suddenly Ursula said to the company at large, in a bright voice, "Rupert and I are going to be married tomorrow."
Her father turned round stiffly. "You what?" he said.
"Tomorrow?" echoed Gudrun.
"Indeed," said the mother. But Ursula only smiled wonderfully, and did not reply.
"Married tomorrow!" cried her father harshly. "What are you talking about?"
"Yes," said Ursula. "Why not?"
Those two words from her always drove him mad.
"Everything is all right. We shall go to the registrar's office."
There was a second's hush in the room, after Ursula's blithe vagueness.
"Really, Ursula," said Gudrun.
"Might we ask why there has been all this secrecy?" demanded the mother, rather superbly.
"But there hasn't," said Ursula. "You knew."
"Who knew?" now cried the father. "Who knew? What do you mean by your 'you knew'?"
He was in one of his stupid rages. She instantly closed against him.
"Of course you knew," she said coolly. "You knew we were going to get married."
There was a dangerous pause.
"We knew you were going to get married, did we? Knew? Why, does anybody know anything about you, you shifty bitch?"
"Father!"
cried Gudrun, flushing deep in violent remonstrance. Then in a cold but gentle voice, as if to remind her sister to be tractable, "But isn't it a fearfully sudden decision, Ursula?" she asked.
"No, not really,"
replied Ursula with the same maddening cheerfulness.
"He's been wanting me to agree for weeks. He's had the licence ready. Only I wasn't ready in myself. Now I am ready. Is there anything to be disagreeable about?"
"Certainly not," said Gudrun, but in a tone of cold reproof. "You're perfectly free to do as you like."
Ready in yourself. Yourself, that's all that matters, isn't it? "I wasn't ready in myself," he mimicked her phrase offensively. "You and yourself, you are of some importance, aren't you?"
She drew herself up and set back her throat, her eyes shining yellow and dangerous.
"I am to myself," she said, wounded and mortified. "I know I am not to anybody else. You only wanted to bully me. You never cared for my happiness."
He was leaning forward, watching her, his face intense like a spark.
"Ursula, what are you saying? Keep your tongue still," cried her mother.
Ursula swung round, and the lights in her eyes flashed.
"No, I won't," she cried. "I won't hold my tongue and be bullied. What does it matter which day I get married? What does it matter? It doesn't affect anybody but myself."
Her father was tense and gathered together like a cat about to spring.
"Doesn't it?"
he cried, coming nearer to her. She shrank away.
"No, how can it?"
she replied, shrinking but stubborn.
"It doesn't matter to me then, what you do, what becomes of you?"
he cried, in a strange voice like a cry. The mother and Gudrun stood back as if hypnotised.
"No,"
stammered Ursula. Her father was very near to her.
"You only want to—"
She knew it was dangerous, and she stopped. He was gathered together, every muscle ready.
"What?"
he challenged.
"Bully me,"
she muttered. And even as her lips were moving, his hand had caught her smack at the side of the face, and she was sent up against the door.
"Father!"
cried Gudrun in a high voice.
"It is impossible."
He stood unmoving. Ursula recovered. Her hand was on the door handle. She slowly drew herself up. He seemed doubtful now.
"It's true,"
she declared, with brilliant tears in her eyes, her head lifted up in defiance.
"What has your love meant? What did it ever mean? Bullying and denial, it did.
He was advancing again, with strange tense movements, and clenched fist, and the face of a murderer. But swift as lightning she had flashed out of the door, and they heard her running upstairs. He stood for a moment looking at the door. Then, like a defeated animal, he turned and went back to his seat by the fire. Gudrun was very white. Out of the intense silence, the mother's voice was heard saying, cold and angry, "Well, you shouldn't take so much notice of her." Again the silence fell. Each followed a separate set of emotions and thoughts. Suddenly the door opened again. Ursula, dressed in hat and furs, with a small valise in her hand. "Goodbye," she said, in her maddening, bright, almost mocking tone. "I'm going." And in the next instant the door was closed. They heard the outer door, then her quick steps down the garden path, then the gate banged and her light footfall was gone. There was a silence like death in the house. Ursula went straight to the station, hastening heedlessly on winged feet. There was no train. She must walk on to the junction. As she went through the darkness, she began to cry. And she wept bitterly, with a dumb, heartbroken child's anguish, all the way on the road and in the train. Time passed unheeded and unknown. She did not know where she was nor what was taking place. Only she wept from fathomless depths of hopeless, hopeless grief, the terrible grief of a child that knows no extenuation. Yet her voice had the same defensive brightness as she spoke to Birkin's landlady at the door. "Good evening. Is Mr. Birkin in? Can I see him?"
"Yes, he's in. He's in his study."
Ursula slipped past the woman. His door opened. He had heard her voice. "Hello!" he exclaimed in surprise, seeing her standing there with the valise in her hand and marks of tears on her face. She was one who wept without showing many traces, like a child. "Do I look a sight?" she said, shrinking. "No. Why? Come in." He took the bag from her hand, and they went into the study. There, immediately, her lips began to tremble like those of a child that remembers again, and the tears came rushing up. "What's the matter?" he asked, taking her in his arms. She sobbed violently on his shoulder, whilst he held her still, waiting. "What's the matter?" he said again, when she was quieter. But she only pressed her face further into his shoulder, in pain, like a child that cannot tell. "What is it then?" he asked. Suddenly she broke away, wiped her eyes, regained her composure, and went and sat in a chair. "Father hit me," she announced, sitting bunched up rather like a ruffled bird, her eyes very bright. "What for?" he said. She looked away and would not answer. There was a pitiful redness about her sensitive nostrils and her quivering lips. "Why?" he repeated, in his strange, soft, penetrating voice. She looked round at him rather defiantly. "Because I said I was going to be married tomorrow, and he bullied me." "Why did he bully you?" Her mouth dropped again. She remembered the scene once more. The tears came up. "Because I said he didn't care, and he doesn't. It's only his domineeringness that's hurt," she said, her mouth pulled awry by her weeping all the time she spoke, so that he almost smiled, it seemed so childish. Yet it was not childish, it was a mortal conflict, a deep wound. "It isn't quite true," he said. "And even so, you shouldn't say it."
It is true, it is true," she wept, "and I won't be bullied by his pretending it's love when it isn't. He doesn't care. How can he? No, he can't." He sat in silence. She moved him beyond himself. "Then you shouldn't rouse him, if he can't," replied Birkin quietly. "And I have loved him, I have," she wept. "I've loved him always, and he's always done this to me. He has—" "It's been a love of opposition, then," he said. "Never mind. It will be all right. It's nothing desperate." "Yes," she wept. "It is, it is." "Why?" "I shall never see him again." "Not immediately. Don't cry. You had to break with him. It had to be. Don't cry." He went over to her and kissed her fine, fragile hair, touching her wet cheeks gently. "Don't cry," he repeated. "Don't cry any more." He held her head close against him, very close and quiet. At last she was still. Then she looked up, her eyes wide and frightened. "Don't you want me?" she asked. "Want you?" His darkened, steady eyes puzzled her, and did not give her play. "Do you wish I hadn't come?" she asked, anxious now again for fear she might be out of place. "No," he said. "I wish there hadn't been the violence, so much ugliness. But perhaps it was inevitable." She watched him in silence. He seemed deadened. "But where shall I stay?" she asked, feeling humiliated. He thought for a moment. "Here, with me," he said. "We're married as much today as we shall be tomorrow." "But—" "I'll tell Mrs. Varley," he said. "Never mind now." He sat looking at her. She could feel his darkened, steady eyes looking at her all the time. It made her a little bit frightened. She pushed her hair off her forehead nervously. "Do I look ugly?" she said, and she blew her nose again. A small smile came round his eyes. "No," he said, "fortunately." And he went across to her and gathered her like a belonging in his arms. She was so tenderly beautiful. He could not bear to see her, he could only bear to hide her against himself. Now, washed all clean by her tears, she was new and frail like a flower just unfolded, a flower so new, so tender, so made perfect by inner light, that he could not bear to look at her. He must hide her against himself, cover his eyes against her. She had the perfect candour of creation, something translucent and simple, like a radiant, shining flower that moment unfolded in primal blessedness. She was so new, so wonder clear, so undimmed. And he was so old, so steeped in heavy memories. Her soul was new, undefined and glimmering with the unseen, and his soul was dark and gloomy. It had only one grain of living hope, like a grain of mustard seed. But this one living grain in him matched the perfect youth in her. "I love you," he whispered as he kissed her, and trembled with pure hope, like a man who is born again to a wonderful, lively hope, far exceeding the bounds of death. She could not know how much it meant to him, how much he meant by the few words. Almost childish, she wanted proof and statement, even overstatement.
for everything seemed still uncertain, unfixed to her. But the passion of gratitude with which he received her into his soul, the extreme, unthinkable gladness of knowing himself living and fit to unite with her, he who was so nearly dead, who was so near to being gone with the rest of his race down the slope of mechanical death, could never be understood by her. He worshipped her as age worships youth. He gloried in her, because in his one grain of faith, he was young as she, he was her proper mate. This marriage with her was his resurrection and his life. All this she could not know. She wanted to be made much of, to be adored. There were infinite distances of silence between them. How could he tell her of the immanence of her beauty, that was not form or weight or colour, but something like a strange golden light? How could he know himself what her beauty lay in for him? He said, "Your nose is beautiful, your chin is adorable," but it sounded like lies, and she was disappointed, hurt. Even when he said, whispering with truth, "I love you, I love you," it was not the real truth. It was something beyond love, such a gladness of having surpassed oneself, of having transcended the old existence. How could he say "I," when he was something new and unknown, not himself at all? This "I," this old formula of the age, was a dead letter. In the new superfine bliss, a peace superseding knowledge, there was no I and you. There was only the third unrealised wonder. The wonder of existing not as oneself, but in a consummation of my being and of her being in a new one, a new paradisal unit regained from the duality. Nor can I say, "I love you," when I have ceased to be, and you have ceased to be. We are both caught up and transcended into a new oneness where everything is silent, because there is nothing to answer. All is perfect and at one. Speech travels between the separate parts, but in the perfect one there is perfect silence of bliss. They were married by law on the next day, and she did as he bade her. She wrote to her father and mother. Her mother replied, not her father. She did not go back to school. She stayed with Birkin in his rooms, or at the mill, moving with him as he moved. But she did not see anybody save Gudrun and Gerald. She was all strange and wondering as yet, but relieved as by dawn. Gerald sat talking to her one afternoon in the warm study down at the mill. Rupert had not yet come home. "You are happy?" Gerald asked her with a smile. "Very happy," she cried, shrinking a little in her brightness. "Yes, one can see it." "Can one?" cried Ursula in surprise. He looked up at her with a communicative smile. "Oh yes, plainly." She was pleased. She meditated a moment. "And can you see that Rupert is happy as well?" He lowered his eyelids and looked aside. "Oh yes," he said. "Really?" "Oh yes." He was very quiet, as if it were something not to be talked about by him. He seemed sad. She was very sensitive to suggestion. She asked the question he wanted her to ask. "Why don't you be happy as well?" she said. "You could be just the same." He paused a moment.
With Gudrun?" he asked.
"Yes," she cried, her eyes glowing. But there was a strange tension, an emphasis, as if they were asserting their wishes against the truth.
"You think Gudrun would have me, and we should be happy?" he said.
"Yes, I'm sure," she cried. Her eyes were round with delight, yet underneath she was constrained. She knew her own insistence. "Oh, I'm so glad," she added. He smiled.
"What makes you glad?" he said.
"For her sake," she replied. "I'm sure you're the right man for her."
"You are?" he said. "And do you think she would agree with you?"
"Oh yes," she exclaimed hastily. Then, upon reconsideration, very uneasy: "Though Gudrun isn't so very simple, is she? One doesn't know her in 5 minutes, does one? She's not like me in that." She laughed at him, with her strange, open, dazzled face.
"You think she's not much like you?" Gerald asked.
She knitted her brows. "Oh, in many ways she is. But I never know what she will do when anything new comes."
"You don't?"
said Gerald. He was silent for some moments. Then he moved tentatively.
"I was going to ask her, in any case, to go away with me at Christmas," he said, in a very small, cautious voice.
"Go away with you? For a time, you mean?"
"As long as she likes,"
he said, with a deprecating movement. They were both silent for some minutes. "Of course," said Ursula at last, "she might just be willing to rush into marriage. You can see."
"Yes," smiled Gerald, "I can see. But in case she won't, do you think she would go abroad with me for a few days, or for a fortnight?"
"Oh yes," said Ursula. "I'd ask her."
"Do you think we might all go together?"
"All of us?" Again Ursula's face lighted up. "It would be rather fun, don't you think?"
"Great fun," he said.
"And then you could see," said Ursula.
"What?"
"How things went. I think it is best to take the honeymoon before the wedding, don't you?" She was pleased with this mot. He laughed.
"In certain cases," he said. "I'd rather it were so in my own case."
"Would you?" exclaimed Ursula. Then doubtingly: "Yes, perhaps you're right. One should please oneself." Birkin came in a little later, and Ursula told him what had been said. "Gudrun!" exclaimed Birkin. "She's a born mistress, just as Gerald is a born lover, amant en titre. If, as somebody says, all women are either wives or mistresses, then Gudrun is a mistress." "And all men either lovers or husbands," cried Ursula. "But why not both?" "The one excludes the other," he laughed. "Then I want a lover," cried Ursula. "No, you don't," he said. "But I do," she wailed. He kissed her and laughed. It was 2 days after this that Ursula was to go to fetch her things from the house in Beldover. The removal had taken place, the family had gone. Gudrun had rooms in Willey Green. Ursula had not seen her parents since her marriage. She wept over the rupture, yet what was the good of making it up? Good or not good, she could not go to them. So her things had been left behind, and she and Gudrun were to walk over for them in the afternoon. It was a wintry afternoon, with red in the sky, when they arrived at the house. The windows were dark and blank. Already the place was frightening. A stark, void entrance hall struck a chill to the hearts of the girls. "I don't believe I dare have come in alone," said Ursula. "It frightens me." "Ursula!" cried Gudrun. "Isn't it amazing?"
Can you believe you lived in this place and never felt it? How I lived here a day without dying of terror, I cannot conceive."
They looked in the big dining room. It was a good-sized room, but now a cell would have been lovelier. The large bay windows were naked, the floor was stripped, and a border of dark polish went round the tract of pale boarding. In the faded wallpaper were dark patches where furniture had stood, where pictures had hung. The sense of walls, dry, thin, flimsy-seeming walls, and a flimsy flooring, pale with its artificial black edges, was neutralising to the mind. Everything was null to the senses. There was enclosure without substance, for the walls were dry and papery. Where were they standing, on earth, or suspended in some cardboard box? In the hearth was burnt paper, and scraps of half-burnt paper.
"Imagine that we passed our days here," said Ursula. "I know," cried Gudrun. "It is too appalling. What must we be like, if we're the contents of this?" "Vile," said Ursula. "It really is."
And she recognised half-burnt covers of Vogue, half-burnt representations of women in gowns, lying under the grate. They went to the drawing-room, another piece of shut-in air, without weight or substance, only a sense of intolerable, papery imprisonment in nothingness. The kitchen did look more substantial, because of the red-tiled floor and the stove, but it was cold and horrid. The two girls tramped hollowly up the bare stairs. Every sound re-echoed under their hearts. They tramped down the bare corridor. Against the wall of Ursula's bedroom were her things: a trunk, a work-basket, some books, loose coats, a hat-box, standing desolate in the universal emptiness of the dusk.
"A cheerful sight, aren't they?" said Ursula, looking down at her forsaken possessions.
"Very cheerful," said Gudrun. The two girls set to, carrying everything down to the front door. Again and again they made the hollow, re-echoing transit. The whole place seemed to resound about them with a noise of hollow, empty futility. In the distance, the empty, invisible rooms sent forth a vibration almost of obscenity. They almost fled with the last articles into the out-of-door. But it was cold. They were waiting for Birkin, who was coming with the car. They went indoors again, and upstairs to their parents' front bedroom, whose windows looked down on the road, and across the country at the black barred sunset. Black and red barred, without light. They sat down in the window seat to wait. Both girls were looking over the room. It was void, with a meaninglessness that was almost dreadful.
"Really," said Ursula, "this room couldn't be sacred, could it?"
Gudrun looked over it with slow eyes. "Impossible," she replied.
"When I think of their lives, fathers and mothers, their love and their marriage, and all of us children and our bringing up, would you have such a life, Prune?"
"I wouldn't, Ursula."
"It all seems so nothing, their two lives. There's no meaning in it. Really, if they had not met, and not married, and not lived together, it wouldn't have mattered, would it?"
"Of course you can't tell," said Gudrun.
"No, but if I thought my life was going to be like it, Prune," she caught Gudrun's arm, "I should run."
Gudrun was silent for a few moments. "As a matter of fact, one cannot contemplate the ordinary life. One cannot contemplate it," replied Gudrun. "With you, Ursula, it is quite different. You will be out of it all with Birkin. He's a special case."
But with the ordinary man, who has his life fixed in one place, marriage is just impossible. There may be, and there are, thousands of women who want it, and could conceive of nothing else. But the very thought of it sends me mad. One must be free. Above all, one must be free. One may forfeit everything else, but one must be free. One must not become 7 Pinchbeck Street, or Somerset Drive, or Shortlands. No man will be sufficient to make that good, no man. To marry, one must have a freelance or nothing, a comrade in arms, a Glücksritter. A man with a position in the social world, well, it is just impossible. Impossible. "What a lovely word, a Glücksritter," said Ursula. "So much nicer than a soldier of fortune." "Yes, isn't it?" said Gudrun. "I'd tilt the world with a Glücksritter. But a home, an establishment, Ursula, what would it mean? Think." "I know," said Ursula. "We've had one home. That's enough for me." "Quite enough," said Gudrun. "The little grey home in the west," quoted Ursula ironically. "Doesn't it sound grey, too?" said Gudrun grimly. They were interrupted by the sound of the car. There was Birkin. Ursula was surprised that she felt so lit up, that she became suddenly so free from the problems of grey homes in the west. They heard his heels click on the hall pavement below. "Hello," he called, his voice echoing alive through the house. Ursula smiled to herself. He was frightened of the place too. "Hello, here we are," she called downstairs, and they heard him quickly running up. "This is a ghostly situation," he said. "These houses don't have ghosts, they've never had any personality, and only a place with personality can have a ghost," said Gudrun. "I suppose so. Are you both weeping over the past?" "We are," said Gudrun grimly. Ursula laughed. "Not weeping that it's gone, but weeping that it ever was," she said. "Oh," he replied, relieved. He sat down for a moment. There was something in his presence, Ursula thought, lambent and alive. It made even the impertinent structure of this null house disappear. "Gudrun says she could not bear to be married and put into a house," said Ursula, meaningful. They knew this referred to Gerald. He was silent for some moments. "Well," he said, "if you know beforehand you couldn't stand it, you're safe." "Quite," said Gudrun. "Why does every woman think her aim in life is to have a hubby and a little grey home in the west? Why is this the goal of life? Why should it be?" said Ursula. "Il faut avoir le respect de ses bêtises," said Birkin. "But you needn't have the respect for the bêtise before you've committed it," laughed Ursula. "Ah then, des bêtises du papa?" "Et de la maman," added Gudrun satirically. "Et des voisins," said Ursula. They all laughed and rose. It was getting dark. They carried the things to the car. Gudrun locked the door of the empty house. Birkin had lighted the lamps of the automobile. It all seemed very happy, as if they were setting out. "Do you mind stopping at Coulson's? I have to leave the key there," said Gudrun. "Right," said Birkin, and they moved off. They stopped in the main street. The shops were just lighted, the last miners were passing home along the causeways, half visible shadows in their grey pit dirt, moving through the blue air. But their feet rang harshly in manifold sound along the pavement. How pleased Gudrun was to come out of the shop and enter the car.
and be borne swiftly away into the downhill of palpable dusk, with Ursula and Birkin. What an adventure life seemed at this moment. How deeply, how suddenly she envied Ursula. Life for her was so quick and an open door, so reckless, as if not only this world, but the world that was gone and the world to come were nothing to her. Ah, if she could be just like that, it would be perfect. For always, except in her moments of excitement, she felt a want within herself. She was unsure. She had felt that now at last, in Gerald's strong and violent love, she was living fully and finally. But when she compared herself with Ursula, already her soul was jealous, unsatisfied. She was not satisfied. She was never to be satisfied. What was she short of now? It was marriage. It was the wonderful stability of marriage. She did want it, let her say what she might. She had been lying. The old idea of marriage was right even now. Marriage and the home. Yet her mouth gave a little grimace at the words. She thought of Gerald and Shortlands, marriage and the home. Ah well, let it rest. He meant a great deal to her, but perhaps it was not in her to marry. She was one of life's outcasts, one of the drifting lives that have no root. No, no, it could not be so. She suddenly conjured up a rosy room, with herself in a beautiful gown, and a handsome man in evening dress who held her in his arms in the firelight, and kissed her. This picture she entitled Home. It would have done for the Royal Academy. "Come with us to tea, do," said Ursula, as they ran nearer to the cottage of Willey Green. "Thanks awfully, but I must go in," said Gudrun. She wanted very much to go on with Ursula and Birkin. That seemed like life indeed to her. Yet a certain perversity would not let her.
"Do come, yes, it would be so nice," pleaded Ursula.
"I'm awfully sorry. I should love to, but I can't, really." She descended from the car in trembling haste.
"Can't you really?"
came Ursula's regretful voice. "No, really I can't," responded Gudrun's pathetic, chagrined words out of the dusk. "All right, are you?" called Birkin. "Quite," said Gudrun. "Good night." "Good night," they called. "Come whenever you like, we shall be glad," called Birkin. "Thank you very much," called Gudrun, in the strange, twanging voice of lonely chagrin that was very puzzling to him. She turned away to her cottage gate, and they drove on. But immediately she stood to watch them, as the car ran vague into the distance. And as she went up the path to her strange house, her heart was full of incomprehensible bitterness. In her parlour was a long case clock, and inserted into its dial was a ruddy, round, slant-eyed, joyous painted face, that wagged over with the most ridiculous ogle when the clock ticked, and back again with the same absurd glad eye at the next tick. All the time, the absurd, smooth, brown-ruddy face gave her an obtrusive glad eye. She stood for minutes watching it, till a sort of maddened disgust overcame her, and she laughed at herself hollowly, and still it rocked, and gave her the glad eye from one side, then from the other, from one side, then from the other. Oh, how unhappy she was! In the midst of her most active happiness, oh, how unhappy she was! She glanced at the table. Gooseberry jam,
and the same homemade cake with too much soda in it. Still, gooseberry jam was good, and one so rarely got it. All the evening she wanted to go to the mill, but she coldly refused to allow herself. She went the next afternoon instead. She was happy to find Ursula alone. It was a lovely, intimate, secluded atmosphere. They talked endlessly and delightedly. "Aren't you fearfully happy here?" said Gudrun to her sister, glancing at her own bright eyes in the mirror. She always envied, almost with resentment, the strange, positive fullness that subsisted in the atmosphere around Ursula and Birkin. "How really beautifully this room is done," she said aloud. "This hard plaited matting, what a lovely colour it is, the colour of cool light." And it seemed to her perfect. "Ursula," she said at length, in a voice of question and detachment, "did you know that Gerald Crich had suggested our going away altogether at Christmas?" "Yes, he's spoken to Rupert." A deep flush dyed Gudrun's cheek. She was silent a moment, as if taken aback, and not knowing what to say. "But don't you think," she said at last, "it is amazingly cool?" Ursula laughed. "I like him for it," she said. Gudrun was silent. It was evident that, whilst she was almost mortified by Gerald's taking the liberty of making such a suggestion to Birkin, yet the idea itself attracted her strongly. "There's rather lovely simplicity about Gerald, I think," said Ursula. "So defiant, somehow. Oh, I think he's very lovable." Gudrun did not reply for some moments. She had still to get over the feeling of insult at the liberty taken with her freedom. "What did Rupert say, do you know?" she asked. "He said it would be most awfully jolly," said Ursula. Again Gudrun looked down, and was silent. "Don't you think it would?" said Ursula tentatively. She was never quite sure how many defences Gudrun was having round herself. Gudrun raised her face with difficulty, and held it averted. "I think it might be awfully jolly, as you say," she replied. "But don't you think it was an unpardonable liberty to take, to talk of such things to Rupert, who, after all, you see what I mean, Ursula? They might have been two men arranging an outing with some little type they'd picked up. Oh, I think it's unforgivable, quite." She used the French word type. Her eyes flashed, her soft face was flushed and sullen. Ursula looked on, rather frightened. Frightened most of all because she thought Gudrun seemed rather common, really like a little type. But she had not the courage quite to think this, not right out. Oh no," she cried, stammering. "Oh no, not at all like that. Oh no. No, I think it's rather beautiful, the friendship between Rupert and Gerald. They just are simple, they say anything to each other, like brothers." Gudrun flushed deeper. She could not bear it that Gerald gave her away, even to Birkin. "But do you think even brothers have any right to exchange confidences of that sort?" she asked, with deep anger. "Oh yes," said Ursula. "There's never anything said that isn't perfectly straightforward. No, the thing that's amazed me most in Gerald, how perfectly simple and direct he can be. And you know, it takes rather a big man. Most of them must be indirect. They're such cowards." But Gudrun was still silent with anger. She wanted the absolute secrecy kept with regard to her movements. "Won't you go?" said Ursula. "Do, we might all be so happy. There is something I love about Gerald. He's much more lovable than I thought him. He's free, Gudrun, he really is."
Gudrun's mouth was still closed, sullen and ugly. She opened it at length. "Do you know where he proposes to go?" she asked.
"Yes, to the Tyrol, where he used to go when he was in Germany. A lovely place where students go, small and rough and lovely, for winter sport."
Through Gudrun's mind went the angry thought, they know everything. "Yes," she said aloud. "About 40 kilometres from Innsbruck, isn't it?"
"I don't know exactly where, but it would be lovely, don't you think? High in the perfect snow."
"Very lovely," said Gudrun sarcastically. Ursula was put out.
"Of course," she said, "I think Gerald spoke to Rupert, so that it shouldn't seem like an outing with a teep."
"I know, of course," said Gudrun, "that he quite commonly does take up with that sort."
"Does he?" said Ursula. "Why, how do you know?"
"I know of a model in Chelsea," said Gudrun coldly. Now Ursula was silent.
"Well," she said at last, with a doubtful laugh, "I hope he has a good time with her."
At which Gudrun looked more glum. End of chapter 27. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 28 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 28. Gudrun in the Pompadour. Christmas drew near. All four prepared for flight. Birkin and Ursula were busy packing their few personal things, making them ready to be sent off, to whatever country and whatever place they might choose at last. Gudrun was very much excited. She loved to be on the wing. She and Gerald, being ready first, set off via London and Paris to Innsbruck, where they would meet Ursula and Birkin. In London they stayed one night. They went to the music hall, and afterwards to the Pompadour Café. Gudrun hated the café, yet she always went back to it, as did most of the artists of her acquaintance. She loathed its atmosphere of petty vice and petty jealousy and petty art. Yet she always called in again when she was in town. It was as if she had to return to this small, slow, central whirlpool of disintegration and dissolution. Just give it a look. She sat with Gerald drinking some sweetish liqueur, and staring with black, sullen looks at the various groups of people at the tables. She would greet nobody, but young men nodded to her frequently with a kind of sneering familiarity. She cut them all. And it gave her pleasure to sit there, cheeks flushed, eyes black and sullen, seeing them all objectively, as put away from her, like creatures in some menagerie of apish, degraded souls. God, what a foul crew they were! Her blood beat black and thick in her veins with rage and loathing. Yet she must sit and watch, watch. One or two people came to speak to her. From every side of the café, eyes turned half furtively, half jeeringly at her. Men looking over their shoulders, women under their hats. The old crowd was there. Carlyon in his corner with his pupils and his girl. Halliday and Libidnikov and the Pussum, they were all there. Gudrun watched Gerald. She watched his eyes linger a moment on Halliday, on Halliday's party. These last were on the lookout. They nodded to him, he nodded again. They giggled and whispered among themselves. Gerald watched them with the steady twinkle in his eyes. They were urging the Pussum to something. She at last rose.
She was wearing a curious dress of dark silk, splashed and spattered with different colours, a curious motley effect. She was thinner, her eyes were perhaps hotter, more disintegrated. Otherwise she was just the same. Gerald watched her with the same steady twinkle in his eyes as she came across. She held out her thin brown hand to him.
"How are you?" she said.
He shook hands with her, but remained seated and let her stand near him against the table. She nodded blackly to Gudrun, whom she did not know to speak to, but well enough by sight and reputation.
"I'm very well," said Gerald. "And you?"
"Oh, I'm all right. What about Rupert?"
"Rupert? He's very well too."
"Yes, I don't mean that. What about him being married?"
"Oh yes, he is married."
The Pussum's eyes had a hot flash.
"Oh, he's really brought it off then, has he? When was he married?"
"A week or two ago."
"Really? He's never written?"
"No."
"No, don't you think it's too bad?"
This last was in a tone of challenge. The Pussum let it be known by her tone that she was aware of Gudrun's listening.
"I suppose he didn't feel like it," replied Gerald.
"But why didn't he?"
pursued the Pussum. This was received in silence. There was an ugly, mocking persistence in the small, beautiful figure of the short-haired girl, as she stood near Gerald.
"Are you staying in town long?"
she asked.
"Tonight only."
"Oh, only tonight? Are you coming over to speak to Julius?"
"Not tonight."
"Oh, very well. I'll tell him then."
Then came her touch of diablerie.
"You're looking awfully fit."
"Yes, I feel it."
Gerald was quite calm and easy, a spark of satiric amusement in his eye.
"Are you having a good time?"
This was a direct blow for Gudrun, spoken in a level, toneless voice of callous ease.
"Yes,"
he replied, quite colourlessly.
"I'm awfully sorry you aren't coming round to the flat. You aren't very faithful to your friends."
"Not very," he said.
She nodded them both good night, and went back slowly to her own set. Gudrun watched her curious walk, stiff and jerking at the loins. They heard her level, toneless voice distinctly.
"He won't come over. He is otherwise engaged,"
it said. There was more laughter, and lowered voices and mockery at the table. "Is she a friend of yours?" said Gudrun, looking calmly at Gerald.
"I've stayed at Halliday's flat with Birkin," he said, meeting her slow, calm eyes. And she knew that the Pussum was one of his mistresses, and he knew she knew. She looked round and called for the waiter. She wanted an iced cocktail, of all things. This amused Gerald. He wondered what was up. The Halliday party was tipsy and malicious. They were talking out loudly about Birkin, ridiculing him on every point, particularly on his marriage. "Oh, don't make me think of Birkin,"
Halliday was squealing.
"He makes me perfectly sick. He's as bad as Jesus. Lord, what must I do to be saved?"
He giggled to himself tipsily. "Do you remember," came the quick voice of the Russian, "the letters he used to send? Desire is holy."
"Oh yes," cried Halliday. "Oh, how perfectly splendid. Why, I've got one in my pocket, I'm sure I have."
He took out various papers from his pocket-book.
"I'm sure I've, oh dear, got one."
Gerald and Gudrun were watching absorbedly.
"Oh yes, how perfectly splendid. Don't make me laugh, Pussum, it gives me the hiccup."
They all giggled.
"What did he say in that one?"
the Pussum asked, leaning forward, her dark soft hair falling and swinging against her face. There was something curiously indecent, obscene about her small, longish, dark skull, particularly when the ears showed.
"Wait, oh do wait. No, I won't give it to you. I'll read it aloud.
I'll read you the choice bits. Oh dear. Do you think if I drink water it would take off this hiccup? Oh, I feel perfectly helpless.
Isn't that the letter about uniting the dark and the light and the flux of corruption? Asked Maxim, in his precise, quick voice.
I believe so, said the Pussum. Oh, is it? I'd forgotten. It was that one,
Halliday said, opening the letter.
Oh, yes. How perfectly splendid. This is one of the best.
There is a phase in every race,
he read in the sing-song, slow, distinct voice of a clergyman reading the scriptures,
when the desire for destruction overcomes every other desire. In the individual, this desire is ultimately a desire for destruction in the self.
He paused and looked up. I hope he's going ahead with the destruction of himself, said the quick voice of the Russian. Halliday giggled and lolled his head back vaguely.
There's not much to destroy in him, said the Pussum. He's so thin already. There's only a fag end to start on. Oh, isn't it beautiful? I love reading it. I believe it has cured my hiccup, squealed Halliday. Do let me go on.
It is a desire for the reduction process in oneself, a reducing back to the origin, a return along the flux of corruption to the original rudimentary conditions of being.
Oh, but I do think it is wonderful. It almost supersedes the Bible.
Yes, flux of corruption, said the Russian. I remember that phrase.
Oh, he was always talking about corruption, said the Pussum. He must be corrupt himself to have it so much on his mind.
Exactly, said the Russian.
Do let me go on. Oh, this is a perfectly wonderful piece. But do listen to this.
And in the great retrogression, the reducing back of the created body of life, we get knowledge. And beyond knowledge, the phosphorescent ecstasy of acute sensation.
Oh, I do think these phrases are too absurdly wonderful. Oh, but don't you think they are? They're nearly as good as Jesus.
And if, Julius, you want this ecstasy of reduction with the Pussum, you must go on till it is fulfilled. But surely there is in you also somewhere the living desire for positive creation, relationships in ultimate faith, when all this process of active corruption, with all its flowers of mud, is transcended and more or less finished.
I do wonder what the flowers of mud are. Pussum, you are a flower of mud. Thank you. And what are you? Oh, I'm another, surely, according to this letter. We're all flowers of mud. Fleur du mal. It's perfectly wonderful. Birkin harrowing hell, harrowing the Pompadour.
Go on, said Maxim. What comes next? It's really very interesting.
I think it's awful cheek to write like that, said the Pussum.
Yes, so do I, said the Russian. He's a megalomaniac, of course. It's a form of religious mania. He thinks he is the saviour of man. Go on reading.
Surely,
Halliday intoned,
surely goodness and mercy hath followed me all the days of my life.
He broke off and giggled. Then he began again, intoning like a clergyman.
Surely there will come an end in us to this desire for the constant going apart, this passion for putting asunder everything, ourselves, reducing ourselves part from part, reacting in intimacy only for destruction, using sex as a great reducing agent, reducing the two great elements of male and female from their highly complex unity, reducing the old ideas, going back to the savages for our sensations, always seeking to lose ourselves in some ultimate black sensation, mindless and infinite, burning only with destructive fires, raging on with the hope of being burnt out utterly.
I want to go, said Gudrun to Gerald, as she signalled the waiter. Her eyes were flashing, her cheeks were flushed. The strange effect of Birkin's letter
read aloud in a perfect clerical sing-song, clear and resonant, phrase by phrase, made the blood mount into her head as if she were mad. She rose, whilst Gerald was paying the bill, and walked over to Halliday's table. They all glanced up at her. "Excuse me," she said. "Is that a genuine letter you are reading?"
"Oh yes," said Halliday, "quite genuine."
"May I see?" Smiling foolishly, he handed it to her, as if hypnotised. "Thank you," she said. And she turned and walked out of the café with the letter, all down the brilliant room between the tables, in her measured fashion. It was some moments before anybody realised what was happening. From Halliday's table came half-articulate cries, then somebody booed, then all the far end of the place began booing after Gudrun's retreating form. She was fashionably dressed in blackish green and silver. Her hat was brilliant green, like the sheen on an insect, but the brim was soft dark green, a falling edge with fine silver. Her coat was dark green, lustrous, with a high collar of grey fur, and great fur cuffs. The edge of her dress showed silver and black velvet. Her stockings and shoes were silver grey. She moved, with slow, fashionable indifference, to the door. The porter opened obsequiously for her, and at her nod hurried to the edge of the pavement and whistled for a taxi. The two lights of a vehicle almost immediately curved round towards her, like two eyes. Gerald had followed in wonder, amid all the booing, not having caught her misdeed. He heard the Pussum's voice saying:
"Go and get it back from her. I never heard of such a thing. Go and get it back from her. Tell Gerald Crich. There he goes. Go and make him give it up."
Gudrun stood at the door of the taxi, which the man held open for her. "To the hotel?" she asked, as Gerald came out hurriedly. "Where you like," he answered. "Right," she said. Then to the driver: "Wagstaff's, Barton Street." The driver bowed his head and put down the flag. Gudrun entered the taxi with the deliberate, cold movement of a woman who is well dressed and contemptuous in her soul. Yet she was frozen with overwrought feelings. Gerald followed her. "You've forgotten the man," she said coolly, with a slight nod of her hat. Gerald gave the porter a shilling. The man saluted. They were in motion.
"What was all the row about?"
asked Gerald in wondering excitement. "I walked away with Birkin's letter," she said, and he saw the crushed paper in her hand. His eyes glittered with satisfaction.
"Ah," he said, "splendid. A set of jackasses."
"I could have killed them," she cried in passion. "Dogs! They're dogs! Why is Rupert such a fool as to write such letters to them? Why does he give himself away to such canaille? It's a thing that cannot be borne."
Gerald wondered over her strange passion. And she could not rest any longer in London. They must go by the morning train from Charing Cross. As they drew over the bridge, in the train, having glimpses of the river between the great iron girders, she cried:
"I feel I could never see this foul town again. I couldn't bear to come back to it."
End of chapter 28. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 29. Continental. Ursula went on in an unreal suspense the last weeks before going away. She was not herself, she was not anything. She was something that is going to be, soon, soon, very soon. But as yet, she was only imminent. She went to see her parents. It was a rather stiff, sad meeting, more like a verification of separateness than a reunion. But they were all vague and indefinite with one another, stiffened in the fate that moved them apart. She did not really come to until she was on the ship crossing from Dover to Ostend. Dimly she had come down to London with Birkin. London had been a vagueness, so had the train journey to Dover. It was all like a sleep. And now at last, as she stood in the stern of the ship, in a pitch-dark, rather blowy night, feeling the motion of the sea, and watching the small, rather desolate little lights that twinkled on the shores of England, as on the shores of nowhere, watched them sinking smaller and smaller on the profound and living darkness, she felt her soul stirring to awake from its anaesthetic sleep. "Let us go forward, shall we?" said Birkin. He wanted to be at the tip of their projection. So they left off looking at the faint sparks that glimmered out of nowhere in the far distance called England, and turned their faces to the unfathomed night in front. They went right to the bows of the softly plunging vessel. In the complete obscurity, Birkin found a comparatively sheltered nook, where a great rope was coiled up. It was quite near the very point of the ship, near the black, unpierced space ahead. There they sat down, folded together, folded round with the same rug, creeping in nearer and ever nearer to one another, till it seemed they had crept right into each other, and become one substance. It was very cold, and the darkness was palpable. One of the ship's crew came along the deck, dark as the darkness, not really visible. They then made out the faintest pallor of his face. He felt their presence and stopped, unsure, then bent forward. When his face was near them, he saw the faint pallor of their faces. Then he withdrew like a phantom, and they watched him without making any sound. They seemed to fall away into the profound darkness. There was no sky, no earth, only one unbroken darkness, into which, with a soft, sleeping motion, they seemed to fall, like one closed seed of life, falling through dark, fathomless space. They had forgotten where they were, forgotten all that was and all that had been, conscious only in their heart, and there conscious only of this pure trajectory through the surpassing darkness. The ship's prow cleaved on with a faint noise of cleavage into the complete night, without knowing, without seeing, only surging on. In Ursula, the sense of the unrealised world ahead triumphed over everything. In the midst of this profound darkness, there seemed to glow on her heart the effulgence of a paradise unknown and unrealised. Her heart was full of the most wonderful light, golden like honey of darkness, sweet like the warmth of day. A light which was not shed on the world, only on the unknown paradise towards which she was going. A sweetness of habitation, a delight of living quite unknown, but hers infallibly. In her transport she lifted her face suddenly to him, and he touched it with his lips. So cold, so fresh, so sea-clear her face was, it was like kissing a flower that grows near the surf. But he did not know the ecstasy of bliss in foreknowledge that she knew. To him,
The wonder of this transit was overwhelming. He was falling through a gulf of infinite darkness, like a meteorite plunging across the chasm between the worlds. The world was torn in two, and he was plunging like an unlit star through the ineffable rift. What was beyond was not yet for him. He was overcome by the trajectory. In a trance he lay enfolding Ursula round about. His face was against her fine, fragile hair. He breathed its fragrance with the sea and the profound night, and his soul was at peace, yielded as he fell into the unknown. This was the first time that an utter and absolute peace had entered his heart. Now, in this final transit out of life. When there came some stir on the deck, they roused. They stood up. How stiff and cramped they were in the night time. And yet the paradisal glow on her heart, and the unutterable peace of darkness in his, this was the all in all. They stood up and looked ahead. Low lights were seen down the darkness. This was the world again. It was not the bliss of her heart, nor the peace of his. It was the superficial, unreal world of fact. Yet not quite the old world, for the peace and the bliss in their hearts was enduring. Strange and desolate above all things, like disembarking from the Styx into the desolated underworld, was this landing at night. There was the raw, half-lighted, covered-in vastness of the dark place, boarded and hollow underfoot, with only desolation everywhere. Ursula had caught sight of the big, pallid, mystic letters Ostend, standing in the darkness. Everybody was hurrying with a blind, insect-like intentness through the dark grey air. Porters were calling in un-English English, then trotting with heavy bags, their colourless blouses looking ghostly as they disappeared. Ursula stood at a long, low, zinc-covered barrier, along with hundreds of other spectral people, and all the way down the vast, raw darkness was this low stretch of open bags and spectral people, whilst on the other side of the barrier, pallid officials in peaked caps and moustaches were turning the underclothing in the bags, then scrawling a chalk mark. It was done. Birkin snapped the handbags. Off they went, the porter coming behind. They were through a great doorway, and in the open night again. Ah, a railway platform. Voices were still calling in human agitation through the dark grey air. Spectres were running along the darkness between the train. Köln, Berlin, Ursula made out on the boards hung on the high train on one side. Here we are, said Birkin. And on her side she saw Alsace, Lothringen, Luxembourg, Metz, Bâle. That was it, Bâle. The porter came up. À Bâle, deuxième classe, voilà. And he clambered into the high train. They followed. The compartments were already some of them taken, but many were dim and empty. The luggage was stowed, the porter was tipped. Nous avons encore, said Birkin, looking at his watch and at the porter. Encore une demi-heure. With which, in his blue blouse, he disappeared. He was ugly and insolent. Come, said Birkin, it is cold, let us eat. There was a coffee wagon on the platform. They drank hot, watery coffee, and ate the long rolls, split, with ham between, which was such a wide bite that it almost dislocated Ursula's jaw. And they walked beside the high trains. It was all so strange,
so extremely desolate, like the underworld, grey, grey, dirt grey, desolate, forlorn, nowhere, grey, dreary nowhere. At last they were moving through the night. In the darkness, Ursula made out the flat fields, the wet, flat, dreary darkness of the continent. They pulled up surprisingly soon, Bruges, then on through the level darkness, with glimpses of sleeping farms and thin poplar trees and deserted highroads. She sat dismayed, hand in hand with Birkin. He, pale, immobile, like a revenant himself, looked sometimes out of the window, sometimes closed his eyes. Then his eyes opened again, dark as the darkness outside. A flash of a few lights on the darkness. Ghent station. A few more spectres moving outside on the platform, then the bell, then motion again through the level darkness. Ursula saw a man with a lantern come out of a farm by the railway and cross to the dark farm buildings. She thought of the marsh, the old, intimate farm life at Cossethay. My God, how far was she projected from her childhood? How far was she still to go? In one lifetime, one travelled through eons. The great chasm of memory, from her childhood in the intimate country surroundings of Cossethay and the Marsh Farm. She remembered the servant Tilly, who used to give her bread and butter sprinkled with brown sugar, in the old living room where the grandfather clock had 2 pink roses in a basket, painted above the figures on the face. And now, when she was travelling into the unknown with Birkin, an utter stranger, was so great that it seemed she had no identity, that the child she had been, playing in Cossethay churchyard, was a little creature of history, not really herself. They were at Brussels, half an hour for breakfast. They got down. On the great station clock it said 6 o'clock. They had coffee and rolls and honey in the vast desert refreshment room, so dreary, always so dreary, dirty, so spacious, such desolation of space. But she washed her face and hands in hot water and combed her hair. That was a blessing. Soon they were in the train again and moving on. The greyness of dawn began. There were several people in the compartment, large, florid Belgian businessmen with long brown beards, talking incessantly in an ugly French she was too tired to follow. It seemed the train ran by degrees out of the darkness into a faint light, then beat after beat into the day. Oh, how weary it was. Faintly the trees showed like shadows. Then a house, white, had a curious distinctness. How was it? Then she saw a village. There were always houses passing. This was an old world she was still journeying through, winter heavy and dreary. There was ploughland and pasture, and copses of bare trees, copses of bushes, and homesteads naked and work bare. No new earth had come to pass. She looked at Birkin's face. It was white and still and eternal, too eternal. She linked her fingers imploringly in his, under the cover of her rug. His fingers responded, his eyes looked back at her. How dark, like a night, his eyes were, like another world beyond. Oh, if he were the world as well, if only the world were he. If only he could call a world into being, that should be their own world. The Belgians left. The train ran on, through Luxembourg, through Alsace-Lorraine, through Metz. But she was blind, she could see no more. Her soul did not look out. They came at last to Basle, to the hotel. It was all a drifting trance from which she never came to. They went out in the morning, before the train departed. She saw the street, the river, she stood on the bridge, but it all meant nothing. She remembered some shops, one full of pictures, one with orange velvet and ermine. But what did these signify? Nothing. She was not at ease till they were in the train again. Then she was relieved. So long as they were moving onwards, she was satisfied. They came to Zurich then, before very long, ran under the mountains that were deep in snow. At last she was drawing near. This was the other world now. Innsbruck was wonderful, deep in snow and evening. They drove in an open sledge over the snow. The train had been so hot and stifling. And the hotel, with the golden light glowing under the porch, seemed like a home. They laughed with pleasure when they were in the hall. The place seemed full and busy. "Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Crich, English, from Paris, have arrived?" Birkin asked in German. The porter reflected a moment, and was just going to answer, when Ursula caught sight of Gudrun, sauntering down the stairs, wearing her dark, glossy coat with grey fur. "Gudrun! Gudrun!" she called, waving up the well of the staircase. "Shoo-hoo!" Gudrun looked over the rail, and immediately lost her sauntering, diffident air. Her eyes flashed. "Really, Ursula!" she cried. And she began to move downstairs as Ursula ran up. They met at a turn and kissed with laughter and exclamations inarticulate and stirring. "But," cried Gudrun, mortified, "we thought it was tomorrow you were coming. I wanted to come to the station." "No, we've come today," cried Ursula. "Isn't it lovely here?" "Adorable," said Gudrun. "Gerald's just gone out to get something. Ursula, aren't you fearfully tired?"
"No, not so very. But I look a filthy sight, don't I?"
"No, you don't. You look almost perfectly fresh. I like that fur cap immensely." She glanced over Ursula, who wore a big soft coat, with a collar of deep soft blonde fur, and a soft blonde cap of fur. "And you," cried Ursula, "what do you think you look like?" Gudrun assumed an unconcerned, expressionless face. "Do you like it?" she said. "It's very fine," cried Ursula, perhaps with a touch of satire. "Go up or come down," said Birkin. For there the sisters stood, Gudrun with her hand on Ursula's arm, on the turn of the stairs, half-way to the first landing, blocking the way and affording full entertainment to the whole of the hall below, from the door porter to the plump Jew in black clothes. The two young women slowly mounted, followed by Birkin and the waiter. "First floor?" asked Gudrun, looking back over her shoulder. "Second, madame, the lift," the waiter replied. And he darted to the elevator, to forestall the two women. But they ignored him, as, chattering without heed, they set to mount the second flight. Rather chagrined, the waiter followed. It was curious, the delight of the sisters in each other at this meeting. It was as if they met in exile, and united their solitary forces against all the world. Birkin looked on with some mistrust and wonder. When they had bathed and changed, Gerald came in. He looked shining like the sun on frost. "Go with Gerald and smoke," said Ursula to Birkin. "Gudrun and I want to talk." Then the sisters sat in Gudrun's bedroom and talked clothes and experiences. Gudrun told Ursula the experience of the Birkin letter in the café. Ursula was shocked and frightened.
"Where is the letter?" she asked.
"I kept it," said Gudrun.
"You'll give it me, won't you?" she said.
But Gudrun was silent for some moments before she replied, "Do you really want it, Ursula?"
"I want to read it," said Ursula.
"Certainly," said Gudrun. Even now, she could not admit to Ursula that she wanted to keep it, as a memento or a symbol. But Ursula knew, and was not pleased. So the subject was switched off.
"What did you do in Paris?" asked Ursula.
"Oh," said Gudrun laconically, "the usual things. We had a fine party one night in Fanny Bath's studio."
"Did you? And you and Gerald were there? Who else? Tell me about it."
"Well," said Gudrun, "there's nothing particular to tell. You know Fanny is frightfully in love with that painter Billy Macfarlane. He was there, so Fanny spared nothing. She spent very freely. It was really remarkable. Of course everybody got fearfully drunk, but in an interesting way, not like that filthy London crowd. The fact is, these were all people that matter, which makes all the difference. There was a Romanian, a fine chap. He got completely drunk and climbed to the top of a high studio ladder and gave the most marvellous address. Really, Ursula, it was wonderful. He began in French. La vie, c'est une affaire d'âme impériale, in a most beautiful voice. He was a fine-looking chap. But he'd got into Romanian before he'd finished, and not a soul understood. But Donald Gilchrist was worked to a frenzy. He dashed his glass to the ground and declared, by God, he was glad he had been born. By God, it was a miracle to be alive. And do you know, Ursula, so it was." Gudrun laughed rather hollowly.
"But how was Gerald among them all?" asked Ursula.
"Gerald? Oh my word, he came out like a dandelion in the sun. He's a whole Saturnalia in himself, once he is roused. I shouldn't like to say whose waist his arm did not go round. Really, Ursula, he seems to reap the women like a harvest. There wasn't one that would have resisted him. It was too amazing. Can you understand it?" Ursula reflected, and a dancing light came into her eyes.
"Yes," she said, "I can. He is such a whole-hogger."
"Whole-hogger? I should think so!" exclaimed Gudrun. "But it is true, Ursula. Every woman in the room was ready to surrender to him. Chanticleer isn't in it. Even Fanny Bath, who is genuinely in love with Billy Macfarlane. I never was more amazed in my life. And, you know, afterwards, I felt I was a whole room full of women. I was no more myself to him than I was Queen Victoria. I was a whole room full of women at once. It was most astounding. But my eye, I'd caught a sultan that time." Gudrun's eyes were flashing, her cheek was hot. She looked strange, exotic, satiric. Ursula was fascinated at once, and yet uneasy. They had to get ready for dinner. Gudrun came down in a daring gown of vivid green silk and tissue of gold, with green velvet bodice, and a strange black and white band round her hair. She was really brilliantly beautiful, and everybody noticed her. Gerald was in that full-blooded, gleaming state when he was most handsome. Birkin watched them with quick, laughing, half-sinister eyes. Ursula quite lost her head. There seemed a spell, almost a blinding spell, cast round their table, as if they were lighted up more strongly than the rest of the dining room. "Don't you love to be in this place?" cried Gudrun. "Isn't the snow wonderful?" Do you notice how it exalts everything? It is simply marvellous. One really does feel übermenschlich, more than human." "One does," cried Ursula. "But isn't that partly the being out of England?" "Oh, of course," cried Gudrun. "One could never feel like this in England, for the simple reason that the damper is never lifted off one there. It is quite impossible really to let go in England, of that I am assured." And she turned again to the food she was eating. She was fluttering with vivid intensity.
"It's quite true," said Gerald. "It never is quite the same in England. But perhaps we don't want it to be. Perhaps it's like bringing the light a little too near the powder magazine, to let go altogether in England. One is afraid what might happen if everybody else let go."
"My God!" cried Gudrun. "But wouldn't it be wonderful if all England did suddenly go off like a display of fireworks?" "It couldn't," said Ursula. "They are all too damp. The powder is damp in them."
"I'm not so sure of that," said Gerald.
"Nor I," said Birkin. "When the English really begin to go off en masse, it'll be time to shut your ears and run." "They never will," said Ursula. "We'll see," he replied. "Isn't it marvellous," said Gudrun, "how thankful one can be to be out of one's own country? I cannot believe myself, I'm so transported, the moment I set foot on a foreign shore. I say to myself, here steps a new creature into life."
"Don't be too hard on poor old England," said Gerald. "Though we curse it, we love it really."
To Ursula there seemed a fund of cynicism in these words. "We may," said Birkin, "but it's a damnably uncomfortable love. Like a love for an aged parent who suffers horribly from a complication of diseases for which there is no hope." Gudrun looked at him with dilated, dark eyes. "You think there is no hope?" she asked, in her pertinent fashion. But Birkin backed away. He would not answer such a question. "Any hope of England's becoming real? God knows. It's a great actual unreality now, an aggregation into unreality. It might be real if there were no Englishmen." "You think the English will have to disappear?" persisted Gudrun. It was strange, her pointed interest in his answer. It might have been her own fate she was inquiring after. Her dark, dilated eyes rested on Birkin, as if she could conjure the truth of the future out of him, as out of some instrument of divination. He was pale. Then, reluctantly, he answered: "Well, what else is in front of them but disappearance? They've got to disappear from their own special brand of Englishness, anyhow." Gudrun watched him as if in a hypnotic state, her eyes wide and fixed on him. "But in what way do you mean, disappear?" she persisted.
"Yes, do you mean a change of heart?" put in Gerald.
"I don't mean anything, why should I?" said Birkin. "I'm an Englishman, and I've paid the price of it. I can't talk about England, I can only speak for myself." "Yes," said Gudrun slowly. "You love England immensely, immensely, Rupert." "And leave her," he replied.
"No, not for good. You'll come back," said Gerald, nodding sagely.
"They say the lice crawl off a dying body," said Birkin, with a glare of bitterness. "So I leave England." "Ah, but you'll come back," said Gudrun, with a sardonic smile. "Tant pis pour moi," he replied.
"Isn't he angry with his mother country?"
laughed Gerald, amused. "Ah, a patriot," said Gudrun, with something like a sneer. Birkin refused to answer any more. Gudrun watched him still for a few seconds, then she turned away. It was finished, her spell of divination in him. She felt already purely cynical. She looked at Gerald. He was wonderful, like a piece of radium to her. She felt she could consume herself and know all, by means of this fatal living metal. She smiled to herself at her fancy. And what would she do with herself, when she had destroyed herself? For if spirit, if integral being is destructible, matter is indestructible. He was looking bright and abstracted, puzzled for the moment. She stretched out her beautiful arm with its fluff of green tulle, and touched his chin with her subtle artist's fingers. "What are they then?" she asked, with a strange, knowing smile. "What?" he replied, his eyes suddenly dilating with wonder. "Your thoughts." Gerald looked like a man coming awake. "I think I had none," he said. "Really?" she said, with grave laughter in her voice. And to Birkin it was as if she killed Gerald with that touch. "Ah, but," cried Gudrun, "let us drink to Britannia! Let us drink to Britannia!" It seemed there was wild despair in her voice. Gerald laughed and filled the glasses. "I think Rupert means," he said, "that nationally all Englishmen must die, so that they can exist individually and—" "Supernationally," put in Gudrun with a slight ironic grimace, raising her glass. End of the first part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. The second part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 29, Continental. The next day they descended at the tiny railway station of Hohenhausen, at the end of the tiny valley railway. It was snow everywhere, a white, perfect cradle of snow, new and frozen, sweeping up on either side, black crags, and white sweeps of silver towards the blue, pale heavens. As they stepped out on the naked platform, with only snow around and above, Gudrun shrank as if it chilled her heart. "My God, Jerry," she said, turning to Gerald with sudden intimacy, "you've done it now." "What?" She made a faint gesture, indicating the world on either hand. "Look at it." She seemed afraid to go on. He laughed. They were in the heart of the mountains. From high above, on either side, swept down the white fold of snow, so that one seemed small and tiny in a valley of pure concrete heaven, all strangely radiant and changeless and silent. "It makes one feel so small and alone," said Ursula, turning to Birkin and laying her hand on his arm. "You're not sorry you've come, are you?" said Gerald to Gudrun. She looked doubtful. They went out of the station between banks of snow. "Ah!" said Gerald, sniffing the air in elation. "This is perfect. There's our sledge. We'll walk a bit, we'll run up the road." Gudrun, always doubtful, dropped her heavy coat on the sledge, as he did his, and they set off. Suddenly she threw up her head and set off, scudding along the road of snow, pulling her cap down over her ears. Her blue bright dress fluttered in the wind, her thick scarlet stockings were brilliant above the whiteness. Gerald watched her. She seemed to be rushing towards her fate, and leaving him behind. He let her get some distance, then, loosening his limbs, he went after her. Everywhere was deep and silent snow. Great snow eaves weighed down the broad-roofed Tyrolese houses, that were sunk to the window sashes in snow. Peasant women, full-skirted, wearing each a crossover shawl and thick snow boots, turned in the way to look at the soft, determined girl, running with such heavy fleetness from the man who was overtaking her, but not gaining any power over her. They passed the inn, with its painted shutters and balcony, a few cottages half buried in the snow, then the snow-buried silent sawmill by the roofed bridge, which crossed the hidden stream, over which they ran into the very depth of the untouched sheets of snow. It was a silence and a sheer whiteness exhilarating to madness. But the perfect silence was most terrifying, isolating the soul, surrounding the heart with frozen air. "It's a marvellous place for all that," said Gudrun, looking into his eyes with a strange, meaning look. His soul leapt. "God!" he said. A fierce electric energy seemed to flow over all his limbs. His muscles were surcharged. His hands felt hard with strength. They walked along rapidly up the snow road, that was marked by withered branches of trees stuck in at intervals. He and she were separate, like opposite poles of one fierce energy. But they felt powerful enough to leap over the confines of life into the forbidden places, and back again. Birkin and Ursula were running along also, over the snow. He had disposed of the luggage, and they had a little start of the sledges. Ursula was excited and happy, but she kept turning suddenly to catch hold of Birkin's arm, to make sure of him. "This is something I never expected," she said. "It is a different world here." They went on into a snow meadow. There they were overtaken by the sledge, that came tinkling through the silence. It was another mile before they came upon Gudrun and Gerald on the steep up-climb, beside the pink half-buried shrine. Then they passed into a gully, where were walls of black rock, and a river filled with snow, and a still blue sky above. Through a covered bridge they went, drumming roughly over the boards, crossing the snow bed once more, then slowly up and up, the horses walking swiftly, the driver cracking his long whip as he walked beside, and calling his strange, wild "Hugh! Hugh!" The walls of rock, passing slowly by, till they emerged again between slopes and masses of snow. Up and up, gradually they went, through the cold shadow radiance of the afternoon, silenced by the imminence of the mountains, the luminous, dazing sides of snow that rose above them and fell away beneath. They came forth at last, in a little high tableland of snow, where stood the last peak flecks of snow, like the heart petals of an open rose. In the midst of the last deserted valleys of heaven stood a lonely building, with brown wooden walls and white heavy roof, deep and deserted in the waste of snow, like a dream. It stood like a rock that had rolled down from the last steep slopes, a rock that had taken the form of a house and was now half buried. It was unbelievable that one could live there uncrushed by all this terrible waste of whiteness and silence and clear, upper, ringing cold. Yet the sledges ran up in fine style. People came to the door, laughing and excited. The floor of the hostel rang hollow. The passage was wet with snow. It was a real warm interior. The newcomers tramped up the bare wooden stairs, following the serving woman. Gudrun and Gerald took the first bedroom. In a moment they found themselves alone in a bare, smallish, close-shut room that was all of golden-coloured wood, floor, walls, ceiling, door, all of the same warm gold panelling of oiled pine. There was a window opposite the door, but low down because the roof sloped. Under the slope of the ceiling were the table with wash-hand bowl and jug, and across another table with mirror. On either side the door were two beds, piled high with an enormous blue-checked over-bolster. Enormous. This was all. No cupboard, none of the amenities of life. Here they were shut up together in this cell of golden-coloured wood, with two blue-checked beds. They looked at each other and laughed, frightened by this naked nearness of isolation. A man knocked and came in with the luggage. He was a sturdy fellow, with flattish cheekbones, rather pale, and with coarse fair moustache. Gudrun watched him put down the bags in silence, then tramp heavily out.
"It isn't too rough, is it?" Gerald asked.
The bedroom was not very warm, and she shivered slightly.
"It is wonderful," she equivocated. "Look at the colour of this panelling. It's wonderful, like being inside a nut."
He was standing watching her, feeling his short-cut moustache, leaning back slightly and watching her with his keen, undaunted eyes, dominated by the constant passion that was like a doom upon him. She went and crouched down in front of the window, curious.
"Oh, but this!"
she cried involuntarily, almost in pain. In front was a valley shut in under the sky, the last huge slopes of snow and black rock, and at the end, like the navel of the earth, a white folded wall, and two peaks glimmering in the late light. Straight in front ran the cradle of silent snow, between the great slopes that were fringed with a little roughness of pine trees, like hair, round the base. But the cradle of snow ran on to the eternal closing in, where the walls of snow and rock rose impenetrable, and the mountain peaks above were in heaven immediate. This was the centre, the knot, the navel of the world, where the earth belonged to the skies, pure, unapproachable, impassable. It filled Gudrun with a strange rapture. She crouched in front of the window, clenching her face in her hands, in a sort of trance. At last she had arrived, she had reached her place. Here at last she folded her venture, and settled down like a crystal in the navel of snow, and was gone. Gerald bent over her, and was looking out over her shoulder. Already he felt he was alone. She was gone. She was completely gone, and there was icy vapour round his heart. He saw the blind valley, the great cul-de-sac of snow and mountain peaks under the heaven, and there was no way out. The terrible silence and cold, and the glamorous whiteness of the dusk wrapped him round, and she remained crouching before the window, as at a shrine, a shadow.
"Do you like it?"
he asked, in a voice that sounded detached and foreign. At least she might acknowledge he was with her. But she only averted her soft, mute face a little from his gaze, and he knew that there were tears in her eyes, her own tears, tears of her strange religion, that put him to naught. Quite suddenly he put his hand under her chin and lifted up her face to him. Her dark blue eyes, in their wetness of tears, dilated as if she was startled in her very soul. They looked at him through their tears in terror and a little horror. His light blue eyes were keen, small pupilled, and unnatural in their vision. Her lips parted as she breathed with difficulty. The passion came up in him, stroke after stroke, like the ringing of a bronze bell, so strong and unflawed and indomitable. His knees tightened to bronze as he hung above her soft face, whose lips parted and whose eyes dilated in a strange violation. In the grasp of his hand her chin was unutterably soft and silken. He felt strong as winter. His hands were living metal, invincible and not to be turned aside. His heart rang like a bell clanging inside him. He took her up in his arms. She was soft and inert, motionless. All the while her eyes, in which the tears had not yet dried, were dilated as if in a kind of swoon of fascination and helplessness. He was superhumanly strong and unflawed, as if invested with supernatural force. He lifted her close and folded her against him. Her softness, her inert, relaxed weight, lay against his own surcharged, bronze-like limbs, in a heaviness of desirability that would destroy him if he were not fulfilled. She moved convulsively, recoiling away from him. His heart went up like a flame of ice. He closed over her like steel. He would destroy her rather than be denied. But the overweening power of his body was too much for her. She relaxed again, and lay loose and soft, panting in a little delirium. And to him she was so sweet, she was such bliss of release, that he would have suffered a whole eternity of torture rather than forego 1 second of this pang of unsurpassable bliss. "My God!" he said to her, his face drawn and strange, transfigured. "What next?" She lay perfectly still, with a still childlike face and dark eyes, looking at him. She was lost, fallen right away. "I shall always love you," he said, looking at her. But she did not hear. She lay looking at him as at something she could never understand, never. As a child looks at a grown-up person, without hope of understanding, only submitting. He kissed her eyes shut, so that she could not look any more. He wanted something now, some recognition, some sign, some admission. But she only lay silent and childlike and remote, like a child that is overcome and cannot understand, only feels lost. He kissed her again, giving up.
"Shall we go down and have coffee and Kuchen?" he asked.
The twilight was falling slate blue at the window. She closed her eyes, closed away the monotonous level of dead wonder, and opened them again to the everyday world. "Yes," she said briefly, regaining her will with a click. She went again to the window. Blue evening had fallen over the cradle of snow, and over the great pallid slopes. But in the heaven the peaks of snow were rosy, glistening like transcendent, radiant spikes of blossom in the heavenly upper world, so lovely and beyond. Gudrun saw all their loveliness. She knew how immortally beautiful they were. Great pistils of rose-coloured, snow-fed fire in the blue twilight of the heaven. She could see it, she knew it, but she was not of it. She was divorced, debarred, a soul shut out. With a last look of remorse she turned away, and was doing her hair. He had unstrapped the luggage and was waiting, watching her. She knew he was watching her. It made her a little hasty and feverish in her precipitation. They went downstairs, both with a strange, otherworld look on their faces, and with a glow in their eyes. They saw Birkin and Ursula sitting at the long table in a corner, waiting for them. How good and simple they looked together, Gudrun thought, jealously. She envied them some spontaneity, a childish sufficiency to which she herself could never approach. They seemed such children to her.
"Such good Kranzkuchen!" cried Ursula greedily. "So good!"
"Right," said Gudrun. "Can we have Kaffee mit Kranzkuchen?" she added to the waiter. And she seated herself on the bench beside Gerald. Birkin, looking at them, felt a pain of tenderness for them. "I think the place is really wonderful, Gerald," he said. "Prachtvoll and wunderbar and wunderschön and unbeschreiblich, and all the other German adjectives." Gerald broke into a slight smile. "I like it," he said. The tables of white scrubbed wood were placed round three sides of the room, as in a Gasthaus. Birkin and Ursula sat with their backs to the wall, which was of oiled wood, and Gerald and Gudrun sat in the corner next them, near to the stove. It was a fairly large place, with a tiny bar, just like a country inn, but quite simple and bare, and all of oiled wood, ceilings and walls and floor, the only furniture being the tables and benches going round three sides, the great green stove, and the bar and the doors on the fourth side. The windows were double and quite uncurtained. It was early evening. The coffee came, hot and good, and a whole ring of cake.
"A whole Kuchen!" cried Ursula. "They give you more than us. I want some of yours."
There were other people in the place, 10 altogether, so Birkin had found out. 2 artists, 3 students, a man and wife, and a professor and 2 daughters, all Germans. The 4 English people, being newcomers, sat in their coign of vantage to watch. The Germans peeked in at the door, called a word to the waiter, and went away again.
It was not meal-time, so they did not come into this dining-room, but betook themselves, when their boots were changed, to the Reunionsaal. The English visitors could hear the occasional twanging of a zither, the strumming of a piano, snatches of laughter and shouting and singing, a faint vibration of voices. The whole building being of wood, it seemed to carry every sound like a drum, but instead of increasing each particular noise, it decreased it, so that the sound of the zither seemed tiny, as if a diminutive zither were playing somewhere, and it seemed the piano must be a small one, like a little spinet. The host came when the coffee was finished. He was a Tyrolese, broad, rather flat-cheeked, with a pale, pock-marked skin and flourishing moustaches. "Would you like to go to the Reunionsaal, to be introduced to the other ladies and gentlemen?" he asked, bending forward and smiling, showing his large, strong teeth. His blue eyes went quickly from one to the other. He was not quite sure of his ground with these English people. He was unhappy too, because he spoke no English, and he was not sure whether to try his French.
"Shall we go to the Reunionsaal, and be introduced to the other people?" repeated Gerald, laughing. There was a moment's hesitation. "I suppose we'd better break the ice," said Birkin. The women rose, rather flushed, and the Wirt's black, beetle-like, broad-shouldered figure went on ignominiously in front, towards the noise. He opened the door, and ushered the four strangers into the playroom. Instantly a silence fell. A slight embarrassment came over the company. The newcomers had a sense of many blonde faces looking their way. Then the host was bowing to a short, energetic-looking man with large moustaches, and saying in a low voice, "Herr Professor, darf ich vorstellen—" The Herr Professor was prompt and energetic. He bowed low to the English people, smiling, and began to be a comrade at once. "Nehmen die Herrschaften teil an unserer Unterhaltung?" he said, with a vigorous suavity, his voice curling up in the question. The four English people smiled, lounging with an attentive uneasiness in the middle of the room. Gerald, who was spokesman, said that they would willingly take part in the entertainment. Gudrun and Ursula, laughing, excited, felt the eyes of all the men upon them, and they lifted their heads and looked nowhere, and felt royal. The Professor announced the names of those present, sans cérémonie. There was a bowing to the wrong people and to the right people. Everybody was there except the man and wife. The two tall, clear-skinned, athletic daughters of the Professor, with their plain-cut, dark blue blouses and loden skirts, their rather long, strong necks, their clear blue eyes and carefully banded hair, and their blushes, bowed and stood back. The three students bowed very low, in the humble hope of making an impression of extreme good breeding. Then there was a thin, dark-skinned man with full eyes, an odd creature like a child, and like a troll, quick, detached. He bowed slightly. His companion, a large, fair young man, stylishly dressed, blushed to the eyes and bowed very low. It was over. "Herr Loerke was giving us a recitation in the Cologne dialect," said the Professor. "He must forgive us for interrupting him," said Gerald. "We should like very much to hear it."
There was instantly a bowing and an offering of seats. Gudrun and Ursula, Gerald and Birkin, sat in the deep sofas against the wall. The room was of naked, oiled panelling, like the rest of the house. It had a piano, sofas and chairs, and a couple of tables with books and magazines. In its complete absence of decoration, save for the big blue stove, it was cosy and pleasant. Herr Loerke was the little man with the boyish figure and the round, full, sensitive-looking head,
and the quick, full eyes like a mouse's. He glanced swiftly from one to the other of the strangers, and held himself aloof. "Please go on with the recitation," said the Professor suavely, with his slight authority. Loerke, who was sitting hunched on the piano stool, blinked and did not answer.
"It would be a great pleasure,"
said Ursula, who had been getting the sentence ready in German for some minutes. Then suddenly the small, unresponding man swung aside towards his previous audience, and broke forth, exactly as he had broken off, in a controlled, mocking voice, giving an imitation of a quarrel between an old Cologne woman and a railway guard. His body was slight and unformed, like a boy's, but his voice was mature, sardonic. Its movement had the flexibility of essential energy, and of a mocking, penetrating understanding. Gudrun could not understand a word of his monologue, but she was spellbound watching him. He must be an artist. Nobody else could have such fine adjustment and singleness. The Germans were doubled up with laughter, hearing his strange, droll words, his droll phrases of dialect. And in the midst of their paroxysms, they glanced with deference at the four English strangers, the elect. Gudrun and Ursula were forced to laugh. The room rang with shouts of laughter. The blue eyes of the Professor's daughters were swimming over with laughter tears, their clear cheeks were flushed crimson with mirth. Their father broke out in the most astonishing peals of hilarity. The students bowed their heads on their knees in excess of joy. Ursula looked round amazed. The laughter was bubbling out of her involuntarily. She looked at Gudrun. Gudrun looked at her. And the two sisters burst out laughing, carried away. Loerke glanced at them swiftly with his full eyes. Birkin was sniggering involuntarily. Gerald Crich sat erect, with a glistening look of amusement on his face. And the laughter crashed out again, in wild paroxysms. The Professor's daughters were reduced to shaking helplessness. The veins of the Professor's neck were swollen, his face was purple, he was strangled in ultimate silent spasms of laughter. The students were shouting half-articulated words that tailed off in helpless explosions. Then suddenly the rapid patter of the artist ceased. There were little whoops of subsiding mirth. Ursula and Gudrun were wiping their eyes, and the Professor was crying loudly. "Das war ausgezeichnet, das war famos. Wirklich famos," echoed his exhausted daughters faintly. "And we couldn't understand it," cried Ursula. "Oh, leider, leider," cried the Professor. "You couldn't understand it?" cried the students, let loose at last in speech with the newcomers. "Ja, da ist wirklich schade. Das ist schade, gnädige Frau. Wissen Sie." The mixture was made. The newcomers were stirred into the party like new ingredients. The whole room was alive. Gerald was in his element. He talked freely and excitedly. His face glistened with a strange amusement. Perhaps even Birkin in the end would break forth. He was shy and withheld, though full of attention. Ursula was prevailed upon to sing Annie Lowry, as the Professor called it. There was a hush of extreme deference. She had never been so flattered in her life. Gudrun accompanied her on the piano, playing from memory. Ursula had a beautiful ringing voice, but usually no confidence. She spoiled everything. This evening she felt conceited and untrammelled. Birkin was well in the background. She shone almost in reaction. The Germans made her feel fine and infallible. She was liberated into overweening self-confidence. She felt like a bird flying in the air as her voice soared out, enjoying herself extremely in the balance and flight of the song, like the motion of a bird's wings that is up in the wind, sliding and playing on the air. She played with sentimentality, supported by rapturous attention. She was very happy singing that song by herself, full of a conceit of emotion and power, working upon all those people and upon herself, exerting herself with gratification, giving immeasurable gratification to the Germans. At the end, the Germans were all touched with admiring, delicious melancholy. They praised her in soft, reverent voices. They could not say too much. Wie schön, wie rührend! Ach, die schottischen Lieder, sie haben so viel Stimmung. Aber die gnädige Frau hat eine wunderbare Stimme. Die gnädige Frau ist wirklich eine Künstlerin, aber wirklich. She was dilated and brilliant, like a flower in the morning sun. She felt Birkin looking at her, as if he were jealous of her, and her breasts thrilled, her veins were all golden. She was as happy as the sun that has just opened above clouds, and everybody seemed so admiring and radiant. It was perfect. End of the second part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. The third part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The third part of chapter 29, Continental. After dinner she wanted to go out for a minute, to look at the world. The company tried to dissuade her, it was so terribly cold. But just to look, she said. They all four wrapped up warmly, and found themselves in a vague, unsubstantial outdoors of dim snow and ghosts of an upper world, that made strange shadows before the stars. It was indeed cold, bruisingly, frighteningly, unnaturally cold. Ursula could not believe the air in her nostrils. It seemed conscious, malevolent, purposive in its intense, murderous coldness. Yet it was wonderful, an intoxication, a silence of dim, unrealised snow, of the invisible intervening between her and the visible, between her and the flashing stars. She could see Orion sloping up. How wonderful he was, wonderful enough to make one cry aloud. And all around was this cradle of snow, and there was firm snow underfoot that struck with heavy cold through her boot soles. It was night and silence. She imagined she could hear the stars. She imagined distinctly she could hear the celestial musical motion of the stars quite near at hand. She seemed like a bird flying amongst their harmonious motion. And she clung close to Birkin. Suddenly she realised she did not know what he was thinking. She did not know where he was ranging. "My love," she said, stopping to look at him. His face was pale, his eyes dark. There was a faint spark of starlight on them. And he saw her face soft and upturned to him, very near. He kissed her softly. "What then?" he asked. "Do you love me?" she asked. "Too much," he answered quietly. She clung a little closer. "Not too much," she pleaded. "Far too much," he said, almost sadly. "And does it make you sad that I am everything to you?" she asked, wistful. He held her close to him, kissing her, and saying, scarcely audible, "No, but I feel like a beggar. I feel poor." She was silent, looking at the stars now. Then she kissed him. "Don't be a beggar," she pleaded wistfully. "It isn't ignominious that you love me." "It is ignominious to feel poor, isn't it?" he replied. "Why? Why should it be?" she asked. He only stood still in the terribly cold air that moved invisibly over the mountain tops, folding her round with his arms. "I couldn't bear this cold, eternal place without you," he said. "I couldn't bear it. It would kill the quick of my life." She kissed him again suddenly. "Do you hate it?" she asked, puzzled, wondering. "If I couldn't come near to you, if you weren't here, I should hate it. I couldn't bear it," he answered. "But the people are nice," she said. "I mean the stillness, the cold, the frozen eternality," he said. She wondered. Then her spirit came home to him, nestling unconscious in him. "Yes, it is good we are warm and together," she said. And they turned home again. They saw the golden lights of the hotel glowing out in the night of snow silence, small in the hollow, like a cluster of yellow berries. It seemed like a bunch of sun sparks, tiny and orange in the midst of the snow darkness. Behind was a high shadow of a peak, blotting out the stars like a ghost. They drew near to their home. They saw a man come from the dark building with a lighted lantern, which swung golden, and made that his dark feet walked in a halo of snow. He was a small, dark figure in the darkened snow. He unlatched the door of an outhouse. A smell of cows, hot, animal, almost like beef, came out on the heavily cold air. There was a glimpse of 2 cattle in their dark stalls, then the door was shut again, and not a chink of light showed. It had reminded Ursula again of home, of the Marsh, of her childhood, and of the journey to Brussels, and, strangely, of Anton Skrebensky. Oh God, could one bear it, this past which was gone down the abyss? Could she bear that it ever had been? She looked round this silent upper world of snow and stars and powerful cold. There was another world, like views on a magic lantern, the Marsh, Cossethay, Ilkeston, lit up with a common unreal light. There was a shadowy, unreal Ursula, a whole shadow play of an unreal life. It was as unreal and circumscribed as a magic lantern show. She wished the slides could all be broken. She wished it could be gone for ever, like a lantern slide which was broken. She wanted to have no past. She wanted to have come down from the slopes of heaven to this place, with Birkin, not to have toiled out of the murk of her childhood and her upbringing, slowly, all soiled. She felt that memory was a dirty trick played upon her. What was this decree that she should remember? Why not a bath of pure oblivion, a new birth, without any recollections or blemish of a past life? She was with Birkin. She had just come into life, here in the high snow against the stars. What had she to do with parents and antecedents? She knew herself new and unbegotten. She had no father, no mother, no anterior connections. She was herself, pure and silvery. She belonged only to the oneness with Birkin, a oneness that struck deeper notes, sounding into the heart of the universe, the heart of reality, where she had never existed before. Even Gudrun was a separate unit, separate, having nothing to do with this self, this Ursula, in her new world of reality. That old shadow world, the actuality of the past, oh, let it go! She rose free on the wings of her new condition. Gudrun and Gerald had not come in. They had walked up the valley straight in front of the house, not like Ursula and Birkin, onto the little hill at the right. Gudrun was driven by a strange desire. She wanted to plunge on and on, till she came to the end of the valley of snow. Then she wanted to climb the wall of white finality, climb over into the peaks that sprang up like sharp petals in the heart of the frozen, mysterious navel of the world. She felt that there, over the strange, blind, terrible wall of rocky snow, there in the navel of the mystic world, among the final cluster of peaks, there, in the infolded navel of it all, was her consummation. If she could but come there alone, and pass into the infolded navel of eternal snow, and of uprising immortal peaks of snow and rock, she would be a oneness with all. She would be herself the eternal, infinite silence, the sleeping, timeless, frozen centre of the all. They went back to the house, to the Reunionsaal. She was curious to see what was going on. The men there made her alert, roused her curiosity. It was a new taste of life for her. They were so prostrate before her, yet so full of life. The party was boisterous. They were dancing all together, dancing the Schuhplatteln, the Tyrolese dance of the clapping hands and tossing the partner in the air at the crisis. The Germans were all proficient. They were from Munich chiefly. Gerald also was quite passable. There were 3 zithers twanging away in a corner. It was a scene of great animation and confusion. The Professor was initiating Ursula into the dance, stamping, clapping and swinging her high, with amazing force and zest. When the crisis came, even Birkin was behaving manfully with one of the Professor's fresh, strong daughters, who was exceedingly happy. Everybody was dancing. There was the most boisterous turmoil. Gudrun looked on with delight. The solid wooden floor resounded to the knocking heels of the men. The air quivered with the clapping hands and the zither music. There was a golden dust about the hanging lamps. Suddenly the dance finished. Loerke and the students rushed out to bring in drinks. There was an excited clamour of voices, a clinking of muglids, a great crying of "Prosit! Prosit!" Loerke was everywhere at once, like a gnome, suggesting drinks for the women, making an obscure, slightly risky joke with the men, confusing and mystifying the waiter. He wanted very much to dance with Gudrun. From the first moment he had seen her, he wanted to make a connection with her. Instinctively she felt this, and she waited for him to come up. But a kind of sulkiness kept him away from her, so she thought he disliked her. "Will you shoe plattern, gnädige Frau?" said the large, fair youth, Loerke's companion. He was too soft, too humble for Gudrun's taste. But she wanted to dance, and the fair youth, who was called Leitner, was handsome enough in his uneasy, slightly abject fashion, a humility that covered a certain fear. She accepted him as a partner. The zithers sounded out again, the dance began. Gerald led them laughing with one of the Professor's daughters. Ursula danced with one of the students, Birkin with the other daughter of the Professor with Frau Kramer, and the rest of the men danced together, with quite as much zest as if they had had women partners. Because Gudrun had danced with the well-built, soft youth, his companion, Loerke, was more pettish and exasperated than ever, and would not even notice her existence in the room. This piqued her. But she made up to herself by dancing with the Professor, who was strong as a mature, well-seasoned bull, and as full of coarse energy. She could not bear him critically, and yet she enjoyed being rushed through the dance, and tossed up into the air on his coarse, powerful impetus. The Professor enjoyed it too. He eyed her with strange, large blue eyes, full of galvanic fire. She hated him for the seasoned, semi-paternal animalism with which he regarded her. But she admired his weight of strength. The room was charged with excitement and strong animal emotion. Loerke was kept away from Gudrun, to whom he wanted to speak, as by a hedge of thorns. And he felt a sardonic, ruthless hatred for this young love companion, Leitner, who was his penniless dependent. He mocked the youth with an acid ridicule that made Leitner red in the face and impotent with resentment. Gerald, who had now got the dance perfectly, was dancing again with the younger of the Professor's daughters, who was almost dying of virgin excitement, because she thought Gerald so handsome, so superb. He had her in his power, as if she were a palpitating bird, a fluttering, flushing, bewildered creature. And it made him smile, as she shrank convulsively between his hands, violently, when he must throw her into the air. At the end she was so overcome with prostrate love for him, that she could scarcely speak sensibly at all. Birkin was dancing with Ursula. There were odd little fires playing in his eyes. He seemed to have turned into something wicked and flickering, mocking, suggestive, quite impossible. Ursula was frightened of him, and fascinated. Clear before her eyes, as in a vision, she could see the sardonic, licentious mockery of his eyes. He moved towards her with subtle, animal, indifferent approach. The strangeness of his hands, which came quick and cunning, inevitably to the vital place beneath her breasts, and lifting with mocking, suggestive impulse, carried her through the air as if without strength, through black magic, made her swoon with fear. For a moment she revolted. It was horrible. She would break the spell. But before the resolution had formed, she had submitted again, yielded to her fear. He knew all the time what he was doing. She could see it in his smiling, concentrated eyes. It was his responsibility. She would leave it to him. When they were alone in the darkness, she felt the strange licentiousness of him hovering upon her. She was troubled and repelled. Why should he turn like this? "What is it?" she asked in dread. But his face only glistened on her, unknown, horrible. And yet she was fascinated. Her impulse was to repel him violently, break from this spell of mocking brutishness. But she was too fascinated. She wanted to submit. She wanted to know. What would he do to her? He was so attractive and so repulsive at one. The sardonic suggestivity that flickered over his face and looked from his narrowed eyes made her want to hide herself away from him and watch him from somewhere unseen. "Why are you like this?" she demanded again, rousing against him with sudden force and animosity. The flickering fires in his eyes concentrated as he looked into her eyes. Then the lids drooped, with a faint motion of satiric contempt. Then they rose again, to the same remorseless suggestivity. And she gave way. He might do as he would. His licentiousness was repulsively attractive. But he was self-responsible. She would see what it was. They might do as they liked. This she realised as she went to sleep. How could anything that gave one satisfaction be excluded? What was degrading? Who cared? Degrading things were real, with a different reality. And he was so unabashed and unrestrained. Wasn't it rather horrible, a man who could be so soulful and spiritual, now to be so— She balked at her own thoughts and memories. Then she added, so bestial. So bestial, they too, so degraded. She winced. But after all, why not? She exulted as well. Why not be bestial and go the whole round of experience? She exulted in it. She was bestial. How good it was to be really shameful. There would be no shameful thing she had not experienced. Yet she was unabashed, she was herself. Why not? She was free when she knew everything, and no dark, shameful things were denied her. Gudrun, who had been watching Gerald in the Reunionsaal, suddenly thought, he should have all the women he can. It is his nature. It is absurd to call him monogamous. He is naturally promiscuous, that is his nature. The thought came to her involuntarily. It shocked her somewhat. It was as if she had seen some new mene upon the wall. Yet it was merely true. A voice seemed to have spoken it to her so clearly that for the moment she believed in inspiration. It is really true, she said to herself again. She knew quite well she had believed it all along. She knew it implicitly. But she must keep it dark, almost from herself. She must keep it completely secret. It was knowledge for her alone, and scarcely even to be admitted to herself. The deep resolve formed in her to combat him. One of them must triumph over the other. Which should it be? Her soul steeled itself with strength. Almost she laughed within herself at her confidence. It woke a certain keen, half-contemptuous pity, tenderness for him. She was so ruthless.
Everybody retired early. The Professor and Loerke went into a small lounge to drink. They both watched Gudrun go along the landing by the railing upstairs. "Ein schönes Frauenzimmer," said the Professor. "Ja," asserted Loerke shortly. Gerald walked with his queer, long wolf steps across the bedroom to the window, stooped and looked out, then rose again and turned to Gudrun, his eyes sharp with an abstract smile. He seemed very tall to her. She saw the glisten of his whitish eyebrows that met between his brows. "How do you like it?" he said. He seemed to be laughing inside himself, quite unconsciously. She looked at him. He was a phenomenon to her, not a human being. A sort of creature, greedy. "I like it very much," she replied. "Who do you like best downstairs?" he asked, standing tall and glistening above her, with his glistening stiff hair erect. "Who do I like best?" she repeated, wanting to answer his question and finding it difficult to collect herself. "Why, I don't know. I don't know enough about them yet, to be able to say. Who do you like best?" "Oh, I don't care. I don't like or dislike any of them. It doesn't matter about me. I wanted to know about you." "But why?" she asked, going rather pale. The abstract, unconscious smile in his eyes was intensified. "I wanted to know," he said. She turned aside, breaking the spell. In some strange way she felt he was getting power over her. "Well, I can't tell you already," she said. She went to the mirror to take out the hairpins from her hair. She stood before the mirror every night for some minutes, brushing her fine, dark hair. It was part of the inevitable ritual of her life. He followed her and stood behind her. She was busy with bent head, taking out the pins and shaking her warm hair loose. When she looked up, she saw him in the glass standing behind her, watching unconsciously, not consciously seeing her, and yet watching, with fine pupilled eyes that seemed to smile, and which were not really smiling. She started. It took all her courage for her to continue brushing her hair as usual, for her to pretend she was at her ease. She was far, far from being at her ease with him. She beat her brains wildly for something to say to him. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" she asked nonchalantly, whilst her heart was beating so furiously, her eyes were so bright with strange nervousness, she felt he could not but observe. But she knew also that he was completely blind, blind as a wolf looking at her. It was a strange battle between her ordinary consciousness and his uncanny black art consciousness. "I don't know," he replied. "What would you like to do?" He spoke emptily, his mind was sunk away. "Oh," she said with easy protestation, "I'm ready for anything. Anything will be fine for me, I'm sure." And to herself she was saying, "God, why am I so nervous? Why are you so nervous, you fool? If he sees it, I'm done for forever. You know you're done for forever, if he sees the absurd state you're in." And she smiled to herself as if it were all child's play. Meanwhile her heart was plunging, she was almost fainting. She could see him in the mirror as he stood there behind her, tall and overarching, blond and terribly frightening. She glanced at his reflection with furtive eyes,
willing to give anything to save him from knowing she could see him. He did not know she could see his reflection. He was looking unconsciously, glisteningly, down at her head, from which the hair fell loose as she brushed it with wild, nervous hand. She held her head aside and brushed her hair madly. For her life she could not turn round and face him. For her life she could not. And the knowledge made her almost sink to the ground in a faint, helpless, spent. She was aware of his frightening, impending figure standing close behind her. She was aware of his hard, strong, unyielding chest close upon her back. And she felt she could not bear it any more. In a few minutes she would fall down at his feet, grovelling at his feet, and letting him destroy her. The thought pricked up all her sharp intelligence and presence of mind. She dared not turn round to him, and there he stood, motionless, unbroken. Summoning all her strength, she said, in a full, resonant, nonchalant voice, that was forced out with all her remaining self-control, "Oh, would you mind looking in that bag behind there, and giving me my—" Here her power fell inert. "My what? My what?" she screamed in silence to herself. But he had started round, surprised and startled that she should ask him to look in her bag, which she always kept so very private to herself. She turned now, her face white, her dark eyes blazing with uncanny, overwrought excitement. She saw him stooping to the bag, undoing the loosely buckled strap, unattentive. "Your what?" he asked. "Oh, a little enamel box, yellow, with a design of a cormorant plucking her breast." She went towards him, stooping her beautiful bare arm, and deftly turned some of her things, disclosing the box, which was exquisitely painted. "That is it, see?" she said, taking it from under his eyes. And he was baffled now. He was left to fasten up the bag, whilst she swiftly did up her hair for the night, and sat down to unfasten her shoes. She would not turn her back to him any more. He was baffled, frustrated, but unconscious. She had the whip hand over him now. She knew he had not realised her terrible panic. Her heart was beating heavily still. Fool, fool that she was, to get into such a state. How she thanked God for Gerald's obtuse blindness. Thank God he could see nothing. She sat slowly unlacing her shoes, and he too commenced to undress. Thank God that crisis was over. She felt almost fond of him now, almost in love with him. "Oh, Gerald," she laughed, caressively, teasingly. "Oh, what a fine game you played with the Professor's daughter, didn't you now?" "What game?" he asked, looking round. "Isn't she in love with you? Oh dear, isn't she in love with you?" said Gudrun, in her gayest, most attractive mood. "I shouldn't think so," he said. "Shouldn't think so?" she teased. "Why, the poor girl is lying at this moment, overwhelmed, dying with love for you. She thinks you're wonderful, oh, marvellous, beyond what man has ever been. Really, isn't it funny?" "Why funny? What is funny?" he asked. "Why, to see you working it on her," she said, with a half reproach that confused the male conceit in him. "Really, Gerald, the poor girl." "I did nothing to her," he said. "Oh, it was too shameful, the way you simply swept her off her feet."
That was shoe-plattern," he replied with a bright grin.
"Ha, ha, ha, ha," laughed Gudrun. Her mockery quivered through his muscles with curious re-echoes. When he slept, he seemed to crouch down in the bed, lapped up in his own strength, that yet was hollow. And Gudrun slept strongly, a victorious sleep. Suddenly she was almost fiercely awake. The small timber room glowed with the dawn that came upwards from the low window. She could see down the valley when she lifted her head, the snow with a pinkish, half-revealed magic, the fringe of pine trees at the bottom of the slope, and one tiny figure moved over the vaguely illuminated space. She glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He was still completely asleep, and she was so hard awake, it was almost frightening. A hard, metallic wakefulness. She lay looking at him. He slept in the subjection of his own health and defeat. She was overcome by a sincere regard for him. Till now she was afraid before him. She lay and thought about him, what he was, what he represented in the world, a fine, independent will he had. She thought of the revolution he had worked in the mines in so short a time. She knew that if he were confronted with any problem, any hard, actual difficulty, he would overcome it. If he laid hold of any idea, he would carry it through. He had the faculty of making order out of confusion. Only let him grip hold of a situation, and he would bring to pass an inevitable conclusion. For a few moments she was borne away on the wild wings of ambition. Gerald, with his force of will, and his power for comprehending the actual world, should be set to solve the problems of the day, the problem of industrialism in the modern world. She knew he would, in the course of time, effect the changes he desired. He could reorganize the industrial system. She knew he could do it. As an instrument in these things, he was marvellous. She had never seen any man with his potentiality. He was unaware of it, but she knew. He only needed to be hitched on. He needed that his hand should be set to the task, because he was so unconscious. And this she could do. She would marry him. He would go into Parliament in the Conservative interest. He would clear up the great muddle of labour and industry. He was so superbly fearless, masterful. He knew that every problem could be worked out, in life as in geometry. And he would care neither about himself nor about anything but the pure working out of the problem. He was very pure, really. Her heart beat fast. She flew away on wings of elation, imagining a future. He would be a Napoleon of peace, or a Bismarck, and she the woman behind him. She had read Bismarck's letters, and had been deeply moved by them. And Gerald would be freer, more dauntless than Bismarck. But even as she lay in fictitious transport, bathed in the strange, false sunshine of hope in life, something seemed to snap in her, and a terrible cynicism began to gain upon her, blowing in like a wind. Everything turned to irony with her. The last flavour of everything was ironical. When she felt her pang of undeniable reality, This was when she knew the hard irony of hopes and ideas. She lay and looked at him as he slept. He was sheerly beautiful. He was a perfect instrument. To her mind, he was a pure, inhuman, almost superhuman instrument. His instrumentality appealed so strongly to her. She wished she were God, to use him as a tool. And at the same instant came the ironical question, what for? She thought of the colliers' wives, with their linoleum and their lace curtains, and their little girls in high-laced boots. She thought of the wives and daughters of the pit managers, their tennis parties, and their terrible struggles to be superior each to the other in the social scale. There was Shortlands with its meaningless distinction, the meaningless crowd of the cries. There was London, the House of Commons, the extant social world. My God! Young as she was, Gudrun had touched the whole pulse of social England. She had no ideas of rising in the world. She knew, with the perfect cynicism of cruel youth, that to rise in the world meant to have one outside show instead of another. The advance was like having a spurious half-crown instead of a spurious penny. The whole coinage of valuation was spurious. Yet of course her cynicism knew well enough that in a world where spurious coin was current, a bad sovereign was better than a bad farthing. But rich and poor she despised both alike. Already she mocked at herself for her dreams. They could be fulfilled easily enough. But she recognised too well in her spirit the mockery of her own impulses. What did she care that Gerald had created a richly paying industry out of an old worn-out concern? What did she care? The worn-out concern and the rapid, splendidly organised industry, they were bad money. Yet of course she cared a great deal, outwardly. And outwardly was all that mattered, for inwardly was a bad joke. Everything was intrinsically a piece of irony to her. She leaned over Gerald and said in her heart, with compassion, "Oh, my dear, the game isn't worth even you. You are a fine thing, really. Why should you be used on such a poor show?" Her heart was breaking with pity and grief for him. And at the same moment, a grimace came over her mouth of mocking irony at her own unspoken tirade. Ah, what a farce it was! She thought of Parnell and Catherine O'Shea. Parnell! After all, who can take the nationalisation of Ireland seriously? Who can take political Ireland really seriously, whatever it does? And who can take political England seriously? Who can? Who can care a straw, really, how the old patched-up constitution is tinkered at any more? Who cares a button for our national ideas, any more than for our national bowler hat? Ha! It's all old hat. It is all old bowler hat. That's all it is, Gerald, my young hero. At any rate, we'll spare ourselves the nausea of stirring the old broth any more. You be beautiful, my Gerald, and reckless. There are perfect moments. Wake up, Gerald. Wake up. Convince me of the perfect moments. Oh, convince me. I need it. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She greeted him with a mocking, enigmatic smile, in which was a poignant gaiety. Over his face went the reflection of the smile. He smiled too, purely unconsciously. That filled her with extraordinary delight, to see the smile cross his face, reflected from her face. She remembered that was how a baby smiled. It filled her with extraordinary, radiant delight. "You've done it," she said.
What?
he asked, dazed. "Convinced me." And she bent down, kissing him passionately, passionately, so that he was bewildered. He did not ask her of what he had convinced her, though he meant to. He was glad she was kissing him. She seemed to be feeling for his very heart, to touch the quick of him. And he wanted her to touch the quick of his being. He wanted that most of all. Outside, somebody was singing in a manly, reckless, handsome voice.
Mach mir auf, du Stolze, mach mir ein Feuer von Holze. Vom Regen bin ich nass, vom Regen bin ich nass.
Gudrun knew that that song would sound through her eternity, sung in a manly, reckless, mocking voice. It marked one of her supreme moments, the supreme pangs of her nervous gratification. There it was, fixed in eternity for her. The day came fine and bluish. There was a light wind blowing among the mountain tops, keen as a rapier where it touched, carrying with it a fine dust of snow powder. Gerald went out with the fine, blind face of a man who is in his state of fulfilment. Gudrun and he were in perfect static unity this morning, but unseeing and unwitting. They went out with a toboggan, leaving Ursula and Birkin to follow. Gudrun was all scarlet and royal blue, a scarlet jersey and cap, and a royal blue skirt and stockings. She went gaily over the white snow, with Gerald beside her, in white and grey, pulling the little toboggan. They grew small in the distance of snow, climbing the steep slope. For Gudrun herself, she seemed to pass altogether into the whiteness of the snow. She became a pure, thoughtless crystal. When she reached the top of the slope, in the wind, she looked round and saw peak beyond peak of rock and snow, bluish, transcendent in heaven. And it seemed to her like a garden, with the peaks for pure flowers and her heart gathering them. She had no separate consciousness for Gerald. She held on to him as they went sheering down over the keen slope. She felt as if her senses were being whetted on some fine grindstone that was keen as flame. The snow sprinted on either side, like sparks from a blade that is being sharpened. The whiteness round about ran swifter, swifter, in pure flame, The white slope flew against her, and she fused like one molten, dancing globule, rushed through a white intensity. Then there was a great swerve at the bottom, when they swung as it were in a fall to earth, in the diminishing motion. They came to rest. But when she rose to her feet, she could not stand. She gave a strange cry, turned and clung to him, sinking her face on his breast, fainting in him. Utter oblivion came over her, as she lay for a few moments abandoned against him.
"What is it?" he was saying. "Was it too much for you?"
But she heard nothing. When she came to, she stood up and looked round, astonished. Her face was white, her eyes brilliant and large.
"What is it?" he repeated. "Did it upset you?"
She looked at him with her brilliant eyes, that seemed to have undergone some transfiguration, and she laughed with a terrible merriment.
"No!"
she cried with triumphant joy.
"It was the complete moment of my life."
And she looked at him with her dazzling, overweening laughter, like one possessed. A fine blade seemed to enter his heart. But he did not care, or take any notice. But they climbed up the slope again, and they flew down through the white flame again, splendidly, splendidly. Gudrun was laughing and flashing, powdered with snow crystals. Gerald worked perfectly. He felt he could guide the toboggan to a hairbreadth. Almost he could make it pierce into the air and right into the very heart of the sky. It seemed to him the flying sledge was but his strength spread out. He had but to move his arms, the motion was his own. They explored the great slopes to find another slide. He felt there must be something better than they had known. And he found what he desired. A perfect, long, fierce sweep, sheering past the foot of a rock and into the trees at the base. It was dangerous, he knew. But then he knew also he would direct the sledge between his fingers. The first days passed in an ecstasy of physical motion, sleighing, skiing, skating, moving in an intensity of speed and white light that surpassed life itself, and carried the souls of the human beings beyond into an inhuman abstraction of velocity and weight and eternal frozen snow. Gerald's eyes became hard and strange, and as he went by on his skis, he was more like some powerful, fateful sigh than a man. His muscles elastic, in a perfect soaring trajectory, his body projected in pure flight, mindless, soulless, whirling along one perfect line of force. Luckily there came a day of snow, when they must all stay indoors. Otherwise, Birkin said, they would all lose their faculties and begin to utter themselves in cries and shrieks, like some strange unknown species of snow creatures. End of the third part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. The fourth part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The fourth part of chapter 29, Continental. It happened in the afternoon that Ursula sat in the Reunionsaal talking to Loerke. The latter had seemed unhappy lately. He was lively and full of mischievous humour, as usual. But Ursula had thought he was sulky about something. His partner, too, the big, fair, good-looking youth, was ill at ease, going about as if he belonged to nowhere, and was kept in some sort of subjection against which he was rebelling. Loerke had hardly talked to Gudrun. His associate, on the other hand, had paid her constantly a soft, over-deferential attention. Gudrun wanted to talk to Loerke. He was a sculptor, and she wanted to hear his view of his art. And his figure attracted her. There was the look of a little wastrel about him that intrigued her, and an old man's look that interested her, and then, beside this, an uncanny singleness, a quality of being by himself, not in contact with anybody else, that marked out an artist to her. He was a chatterer, a magpie, a maker of mischievous word jokes that were sometimes very clever, but which often were not. And she could see in his brown gnome's eyes the black look of inorganic misery which lay behind all his small buffoonery. His figure interested her. The figure of a boy, almost a street Arab. He made no attempt to conceal it. He always wore a simple loden suit with knee breeches. His legs were thin, and he made no attempt to disguise the fact, which was of itself remarkable in a German. And he never ingratiated himself anywhere, not in the slightest, but kept to himself, for all his apparent playfulness. Leitner, his companion, was a great sportsman, very handsome with his big limbs and his blue eyes. Loerke would go tobogganing or skating in little snatches, but he was indifferent. And his fine, thin nostrils, the nostrils of a pure-bred street Arab, would quiver with contempt at Leitner's splothering gymnastic displays. It was evident that the two men, who had travelled and lived together, sharing the same bedroom, had now reached the stage of loathing. Leitner hated Loerke with an injured, writhing, impotent hatred, and Loerke treated Leitner with a fine quivering contempt and sarcasm. Soon the two would have to go apart. Already they were rarely together. Leitner ran attaching himself to somebody or other, always deferring. Loerke was a good deal alone. Out of doors he wore a Westphalian cap, a close brown velvet head with big brown velvet flaps down over his ears, so that he looked like a lop-eared rabbit or a troll. His face was brown-red with a dry, bright skin that seemed to crinkle with his mobile expressions. His eyes were arresting, brown, full, like a rabbit's, or like a troll's, or like the eyes of a lost being, having a strange, dumb, depraved look of knowledge, and a quick spark of uncanny fire. Whenever Gudrun had tried to talk to him, he had shied away, unresponsive, looking at her with his watchful, dark eyes, but entering into no relation with her. He had made her feel that her slow French and her slower German were hateful to him. As for his own inadequate English, he was much too awkward to try it at all. But he understood a good deal of what was said, nevertheless. And Gudrun, piqued, left him alone. This afternoon, however, she came into the lounge as he was talking to Ursula. His fine black hair somehow reminded her of a bat, thin as it was on his full, sensitive-looking head, and worn away at the temples. He sat hunched up, as if his spirit were bat-like, and Gudrun could see he was making some slow confidence to Ursula, unwilling, a slow, grudging, scanty self-revelation. She went and sat by her sister. He looked at her, then looked away again, as if he took no notice of her, but as a matter of fact she interested him deeply.
"Isn't it interesting, Prune?" said Ursula, turning to her sister. "Herr Loerke is doing a great frieze for a factory in Cologne, for the outside, the street."
She looked at him, at his thin, brown, nervous hands that were prehensile and somehow like talons, like griffes, inhuman. "What in?" she asked.
"Aus was?"
repeated Ursula.
"Granite,"
he replied. It had become immediately a laconic series of question and answer between fellow craftsmen. "What is the relief?" asked Gudrun.
alto rilievo.
"And at what height?" It was very interesting to Gudrun to think of his making the great granite frieze for a great granite factory in Cologne. She got from him some notion of the design. It was a representation of a fair, with peasants and artisans in an orgy of enjoyment, drunk and absurd in their modern dress, whirling ridiculously in roundabouts, gaping at shows, kissing and staggering and rolling in knots, swinging in swing-boats, and firing down shooting galleries, a frenzy of chaotic motion. There was a swift discussion of technicalities. Gudrun was very much impressed.
"But how wonderful to have such a factory!" cried Ursula. "Is the whole building fine?"
Oh yes, he replied. The frieze is part of the whole architecture. Yes, it is a colossal thing.
Then he seemed to stiffen, shrugged his shoulders, and went on.
Sculpture and architecture must go together. The day for irrelevant statues, as for wall pictures, is over. As a matter of fact, sculpture is always part of an architectural conception. And since churches are all museum stuff, since industry is our business now, then let us make our places of industry our art, our factory area our Parthenon. Echo."
Ursula pondered.
"I suppose," she said, "there is no need for our great works to be so hideous."
Instantly he broke into motion.
"There you are!" he cried. "There you are! There is not only no need for our places of work to be ugly, but their ugliness ruins the work in the end. Men will not go on submitting to such intolerable ugliness. In the end it will hurt too much, and they will wither because of it. And this will wither the work as well. They will think the work itself is ugly, the machines the very act of labour, whereas the machinery and the acts of labour are extremely, maddeningly beautiful. But this will be the end of our civilization, when people will not work, because work has become so intolerable to their senses. It nauseates them too much. They would rather starve. Then we shall see the hammer used only for smashing. Then we shall see it. Yet here we are. We have the opportunity to make beautiful factories, beautiful machine houses. We have the opportunity—"
Gudrun could only partly understand. She could have cried with vexation. "What does he say?" she asked Ursula. And Ursula translated, stammering and brief. Loerke watched Gudrun's face to see her judgment. "And do you think then," said Gudrun, "that art should serve industry?"
"Art should interpret industry, as art once interpreted religion," he said.
"But does your fair interpret industry?" she asked him.
"Certainly. What is man doing when he is at a fair like this? He is fulfilling the counterpart of labour. The machine works him, instead of he the machine.
He enjoys the mechanical motion in his own body."
"But is there nothing but work, mechanical work?" said Gudrun.
"Nothing but work,"
he repeated, leaning forward, his eyes two darknesses with needle points of light.
"No, it is nothing but this, serving a machine or enjoying the motion of a machine. Motion, that is all. You have never worked for hunger, or you would know what God governs us."
Gudrun quivered and flushed. For some reason she was almost in tears. "No, I have not worked for hunger," she replied. "But I have worked."
"Travaillé, lavorato?" he asked. "E che lavoro, che lavoro? Quel travail est-ce que vous avez fait?"
He broke into a mixture of Italian and French, instinctively using a foreign language when he spoke to her.
"You have never worked as the world works," he said to her, with sarcasm.
"Yes," she said, "I have. And I do. I work now for my daily bread." He paused, looked at her steadily, then dropped the subject entirely. She seemed to him to be trifling. "But have you ever worked as the world works?" Ursula asked him. He looked at her, untrustful.
"Yes," he replied with a surly bark. "I have known what it was to lie in bed for 3 days, because I had nothing to eat."
Gudrun was looking at him with large, grave eyes, that seemed to draw the confession from him as the marrow from his bones. All his nature held him back from confessing. And yet her large, grave eyes upon him seemed to open some valve in his veins, and involuntarily he was telling.
"My father was a man who did not like work, and we had no mother. We lived in Austria, Polish Austria. How did we live? Ha! Somehow. Mostly in a room with 3 other families, one set in each corner, and the WC in the middle of the room, a pan with a plank on it. Ha! I had 2 brothers and a sister, and there might be a woman with my father. He was a free being in his way, would fight with any man in the town, a garrison town, and was a little man too. But he wouldn't work for anybody, set his heart against it, and wouldn't."
"And how did you live then?" asked Ursula. He looked at her, then suddenly at Gudrun.
"Do you understand?" he asked.
"Enough," she replied. Their eyes met for a moment. Then he looked away. He would say no more. "And how did you become a sculptor?" asked Ursula.
"How did I become a sculptor?" He paused.
"Dunque," he resumed, in a changed manner, and beginning to speak French.
"I became old enough. I used to steal from the market-place. Later I went to work, imprinted the stamp on clay bottles before they were baked. It was an earthenware bottle factory. There I began making models. One day I had had enough. I lay in the sun and did not go to work. Then I walked to Munich. Then I walked to Italy, begging everything. The Italians were very good to me. They were good and honourable to me. From Bozen to Rome, almost every night I had a meal and a bed, perhaps of straw, with some peasant. I loved the Italian people with all my heart. Dunque adesso, maintenant, I earn £1,000 in a year, or I earn 2,000.
He looked down at the ground, his voice tailing off into silence. Gudrun looked at his fine, thin, shiny skin, reddish brown from the sun, drawn tight over his full temples, and at his thin hair, and at the thick, coarse, brush-like moustache cut short about his mobile, rather shapeless mouth. "How old are you?" she asked. He looked up at her with his full elfin eyes, startled. "Wie alt?" he repeated, and he hesitated. It was evidently one of his reticencies. "How old are you?" he replied, without answering. "I am 26, she answered. 26, he repeated, looking into her eyes. He paused. Then he said, "Und Ihr Herr Gemahl, wie alt ist er?" "Who?" asked Gudrun. "Your husband," said Ursula, with a certain irony. "I haven't got a husband," said Gudrun in English. In German she answered, "He is 31. But Loerke was watching closely, with his uncanny, full, suspicious eyes. Something in Gudrun seemed to accord with him. He was really like one of the little people who have no soul, who has found his mate in a human being. But he suffered in his discovery. She too was fascinated by him, fascinated as if some strange creature, a rabbit or a bat or a brown seal, had begun to talk to her. But also she knew what he was unconscious of, his tremendous power of understanding, of apprehending her living motion. He did not know his own power. He did not know how, with his full, submerged, watchful eyes, he could look into her and see her, what she was, see her secrets. He would only want her to be herself. He knew her verily, with a subconscious, sinister knowledge, devoid of illusions and hopes. To Gudrun there was in Loerke the rock bottom of all life. Everybody else had their illusion, must have their illusion, their before and after. But he, with a perfect stoicism, did without any before and after, dispensed with all illusion. He did not deceive himself in the last issue. In the last issue he cared about nothing. He was troubled about nothing. He made not the slightest attempt to be at one with anything. He existed a pure, unconnected will, stoical and momentaneous. There was only his work. It was curious, too, how his poverty, the degradation of his earlier life, attracted her. There was something insipid and tasteless to her in the idea of a gentleman, a man who had gone the usual course through school and university. A certain violent sympathy, however, came up in her for this mud child. He seemed to be the very stuff of the underworld of life. There was no going beyond him. Ursula too was attracted by Loerke. In both sisters he commanded a certain homage. But there were moments when to Ursula he seemed indescribably inferior, false, a vulgarism. Both Birkin and Gerald disliked him, Gerald ignoring him with some contempt, Birkin exasperated.
"What do the women find so impressive in that little brat?" Gerald asked.
"God alone knows," replied Birkin, "unless it's some sort of appeal he makes to them, which flatters them and has such a power over them." Gerald looked up in surprise.
"Does he make an appeal to them?"
he asked. "Oh yes," replied Birkin. "He is the perfectly subjected being, existing almost like a criminal, and the women rush towards that, like a current of air towards a vacuum."
"Funny they should rush to that," said Gerald.
"Makes one mad too," said Birkin. but he has the fascination of pity and repulsion for them. A little obscene monster of the darkness that he is. Gerald stood still, suspended in thought.
"What do women want at the bottom?" he asked.
Birkin shrugged his shoulders. "God knows," he said. "Some satisfaction in basic repulsion, it seems to me. They seem to creep down some ghastly tunnel of darkness, and will never be satisfied till they've come to the end." Gerald looked out into the mist of fine snow that was blowing by. Everywhere was blind today, horribly blind.
"And what is the end?" he asked.
Birkin shook his head. "I've not got there yet, so I don't know. Ask Loerke, he's pretty near. He is a good many stages further than either you or I can go."
"Yes, but stages further in what?"
cried Gerald, irritated. Birkin sighed, and gathered his brows into a knot of anger. "Stages further in social hatred," he said. "He lives like a rat in the river of corruption, just where it falls over into the bottomless pit. He's further on than we are. He hates the ideal more acutely. He hates the ideal utterly, yet it still dominates him. I expect he is a Jew, or part Jewish."
"Probably,"
said Gerald. "He is a gnawing little negation, gnawing at the roots of life."
"But why does anybody care about him?"
cried Gerald. "Because they hate the ideal also in their souls. They want to explore the sewers, and he's the wizard rat that swims ahead." Still Gerald stood and stared at the blind haze of snow outside.
"I don't understand your terms, really," he said in a flat, doomed voice. "But it sounds a rum sort of desire."
"I suppose we want the same," said Birkin. "Only we want to take a quick jump downwards in a sort of ecstasy, and he ebbs with the stream, the sewer stream." Meanwhile, Gudrun and Ursula waited for the next opportunity to talk to Loerke. It was no use beginning when the men were there. Then they could get into no touch with the isolated little sculptor. He had to be alone with them, and he preferred Ursula to be there as a sort of transmitter to Gudrun. "Do you do nothing but architectural sculpture?" Gudrun asked him one evening.
"Not now," he replied. "I have done all sorts, except portraits. I never did portraits. But other things."
"What kind of things?" asked Gudrun. He paused a moment, then rose and went out of the room. He returned almost immediately with a little roll of paper, which he handed to her. She unrolled it. It was a photogravure reproduction of a statuette, signed F. Loerke.
"That is quite an early thing, not mechanical," he said, "more popular."
The statuette was of a naked girl, small, finely made, sitting on a great naked horse. The girl was young and tender, a mere bud. She was sitting sideways on the horse, her face in her hands, as if in shame and grief, in a little abandon. Her hair, which was short and must be flaxen, fell forward, divided, half covering her hands. Her limbs were young and tender. Her legs, scarcely formed yet, the legs of a maiden just passing towards cruel womanhood, dangled childishly over the side of the powerful horse, pathetically, the small feet folded one over the other, as if to hide. But there was no hiding. There she was, exposed, naked, on the naked flank of the horse. The horse stood stock still, stretched in a kind of start. It was a massive, magnificent stallion, rigid with pent-up power. Its neck was arched and terrible, like a sickle. Its flanks were pressed back, rigid with power. Gudrun went pale, and a darkness came over her eyes like shame. She looked up with a certain supplication, almost slave-like. He glanced at her and jerked his head a little. "How big is it?" she asked, in a toneless voice, persisting in appearing casual and unaffected. "How big?" he replied, glancing again at her. "Without pedestal, so high." He measured with his hand. "With pedestal, so." He looked at her steadily. There was a little brusque, turgid contempt for her in his swift gesture, and she seemed to cringe a little. "And what is it done in?" she asked, throwing back her head and looking at him with affected coldness. He still gazed at her steadily, and his dominance was not shaken. "Bronze, green bronze." "Green bronze," repeated Gudrun, coldly accepting his challenge. She was thinking of the slender, immature, tender limbs of the girl, smooth and cold in green bronze. "Yes, beautiful," she murmured, looking up at him with a certain dark homage. He closed his eyes and looked aside, triumphant. "Why," said Ursula, "did you make the horse so stiff? It is as stiff as a block." "Stiff?" he repeated, in arms at once. "Yes. Look how stock and stupid and brutal it is. Horses are sensitive, quite delicate and sensitive, really." He raised his shoulders, spread his hands in a shrug of slow indifference, as much as to inform her she was an amateur and an impertinent nobody. "Wissen Sie," he said, with an insulting patience and condescension in his voice, "that horse is a certain form, part of a whole form. It is part of a work of art, a piece of form. It is not a picture of a friendly horse to which you give a lump of sugar, do you see? It is part of a work of art. It has no relation to anything outside that work of art." Ursula, angry at being treated quite so insultingly de haut en bas, from the height of esoteric art to the depth of general exoteric amateurism, replied hotly, flushing and lifting her face: "But it is a picture of a horse, nevertheless." He lifted his shoulders in another shrug. "As you like. It is not a picture of a cow, certainly." Here Gudrun broke in, flushed and brilliant, anxious to avoid any more of this, any more of Ursula's foolish persistence in giving herself away. "What do you mean by it is a picture of a horse?" she cried at her sister. "What do you mean by a horse? You mean an idea you have in your head, and which you want to see represented. There is another idea altogether, quite another idea. Call it a horse if you like, or say it is not a horse. I have just as much right to say that your horse isn't a horse, that it is a falsity of your own make-up." Ursula wavered, baffled. Then her words came. "But why does he have this idea of a horse?" she said. "I know it is his idea. I know it is a picture of himself, really." Loerke snorted with rage. "A picture of myself?" he repeated in derision. "Wissen Sie, gnädige Frau, that is a Kunstwerk, a work of art. It is a work of art. It is a picture of nothing, of absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with anything but itself. It has no relation with the everyday world of this and other. There is no connection between them, absolutely none. There are two different and distinct planes of existence, and to translate one into the other is worse than foolish. It is a darkening of all counsel, a making confusion everywhere. Do you see?
You must not confuse the relative work of action with the absolute world of art. That you must not do."
"That is quite true," cried Gudrun, let loose in a sort of rhapsody. "The two things are quite and permanently apart. They have nothing to do with one another. I and my art, they have nothing to do with each other. My art stands in another world. I am in this world." Her face was flushed and transfigured. Loerke, who was sitting with his head ducked, like some creature at bay, looked up at her swiftly, almost furtively, and murmured, "Ja, so ist es, so ist es." Ursula was silent after this outburst. She was furious. She wanted to poke a hole into them both.
"It isn't a word of it true, of all this harangue you have made me," she replied flatly. "The horse is a picture of your own stock, stupid brutality. And the girl was a girl you loved and tortured and then ignored."
He looked up at her with a small smile of contempt in his eyes. He would not trouble to answer this last charge. Gudrun too was silent in exasperated contempt. Ursula was such an insufferable outsider, rushing in where angels would fear to tread. But then, fools must be suffered, if not gladly. But Ursula was persistent too.
"As for your world of art, and your world of reality," she replied, "you have to separate the two, because you can't bear to know what you are. You can't bear to realise what a stock, stiff, hidebound brutality you are really. So you say, it's the world of art. The world of art is only the truth about the real world, that's all. But you are too far gone to see it."
She was white and trembling, intent. Gudrun and Loerke sat in stiff dislike of her. Gerald too, who had come up in the beginning of the speech, stood looking at her in complete disapproval and opposition. He felt she was undignified. She put a sort of vulgarity over the esotericism which gave man his last distinction. He joined his forces with the other two. They all three wanted her to go away. But she sat on in silence, her soul weeping, throbbing violently, her fingers twisting her handkerchief. The others maintained a dead silence, letting the display of Ursula's obtrusiveness pass by. Then Gudrun asked, in a voice that was quite cool and casual, as if resuming a casual conversation, was the girl a model?
Nein, sie war kein Modell, sie war eine kleine Malschülerin.
An art student, replied Gudrun. And how the situation revealed itself to her. She saw the girl art student, unformed and of pernicious recklessness, too young, her straight flaxen hair cut short, hanging just into her neck, curving inwards slightly because it was rather thick, and Loerke, the well-known master sculptor, and the girl, probably well brought up and of good family, thinking herself so great to be his mistress. Oh, how well she knew the common callousness of it all. Dresden, Paris or London, what did it matter? She knew it.
"Where is she now?"
Ursula asked. Loerke raised his shoulders to convey his complete ignorance and indifference.
"That is already 6 years ago," he said. "She will be 23 years old, no more good."
Gerald had picked up the picture and was looking at it. It attracted him also. He saw on the pedestal that the piece was called Lady Godiva.
"But this isn't Lady Godiva," he said, smiling good-humouredly. "She was the middle-aged wife of some earl or other, who covered herself with her long hair."
À la Maud Allen,
said Gudrun with a mocking grimace.
"Why Maud Allan?" he replied. "Isn't it so? I always thought the legend was that."
"Yes, Gerald dear, I'm quite sure you've got the legend perfectly." She was laughing at him, with a little mock caressive contempt.
"To be sure, I'd rather see the woman than the hare," he laughed in return.
"Wouldn't you just?" mocked Gudrun. Ursula rose and went away, leaving the three together. Gudrun took the picture again from Gerald, and sat looking at it closely. "Of course," she said, turning to tease Loerke now, "you understood your little Malschülerin." He raised his eyebrows and his shoulders in a complacent shrug.
"The little girl?"
asked Gerald, pointing to the figure. Gudrun was sitting with the picture in her lap. She looked up at Gerald, full into his eyes, so that he seemed to be blinded. "Didn't he understand her?" she said to Gerald, in a slightly mocking, humorous playfulness. "You've only to look at the feet. Aren't they darling, so pretty and tender? Oh, they're really wonderful. They're really—" She lifted her eyes slowly, with a hot, flaming look into Loerke's eyes. His soul was filled with her burning recognition. He seemed to grow more uppish and lordly. Gerald looked at the small, sculptured feet. They were turned together, half covering each other in pathetic shyness and fear. He looked at them a long time, fascinated. Then, in some pain, he put the picture away from him. He felt full of barrenness. "What was her name?" Gudrun asked Loerke.
"Annette von Weck,"
Loerke replied, reminiscent.
"Ja, sie war hübsch. She was pretty, but she was tiresome. She was a nuisance. Not for a minute would she keep still. Not until I had slapped her hard and made her cry. Then she'd sit for 5 minutes."
He was thinking over the work, his work, the all-important to him. "Did you really slap her?" asked Gudrun coolly. He glanced back at her, reading her challenge.
"Yes, I did," he said, nonchalant. "Harder than I have ever beat anything in my life. I had to. It was the only way I got the work done."
Gudrun watched him with large, dark-filled eyes for some moments. She seemed to be considering his very soul. Then she looked down in silence.
"Why did you have such a young Godiva then?" asked Gerald. "She is so small, besides, on the horse. Not big enough for it. Such a child."
A queer spasm went over Loerke's face.
"Yes," he said. "I don't like them any bigger, any older. Then they are beautiful at 16, 17, 18. After that, they are no use to me."
There was a moment's pause.
"Why not?"
asked Gerald. Loerke shrugged his shoulders.
"I don't find them interesting or beautiful. They are no good to me for my work." "Do you mean to say a woman isn't beautiful after she is 20? asked Gerald. "For me, no. Before 20, she is small and fresh and tender and slight. After that, let her be what she likes, she has nothing for me. The Venus of Milo is a bourgeoise, so are they all." "And you don't care for women at all after 20? asked Gerald. "They are no good to me, they are of no use in my art," Loerke repeated impatiently. "I don't find them beautiful." "You are an epicure," said Gerald, with a slight sarcastic laugh. "And what about men?" asked Gudrun suddenly. "Yes, they are good at all ages," replied Loerke.
A man should be big and powerful. Whether he is old or young is of no account. So he has the size, something of massiveness and stupid form.
End of the 4th part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. The 5th part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The 5th part of chapter 29, Continental. Ursula went out alone into the world of pure new snow, but the dazzling whiteness seemed to beat upon her till it hurt her. She felt the cold was slowly strangling her soul. Her head felt dazed and numb. Suddenly she wanted to go away. It occurred to her like a miracle that she might go away into another world. She had felt so doomed up here in the eternal snow, as if there were no beyond. Now suddenly, as by a miracle, she remembered that away beyond, below her, lay the dark, fruitful earth. That towards the south there were stretches of land dark with orange trees and cypress, grey with olives. That ilex trees lifted wonderful plumy tufts in shadow against a blue sky. Miracle of miracles! This utterly silent, frozen world of the mountain tops was not universal. One might leave it and have done with it. One might go away. She wanted to realise the miracle at once. She wanted at this instant to have done with the snow world, the terrible, static, ice-built mountain tops. She wanted to see the dark earth, to smell its earthy fecundity, to see the patient, wintry vegetation, to feel the sunshine touch a response in the buds. She went back gladly to the house, full of hope. Birkin was reading, lying in bed.
"Rupert,"
she said, bursting in on him.
"I want to go away."
He looked up at her slowly. "Do you?" he replied mildly. She sat by him and put her arms round his neck. It surprised her that he was so little surprised.
"Don't you?"
she asked, troubled. "I hadn't thought about it," he said, "but I'm sure I do." She sat up, suddenly erect.
"I hate it," she said. "I hate the snow, and the unnaturalness of it, the unnatural light it throws on everybody, the ghastly glamour, the unnatural feelings it makes everybody have."
He lay still and laughed, meditating. "Well," he said, "we can go away. We can go tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow to Verona, and find Romeo and Juliet, and sit in the amphitheatre, shall we?" Suddenly she hid her face against his shoulder, with perplexity and shyness. He lay so untrammelled.
"Yes," she
said softly, filled with relief. She felt her soul had new wings, now he was so uncaring.
"I shall love to be Romeo and Juliet," she said. "My love."
"Though a fearfully cold wind blows in Verona," he said, "from out of the Alps. We shall have the smell of the snow in our noses." She sat up and looked at him.
"Are you glad to go?"
she asked, troubled. His eyes were inscrutable and laughing.
She hid her face against his neck, clinging close to him, pleading, "Don't laugh at me! Don't laugh at me!" "Why, how's that?" he laughed, putting his arms round her.
"Because I don't want to be laughed at," she whispered.
He laughed more as he kissed her delicate, finely perfumed hair.
"Do you love me?"
she whispered in wild seriousness.
"Yes,"
he answered, laughing. Suddenly she lifted her mouth to be kissed. Her lips were taut and quivering and strenuous. His were soft, deep and delicate. He waited a few moments in the kiss. Then a shade of sadness went over his soul. "Your mouth is so hard," he said, in a faint reproach.
"And yours is so soft and nice," she said gladly.
"But why do you always grip your lips?" he asked, regretful.
"Never mind," she said swiftly. "It is my way."
She knew he loved her. She was sure of him. Yet she could not let go a certain hold over herself. She could not bear him to question her. She gave herself up in delight to being loved by him. She knew that, in spite of his joy when she abandoned herself, he was a little bit saddened too. She could give herself up to his activity. But she could not be herself. She dared not come forth quite nakedly to his nakedness, abandoning all adjustment, lapsing in pure faith with him. She abandoned herself to him, or she took hold of him and gathered her joy of him. And she enjoyed him fully. But they were never quite together at the same moment. One was always a little left out. Nevertheless, she was glad in hope, glorious and free, full of life and liberty. And he was still and soft and patient for the time. They made their preparations to leave the next day. First they went to Gudrun's room, where she and Gerald were just dressed, ready for the evening indoors.
"Prune," said Ursula, "I think we shall go away tomorrow. I can't stand the snow any more. It hurts my skin and my soul."
"Does it really hurt your soul, Ursula?" asked Gudrun, in some surprise. "I can believe quite it hurts your skin. It is terrible. But I thought it was admirable for the soul."
"No, not for mine. It just injures it," said Ursula.
"Really?" cried Gudrun. There was a silence in the room, and Ursula and Birkin could feel that Gudrun and Gerald were relieved by their going. "You will go south?" said Gerald, a little ring of uneasiness in his voice. "Yes," said Birkin, turning away. There was a queer, indefinable hostility between the two men lately. Birkin was on the whole dim and indifferent, drifting along in a dim, easy flow, unnoticing and patient, since he came abroad, whilst Gerald, on the other hand, was intense and gripped into white light, agonistes. The two men revoked one another. Gerald and Gudrun were very kind to the two who were departing, solicitous for their welfare, as if they were two children. Gudrun came to Ursula's bedroom with 3 pairs of the coloured stockings for which she was notorious, and she threw them on the bed. But these were thick silk stockings, vermilion, cornflower blue and grey, bought in Paris. The grey ones were knitted, seamless and heavy. Ursula was in raptures. She knew Gudrun must be feeling very loving to give away such treasures.
"I can't take them from you, Prune," she cried.
I can't possibly deprive you of them. The jewels." "Aren't they jewels?" cried Gudrun, eyeing her gifts with an envious eye. "Aren't they real lambs?" "Yes, you must keep them," said Ursula. "I don't want them. I've got 3 more pairs. I want you to keep them. I want you to have them. They're yours, there." And with trembling, excited hands, she put the coveted stockings under Ursula's pillow. "One gets the greatest joy of all out of really lovely stockings," said Ursula.
"One does," replied Gudrun, "the greatest joy of all." And she sat down in the chair. It was evident she had come for a last talk. Ursula, not knowing what she wanted, waited in silence. "Do you feel, Ursula," Gudrun began rather sceptically, "that you are going away for ever, never to return, sort of thing?"
"Oh, we shall come back," said Ursula. "It isn't a question of train journeys."
"Yes, I know. But spiritually, so to speak, you are going away from us all?" Ursula quivered.
"I don't know a bit what is going to happen," she said. "I only know we're going somewhere."
Gudrun waited. "And you are glad?" she asked. Ursula meditated for a moment.
"I believe I am very glad," she replied.
But Gudrun read the unconscious brightness on her sister's face, rather than the uncertain tones of her speech. "But don't you think you'll want the old connection with the world, father and the rest of us, and all that it means, England and the world of thought? Don't you think you'll need that, really to make a world?" Ursula was silent, trying to imagine.
"I think," she said at length, involuntarily, "that Rupert is right. One wants a new space to be in, and one falls away from the old."
Gudrun watched her sister with impassive face and steady eyes. "One wants a new space to be in, I quite agree," she said. "But I think that a new world is a development from this world, and that to isolate oneself with one other person isn't to find a new world at all, but only to secure oneself in one's illusions." Ursula looked out of the window. In her soul she began to wrestle, and she was frightened. She was always frightened of words, because she knew that mere word force could always make her believe what she did not believe. "Perhaps," she said, full of mistrust of herself and everybody.
"But," she added, "I do think that one can't have anything new whilst one cares for the old. Do you know what I mean? Even fighting the old is belonging to it. I know one is tempted to stop with the world, just to fight it, but then it isn't worth it."
Gudrun considered herself. "Yes," she said, "in a way one is of the world if one lives in it. But isn't it really an illusion to think that you can get out of it? After all, a cottage in the Abruzzi, or wherever it may be, isn't a new world. No, the only thing to do with the world is to see it through." Ursula looked away. She was so frightened of argument.
"But there can be something else, can't there?" she said. "One can see it through in one's soul, long enough before it sees itself through in actuality. And then, when one has seen one's soul, one is something else."
"Can one see it through in one's soul?" asked Gudrun. "If you mean that you can see to the end of what will happen, I don't agree. I really can't agree. And anyhow, you can't suddenly fly off onto a new planet because you think you can see to the end of this. Ursula suddenly straightened herself.
"Yes," she said. "Yes, one knows. One has no more connections here. One has a sort of other self that belongs to a new planet, not to this. You've got to hop off."
Gudrun reflected for a few moments. Then a smile of ridicule, almost of contempt, came over her face. "And what will happen when you find yourself in space?" she cried in derision. "After all, the great ideas of the world are the same there. You, above everybody, can't get away from the fact that love, for instance, is the supreme thing, in space as well as on earth."
"No," said Ursula, "it isn't. Love is too human and little. I believe in something inhuman, of which love is only a little part. I believe what we must fulfill comes out of the unknown to us, and it is something infinitely more than love. It isn't so merely human."
Gudrun looked at Ursula with steady, balancing eyes. She admired and despised her sister so much, both. Then suddenly she averted her face, saying coldly, uglily, "Well, I've got no further than love yet." Over Ursula's mind flashed the thought,
"Because you never have loved, you can't get beyond it."
Gudrun rose, came over to Ursula and put her arm round her neck. "Go and find your new world, dear," she said, her voice clanging with false benignity. "After all, the happiest voyage is the quest of Rupert's blessed isles." Her arm rested around Ursula's neck, her fingers on Ursula's cheek for a few moments. Ursula was supremely uncomfortable meanwhile. There was an insult in Gudrun's protective patronage that was really too hurting. Feeling her sister's resistance, Gudrun drew awkwardly away, turned over the pillow, and disclosed the stockings again. "Ha ha!" she laughed rather hollowly. "How we do talk indeed, new worlds and old." And they passed to the familiar worldly subjects. Gerald and Birkin had walked on ahead, waiting for the sledge to overtake them, conveying the departing guests. "How much longer will you stay here?" asked Birkin, glancing up at Gerald's very red, almost blank face.
"Oh, I can't say,"
Gerald replied.
"Till we get tired of it."
"You're not afraid of the snow melting first?" asked Birkin. Gerald laughed.
"Does it melt?"
he said. "Things are all right with you then?" said Birkin. Gerald screwed up his eyes a little.
"All right," he said. "I never know what those common words mean. All right and all wrong, don't they become synonymous somewhere?"
"Yes, I suppose. How about going back?" asked Birkin.
"Oh, I don't know. We may never get back. I don't look before and after," said Gerald.
"Nor pine for what is not," said Birkin. Gerald looked into the distance, with the small pupilled, abstract eyes of a hawk.
"No. There's something final about this, and Gudrun seems like the end to me. I don't know, but she seems so soft, her skin like silk, her arms heavy and soft, and it withers my consciousness somehow, it burns the pith of my mind."
He went on a few paces, staring ahead, his eyes fixed, looking like a mask used in ghastly religions of the barbarians.
"It blasts your soul's eye," he said, "and leaves you sightless. Yet you want to be sightless, you want to be blasted. You don't want it any different."
He was speaking as if in a trance, verbal and blank. Then suddenly he braced himself up with a kind of rhapsody, and looked at Birkin with vindictive, cowed eyes, saying:
"Do you know what it is to suffer when you are with a woman? She's so beautiful, so perfect, you find her so good. It tears you like a silk. And every stroke and bit cuts hot. Ha! That perfection, when you blast yourself. And then—" He stopped on the snow, and suddenly opened his clenched hands. "It's nothing. Your brain might have gone charred as rags, and—" He looked round into the air with a queer, histrionic movement. "It's blasting. You understand what I mean? It is a great experience, something final. And then you're shrivelled, as if struck by electricity." He walked on in silence. It seemed like bragging, but like a man in extremity bragging truthfully. "Of course," he resumed, "I wouldn't not have had it. It's a complete experience, and she's a wonderful woman. But how I hate her somewhere. It's curious." Birkin looked at him, at his strange, scarcely conscious face. Gerald seemed blank before his own words. "But you've had enough now," said Birkin. "You have had your experience. Why work on an old wound?" "Oh," said Gerald, "I don't know. It's not finished." And the two walked on. "I've loved you as well as Gudrun, don't forget," said Birkin bitterly. Gerald looked at him strangely, abstractedly. "Have you?" he said, with icy scepticism. "Or do you think you have?" He was hardly responsible for what he said. The sledge came. Gudrun dismounted, and they all made their farewell. They wanted to go apart, all of them. Birkin took his place, and the sledge drove away, leaving Gudrun and Gerald standing on the snow, waving. Something froze Birkin's heart, seeing them standing there in the isolation of the snow, growing smaller and more isolated. End of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 30. Snowed Up. When Ursula and Birkin were gone, Gudrun felt herself free in her contest with Gerald. As they grew more used to each other, he seemed to press upon her more and more. At first she could manage him, so that her own will was always left free. But very soon he began to ignore her female tactics. He dropped his respect for her whims and her privacies. He began to exert his own will blindly, without submitting to hers. Already a vital conflict had set in, which frightened them both. But he was alone, whilst already she had begun to cast round for external resource. When Ursula had gone, Gudrun felt her own existence had become stark and elemental.
She went and crouched alone in her bedroom, looking out of the window at the big flashing stars. In front was the faint shadow of the mountain knot. That was the pivot. She felt strange and inevitable, as if she were centred upon the pivot of all existence. There was no further reality. Presently Gerald opened the door. She knew he would not be long before he came. She was rarely alone. He pressed upon her like a frost, deadening her. "Are you alone in the dark?" he said. And she could tell by his tone he resented it. He resented this isolation she had drawn round herself. Yet, feeling static and inevitable, she was kind towards him. "Would you like to light the candle?" she asked. He did not answer, but came and stood behind her in the darkness. "Look," she said, "at that lovely star up there. Do you know its name?" He crouched beside her to look through the low window. "No," he said. "It is very fine." "Isn't it beautiful? Do you notice how it darts different coloured fires? It flashes really superbly." They remained in silence. With a mute, heavy gesture, she put her hand on his knee, and took his hand. "Are you regretting Ursula?" he asked. "No, not at all," she said. Then, in a slow mood, she asked, "How much do you love me?" He stiffened himself further against her. "How much do you think I do?" he asked. "I don't know," she replied. "But what is your opinion?" he asked. There was a pause. At length, in the darkness, came her voice, hard and indifferent. "Very little indeed," she said, coldly, almost flippant. His heart went icy at the sound of her voice. "Why don't I love you?" he asked, as if admitting the truth of her accusation, yet hating her for it. "I don't know why you don't. I've been good to you. You were in a fearful state when you came to me." Her heart was beating to suffocate her, yet she was strong and unrelenting. "When was I in a fearful state?" he asked. "When you first came to me. I had to take pity on you. But it was never love." It was that statement, "It was never love," which sounded in his ears with madness. "Why must you repeat it so often, that there is no love?" he said in a voice strangled with rage. "Well, you don't think you love, do you?" she asked. He was silent with cold passion of anger. "You don't think you can love me, do you?" she repeated, almost with a sneer. "No," he said. "You know you never have loved me, don't you?" "I don't know what you mean by the word love," he replied. "Yes, you do. You know all right that you have never loved me. Have you, do you think?" "No," he said, prompted by some barren spirit of truthfulness and obstinacy. "And you never will love me," she said finally. "Will you?" There was a diabolic coldness in her, too much to bear. "No," he said. "Then," she replied, "what have you against me?" He was silent in cold, frightened rage and despair. "If only I could kill her," his heart was whispering repeatedly. "If only I could
kill her, I should be free."
It seemed to him that death was the only severing of this Gordian knot.
"Why do you torture me?" he said.
She flung her arms round his neck. "Ah, I don't want to torture you," she said pityingly, as if she were comforting a child. The impertinence made his veins go cold. He was insensible. She held her arms round his neck in a triumph of pity. And her pity for him was as cold as stone. Its deepest motive was hate of him and fear of his power over her, which she must always counterfoil. "Say you love me," she pleaded. "Say you will love me for ever. Won't you? Won't you?" But it was her voice only that coaxed him. Her senses were entirely apart from him, cold and destructive of him. It was her overbearing will that insisted. "Won't you say you'll love me always?" she coaxed. "Say it, even if it isn't true. Say it, Gerald, do."
"I will love you always,"
he repeated, in real agony, forcing the words out. She gave him a quick kiss. "Fancy your actually having said it," she said, with a touch of raillery. He stood as if he had been beaten. "Try to love me a little more, and to want me a little less," she said, in a half contemptuous, half coaxing tone. The darkness seemed to be swaying in waves across his mind, great waves of darkness plunging across his mind. It seemed to him he was degraded at the very quick, made of no account.
"You mean you don't want me?" he said.
"You are so insistent, and there is so little grace in you, so little fineness. You are so crude. You break me. You only waste me. It is horrible to me."
"Horrible to you?" he repeated.
"Yes. Don't you think I might have a room to myself, now Ursula has gone? You can say you want a dressing room."
"You do as you like. You can leave altogether if you like," he managed to articulate.
"Yes, I know that," she replied. "So can you. You can leave me whenever you like, without notice even." The great tides of darkness were swinging across his mind. He could hardly stand upright. A terrible weariness overcame him. He felt he must lie on the floor. Dropping off his clothes, he got into bed, and lay like a man suddenly overcome by drunkenness, the darkness lifting and plunging, as if he were lying on a black, giddy sea. He lay still in this strange, horrific reeling for some time, purely unconscious. At length she slipped from her own bed and came over to him. He remained rigid, his back to her. He was all but unconscious. She put her arms round his terrifying, insentient body, and laid her cheek against his hard shoulder.
"Gerald," she whispered.
"Gerald." There was no change in him. She caught him against her. She pressed her breasts against his shoulders. She kissed his shoulder through the sleeping jacket. Her mind wandered over his rigid, unliving body. She was bewildered and insistent, only her will was set for him to speak to her. "Gerald, my dear," she whispered, bending over him, kissing his ear. Her warm breath, playing, flying rhythmically over his ear, seemed to relax the tension. She could feel his body gradually relaxing a little, losing its terrifying, unnatural rigidity. Her hands clutched his limbs, his muscles, going over him spasmodically. The hot blood began to flow again through his veins. His limbs relaxed. "Turn round to me," she whispered, forlorn with insistence and triumph. So, at last, he was given again warm and flexible. He turned and gathered her in his arms, and feeling her soft against him, so perfectly and wondrously soft and recipient, his arms tightened on her. She was as if crushed, powerless in him. His brain seemed hard and invincible now, like a jewel. There was no resisting him. His passion was awful to her, tense and ghastly and impersonal, like a destruction, ultimate. She felt it would kill her. She was being killed. "My God, my God!" she cried in anguish in his embrace, feeling her life being killed within her. And when he was kissing her, soothing her, her breath came slowly, as if she were really spent, dying. "Shall I die? Shall I die?" she repeated to herself. And in the night, and in him, there was no answer to the question. And yet, next day, the fragment of her which was not destroyed remained intact and hostile. She did not go away. She remained to finish the holiday, admitting nothing. He scarcely ever left her alone, but followed her like a shadow. He was like a doom upon her, a continual thou shalt not. Sometimes it was he who seemed strongest, whilst she was almost gone, creeping near the earth like a spent wind. Sometimes it was the reverse. But always it was this eternal see-saw, one destroyed that the other might exist, one ratified because the other was nulled. "In the end," she said to herself, "I shall go away from him." "I can be free of her," he said to himself in his paroxysms of suffering. And he set himself to be free. He even prepared to go away, to leave her in the lurch. But for the first time there was a flaw in his will. "Where shall I go?" he asked himself. "Can't you be self-sufficient?" he replied to himself, putting himself upon his pride. "Self-sufficient," he repeated. It seemed to him that Gudrun was sufficient unto herself, closed round and completed like a thing in a case. In the calm, static reason of his soul, he recognised this, and admitted it was her right to be closed round upon herself, self-complete, without desire. He realised it, he admitted it. It only needed one last effort on his own part to win for himself the same completeness. He knew that it only needed one convulsion of his will for him to be able to turn upon himself also, to close upon himself as a stone fixes upon itself and is impervious, self-completed, a thing isolated. This knowledge threw him into a terrible chaos, because,
However much he might mentally will to be immune and self-complete, the desire for this state was lacking, and he could not create it. He could see that, to exist at all, he must be perfectly free of Gudrun, leave her if she wanted to be left, demand nothing of her, have no claim upon her. But then, to have no claim upon her, he must stand by himself in sheer nothingness. And his brain turned to naught at the idea. It was a state of nothingness. On the other hand, he might give in and fawn to her. Or finally, he might kill her. Or he might become just indifferent, purposeless, dissipated, momentaneous. But his nature was too serious, not gay enough or subtle enough for mocking licentiousness. A strange rent had been torn in him, like a victim that is torn open and given to the heavens. So he had been torn apart and given to Gudrun. How should he close again? This wound, this strange, infinitely sensitive opening of his soul, where he was exposed like an open flower